Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We are resuming the public meeting for the EJ screen review panel. And I'm going to turn this meeting now to Dr. Jay Chakraborty, chair of the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the second day of our public meeting of the EPA EJ Screen Review Panel. I am Jay Chakraborty, chair of this panel, and the purpose of this meeting is to conduct an independent peer review of the revised version of the EPA's EJ Screen tool, also listen to public comments and deliberate on the responses to 16 charge questions. Yesterday, day one of the public meeting, included introduction of our panel members, welcome messages from the SAB Staff Office Director and the EPA Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights senior leaders. And then we had a recap, a review of the updated EJ Screen methodology from Tai Lung and Matthew Lee. And then the panel began their deliberation on the responses to the 16 charge questions. And that will also continue today as well as tomorrow. And yesterday, we completed our discussion of the first 4 charge questions that comprised category number 1 or topic number 1. Today's agenda includes the review panel's discussion and deliberation of responses to charge questions 15 through 13, or topic categories 2, 3, and 4. I will begin with a quick reminder about some of the protocols and formats for our deliberation that were also mentioned yesterday or day 1. Again, keep in mind that all comments made here by the panel members should be stated in public for the record to avoid any issues that may occur when we are writing or drafting the report. And our goal here is to arrive at some kind of agreement or consensus for the responses to the charge questions that will be used for the next step when we start drafting the report. And for panel members, make sure that you state your name every time you speak for the benefit of those who are joining us on the phone. And the way it's going to work for each topic category is that the lead writer or discussant will briefly introduce the topic area, their interpretation of the topic, and the charge questions, which should last no more than 5 minutes. And then each lead discussant and relevant group members will provide brief summaries of their own preliminary comments, similar to what was done yesterday for topic number 1. And we'll then open the floor for discussion with the full panel. And also important to remember that the discussion of each charge question should not exceed a maximum or total of 45 minutes, as indicated in the meeting agenda. And also note that all panel members during the open discussion can contribute to the charge questions and provide feedback for panel considerations so that they get included in our recommendation. And also something that we discussed probably less formally yesterday, I strongly recommend that each lead discussant or another member of their group, take notes and keep track of the recommendations for which consensus is being reached. This will just help us draft the responses for the next phase because it might take a while for the full minutes of the meeting to reach us. And also, I think for each topic category, it's important to keep thinking about the key recommendations or highlights of each topic category that will be eventually included in the executive summary when we prepare the final report. And I think we also decided yesterday that we will organize or separate the various recommendations as short-term versus long-term recommendations. So important to keep that in mind as well. I'm going to stop now and invite Dr. Veronica Berkel to introduce topic number 2 and the charge questions that comprise that category.
Hi, everybody. Yes, this is topic number 2. So as you can see from the slide, these sets of 3 questions are all focused on the technical aspect and accuracy of the EJ Screen methodology. Specifically, the 3 questions are about the use of percentiles for in the EJ Screen indices and the use of buffers to represent environmental exposure. And then the last question that is about the accuracy and of the EJ Screen website and technical documentation. should I go on to the, yes. So charge question 5, I will read it here. EJ screen represents the tools, indices, and indicators as percentiles to show how a given location compares to the rest of the state or nation. Please comment on whether the methodology for use of percentile to represent the various scores is logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. So hold on a second, I am juggling many screens here. We have the panel members that were assigned to this question send me the response to their initial comments to these questions, and I have collated the response. In addition to that, I've also thought more about this after yesterday's discussion. So what I want to do right now is just give you some very high-level summary of what I have received from the members of the panel. They can elaborate more on their point of view and my own reflections on these questions following yesterday's discussion. So I think as a whole, most of the panel members agree that the use of the percentile is a logical and scientifically defensible approach. They all recognize that there are multiple environmental variables that vary spatially, and if we want to compare places across the different variables, there needs to be a need to put everything on the same scale. Of course, from a statistical point of view, that can be done using z-scores, but that is not appropriate in the case of a distribution that is not symmetric. Also, it was noted that other environmental screen use percentiles in large majority. There are some specific aspects of the use of percentiles in a couple of these screen tools that is different from what is done here in EJ Screen, and I will let the panel member that have brought up this issue discuss more about this. I think even though there was somewhat a wide support to the use of percentiles, there have been a couple of recommendations that members of the panels have raised, specifically with respect to the fact that using a percentile removes the actual value, raw value of the variable. And so that's a piece of information that might be really valuable. And being on the high percentile for an exposure not necessarily means that the person is experiencing an unhealthy exposure. There were comments that were made with respect to the visualization of the percentiles that some members of the panel thought could be improved. And then there were comments made with respect to what is the unit of scale that is used for the percentile? Does state really, does entire US, is that really relevant versus maybe thinking about looking at a more fine spatial scale like county rather than state. And then another comment that I think was raised was regarding the uncertainty in some of these variables that has been mentioned several times. They are most times estimates of what these exposures are rather than actual observations. And so there is a need to actually represent the uncertainty. So this is a summary of the comments that I have received. I think one other comment that has been raised was regarding the interpretability of percentiles from the general public. People have commented that percentiles are not really easily understandable by the large public. And so there was a suggestion to maybe change the denomination from percentiles to ranks. And I think that there was one comment about the life expectancy, but I think that was discussed yesterday. So I think this is a summary, a very high level summaries of the comments that I've received from the panel members. I wanted to elaborate a little bit more on my thought about the use of percentiles. And basically, as I was thinking a little bit more about the AJ index per se, and why there has been a shift from moving from a population weighting to now percentiles, I think that my intuition is that if we think about a percentile from a statistical point of view represents the probability that an average person in an average block group in the United States is exposed to an environmental risk factor, let's say PM 2.5, that is as high as has been observed in that particular location. So if we want to use the percentile to represent the probability of a risk, basically what we are assuming is that anybody in the US is capable of experiencing any of the values of air pollution or whatever environmental variable we are presenting with the same probability. But we know that that is not necessarily true if we look at a large scale. So I think the use of percentile on a large national scale is probably less supported by if instead we look at a more regional scale, where, for example, state, where we know that probably the values of air pollution are less variable. And so everybody has an equal probability of being exposed to any of the values of air pollution that are being observed. And I think that is even more true when we think about a smaller spatial scale as county. And so in that sense, that the percentile can really represent a probability of a risk of somebody, an average person, to experience the level of exposure that has been observed in that particular block group. So that's my comment. And so because of that, I think that if we think at a smaller spatial scale, the percentile is really very strongly defensible. On a larger spatial scale, I think it becomes less scientifically defensible, even from a probabilistic and a statistical point of view. But I also can understand that it's hard to come up with something that is valid at both a regional scale and a global scale. I cannot see the people in the room, so I don't know where I should go in alphabetical order.
That's okay, Veronica. I would just like to check if the panel members who provided preliminary comments for question number 5, if they have anything to add to what has already been said.
Reginald Archer. So I'll just add a couple of things. I agree with the summary. As Veronica mentioned, some issues with the high percentile results. The same is true with low percentile results that may show the area, or it may seem that an area has low environmental justice concerns, although it doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't any environmental justice concerns in that area. And so that is also something that we need to consider. And the census block groups, while they might not always align with the boundaries of the environmental justice concerns. I think we discussed this also yesterday. And so that comes up in the percentile sometimes, where there seems to be a discrete boundary between different percentile values. And so that doesn't necessarily align with the actual environmental justice concerns that may be in the area. Additionally, I think there may be issues when sample sizes are small. And so that is also something that doesn't really pop out when we're thinking about the percentiles. And so there may be some skewed issues when it comes to outliers in either direction, I believe. That's all.
Cindy Hu, thank you, Veronica, for the summary. I have 2 more comments. The first one is around when we combine the 5 demographic indicators into the supplemental demographic index, I didn't see a description of, calculating the percentiles for each one of the 5 indicators first before summing them up. And so while these are percentage indicators, and in theory, they should be ranging from 0 to 100, in reality, like the percent people with limited English proficiency is just not the same range as the possible percentage of, other demographic indicators in there. So I think if we're going to sum, we should first make sure those are in its own percentiles first before we summing them up. Otherwise, the difference in range may, mask the difference across different demographic indicators. The second comment, this is a very minor one, and it is related to the low life expectancy discussion. It's less of whether it is appropriate to include low life expectancy in the supplemental demographic index. It's more about, the formula itself. It's 1 minus life expectancy divided by max life expectancy. And so let's take a minute and think about, is it possible for this range to go from 0 to 1? It's not possible because I don't think any block group has a life expectancy of 0. So if the idea is to turn this into an index that spans from 0 to 1, I have some recommended formula in the preliminary comment, but basically it just takes into account consideration what's the minimum life expectancy and do a min max standardization to make sure the index ranges from 0 to 1. And that's it. Thank you.
Naomi Yoder. A couple of the comments that I had are just about just additional labeling or helping people, helping the user interpret as they go. So I do think that percentiles are defensible and a good method, but having indicating clearly that there's a comparison, I think could help a lot. So even just showing, the number of block groups that's being compared to, for example, that would change between whether you're comparing to the US, the state, or as I'd like to recommend the county level as well. So just having a kind of, of this many block groups, here's the percentile. And I would appreciate the use of rank or something as well to describe what's happening, or also, having a kind of the ability to, have a pop-up window that explains percentiles visually. That would also, I think, go a long way. The other thing, another thing that I was thinking about was with the threshold mechanism. I had some trouble trying to use it. So in particular, it's not indicated. So where you can't choose one. You can't choose one index at a time is what it wouldn't allow me to just choose one or two. And so there's for the threshold mechanism, it would be really nice to kind of, again, be able to say, I think we were talking about this yesterday, but be able to say these indices are most important, or at least these are the ones that I want to single out, because we're going to have very few block groups where all 12 indices are the 75th percentile or higher. And so, of course, those block groups will be important, but we also want to find some of the nuances that where not all 12 indexes are above that. I'd also advocate for increasing the number of bins where you can see color or shading that's not in gray. So anything above the 50th percentile, for example, that would be more helpful. It's a little bit difficult right now to see some of the shades of gray. So I'd like to see just more color shading. And in addition, instead of having the same color scheme for every index, some of the other tools, use different color coding, so color groups for, the social factors or the environmental factors. So that could also be changed a little bit so that the color coding suggests which group of indexes that you're looking at.
Okay, this is Tim Collins. Let me bring up my comments here. Yeah, a lot of what others have said are basically what my comments focused on. My comments were coming from the angle of the consideration of rural geographies within the EJ screen. And when I reflected on it, I concluded the use of national percentiles when examining local EJ issues or rural EJ issues in general can be quite misleading. I'm not sure that the state percentiles completely resolves the problem. County percentiles, which Naomi just mentioned, and I believe Veronica talked about too, would be a nice option for local analyses. And again, I was viewing this mostly as a rural issue without being able to stratify by rural block groups within a nation or within state, or being able just to sort of focus on a local area like a county for these percentile calculations. Many of these EJ screen indicators, especially the environmental indicators, but also the social indicators, may misleadingly represent rural areas of being as lesser concern from an EJ perspective. So that was my point.
Okay, so I'm going to now open it up for discussion with the rest of the panel members.
I agree with the use of the percentiles. I think that is the most logical way to look at it. I do think it would be helpful if EPA could make it more accessible, not so much for the EJ index, but for the environmental indicators and maybe the climate data and some of the health data. Like if they actually had the distribution of the raw data that was either readily available, definitely in the technical documentation, but also maybe there's some sort of pop-up screen or some other way to view it on the actual EJ tool so you can get a sense of what is the difference between the 50th and the 70th percentile in terms of actually the raw information? Because I think on some, it'll get at the uncertainty issue, because we discussed this yesterday. In some cases, there's probably a big difference. In other cases, it's probably very small and not so significant. My second comment is just, Naomi, I do think you can click off you don't have to look at all indicators at once with the threshold map. We'll get there, but
I was going to say
okay.
that we will have an extended discussion on thresholds when we get to charge question number 11, I think. So.
Okay.
Veronica?
Yes, I wanted to comment on something that Cindy said about the cumulative, the supplemental index, where there are multiple indicators that are contained together and whether the percentiles there should be computed on each individual variable before, instead of taking the average. And I think, again, if we think about the percentile as the probability that an average person is experiencing a level of exposure that is at least as much as it is observed in that block group. And I think the cumulative is trying to, the one where there are multiple variables combined, is trying to say, what if I'm exposed to a high level of air pollution or a high level of this other exposure or another one? So I don't know that the calculation of the percentiles on the individual variable is the right way to do this mathematically from a statistical point of view. I think it really should be, the percentile should be calculated on the 5-dimensional exposure vector. So I think it's a little bit more complicated than just calculating the percentile for each individual environmental variable And it's also not as simple as just taking the average of the different variable. If we're using these percentiles to try to represent what is basically the probability that an average person is exposed to different aspect of exposure and not necessarily all together at the same time, but even just one is enough.
Cindy Hu, thank you, Veronica, for your response. I should have made myself more clear by saying this comment strictly applies to the supplemental demographic index. So it's not environmental exposure. And my point is, let's just imagine we're summing up two demographic indices that have very different values. Like indicator 1 typically range from 20 to 50%. Indicator 2 ranges from 1 to 5%. And so when we compare count to different block groups against each other, the difference in the second indicator is easily overwhelmed by the difference in the first indicator. Because when we sum up all the different demographic indicators, you know, the smaller one is just the difference won't show up in the sum. So that's why I advocate for using percentiles on each one of the 5 demographic indicators first, just so that we can recognize different block groups that have high vulnerabilities in all aspects, right? For example, like if I haven't looked into the empirical data, so maybe the example isn't appropriate, but let's say the percent with limited English proficiency is always a lower number. And so one block group can have a relatively high ranking in that indicator itself, but it won't show up in the total supplemental demographic index. That's my point.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
Yes.
Because actually I have been thinking also that part of the demographic index. And again, I will have a comment on that when we discuss point 9. I think also the part that contains the demographic index or the supplemental index is trying to get at an or. And so to me, it is, I don't know that the percentile on each individual variable is the right way to do it, again, mathematically. And maybe once we discuss the demographic index, that would be more clear why I don't think that that's necessarily the right strategy. But I agree with you that just taking the average is probably not the solution. So I think there needs to be more consideration about how that part is used, but I'm not sure that the percentiles on each individual variable is the right approach.
Michael Schmaltz. One thing I had brought up in the comment, and when I was reviewing the use of percentiles, I compared it to other indices and sort of what they did to compare use percentiles in their comparisons. One thing I noted is and this may be a minor point, but maybe open to discussion, is the use of zeros in calculating with the percentiles. For example, in sort of my written comment, I note that CalEnviroScreen doesn't use zeros in comparisons. It only compares locations that have a hazard or a population effect with another hazard or population effect. And EJScreen doesn't sort of signify whether they do that or not, or if zeros are included. And is that something that maybe we should consider with EJScreen? And yes, CalEnviroScreen is just one example, but they at least sort of provide some documentation on why they include or do not include zeros in their calculation.
Any other comments or recommendations?
David Kaniski. I guess I'd like to think a little bit more about Tim's comment about whether the use of percentiles is misleading in its characterization of rural areas. I'm not quite sure I understand that, the sense that the data sort of speak for themselves, in the sense that, you know, they're measuring what the tool includes, right? The demographics, the environmental indicators. So if there is a sort of an urban bias in the tool, I think it's more about which indicators are being they're incorporated, less about the use of percentiles or some other metric for a comparison. So I think we'll get to that a little bit later today, but I'm not sure I see that as being a problem with percentiles per se. I think there are limitations with percentiles, but again, I think they provide something that's more intuitive than not. So I generally think they're okay. I guess I'm just not quite sure I understand the point about how it's how it's misleading in its terms of mischaracterization of EJ issues in rural areas. It's more for me about whether we have the right measures to capture the injustices that do exist in rural areas. Maybe that's something that we should be discussing, but I don't see it again as being part of the decision around percentiles. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. I see what you're saying, and I do agree that it's not essentially an issue that has to do with the use of percentiles, although I do think that when you pool everything nationally, for many of the environmental indicators that are included in EJ screen, which comes back to your point about indicator selection as being the main issue, you're not going to see any rural areas having a high rank. They're all going to be depicted as being of lesser concern, basically, if that's what we're inferring based on our read of the percentile values. So that's my only point with it. I agree, though, it's not essentially an issue of the percentiles. It's an issue of, for me, pooling rural and urban areas together in national calculations with a suite of indicators that don't necessarily represent rural EJ issues particularly well.
Yeah, just seeking a quick clarification. So I think maybe I didn't understand this correctly. So should there be percentile rankings that separate metropolitan block groups from others?
Well, this is the discussion that we had in our consideration of rural geographies. I mean, I think the ability to stratify urban from rural areas. I mean, one thing I took away from our discussion that I don't think anyone mentioned explicitly in the rural geographies group is that it may be the case. I mean, I think an argument can be made that the EJ issues are qualitatively different in rural areas from urban areas. The sets of environmental conditions that impact rural areas generally in the United States may be distinct from those factors, from those environmental risks, hazards, et cetera, that impact urban areas. There's a distinction. Rural areas are integrated into the political economy of this country differently than urban areas are, and the sets of sort of industrial risks and exposures that are occurring in those contexts are different in some ways. So, if we don't account for, if we're not selecting indicators that represent that, and then we just pool urban and rural areas together when we're examining these largely urban hazards, what are our indicators going to tell us, I guess, is the question about rural EJ issues.
So Kobe?
Yeah, I mean, we've had multiple discussions, not I was in that work group, and other as you know, Jay, other discussions, similar discussions about rural indicators. And I'll just say again, and we're gonna say again when we get to that charge question, but we should be comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. When we compare rural to urban, when we mix them up, we're not comparing, we're mixing them up. So, I mean, I think a suggestion for later for the charge question, we have separate subtools, because Tim mentioned they are different. You have agricultural issues in rural areas that you don't have in urban areas. You have a lot of unincorporated communities. You do have those in urban areas, but a lot of unincorporated rural communities, colonias, what's happening on reservations, and that's one of the things that's coming with tribal issues. So one suggestion is for the EPA to advance this tool is to actually have subtools. And getting your point, Jay, about metropolitan, you should have subtools. So users should be able to have subtools to compare metropolitan areas to metropolitan areas. Urbanized census tracts to urbanized census tracts and block groups. Rural census tracts in rural block groups, because those are bigger, less population, et cetera. You have issues with mining. So the uses are different. The populations in some ways are different. You have some unique environmental health concerns in rural areas. You have some other sort of unique distinctions in rural areas that you don't see in urban areas. And so I think there's a lot of merit to really breaking out and having the most appropriate indicators, bad data in, bad policy out, having the most appropriate indicators, the right infrastructure indicators, the right proximity measurements and buffers to capture those experiences in rural areas. So I know we're going to continue to have that conversation later. I just wanted to add that in. I'll pass the mic back to you, Jay.
Yes.
Naomi Yoder, I think that the thing that arises for me about the problem with percentiles in rural areas is just the size of the block group. So, when we're talking about size of block group in an urban area, that's going to be much different than a rural area. And, while there are block groups that do stand out as, of high EJ concern or, in the 95th percentile, if we're talking about something like air toxics, is that for, it's a lot of, acres or square miles that we're talking about if we're talking about a rural block group. So it doesn't really address where that issue is in the block group, even if it does rank highly as a percentile. So there's an issue there. And I do think that when we get to urban areas, that's the percentiles capture a lot of that information more clearly and more accurately. So, I think it's part of the problem of the reference geography, but I don't think there's a better way to do that. It's just that I agree that with what everybody said, that it would be really useful to have a subtool, a way to break rural from urban apart. So, on the Gulf Coast, we see, there's a really big difference between St. John and St. James Parish, which are really rural, versus, Houston, Lake Charles, Port Arthur, that, industry is focused and polluting industry in the middle of the city. So those things, they just show up very differently in terms of percentiles on the map. And it would be, I guess I think it's useful to discuss, capturing some of those nuances in the rural areas much better. And so I guess I would offer that as the reason that we need to look at percentiles in particular. But in response to David's point, I do think that it's both. We also need to consider which factors we're looking at and also what Timothy said. So, in rural areas, there's going to be, we have issues like emergency access, number of hospitals, number of doctors. Those are vastly different than an urban area. So, and become a huge issue for environmental justice and just health access, for example. So I agree that it's, there's also a matter of which indicators and which variables we're looking at.
All right. Thanks for the excellent responses and recommendation. And before we move on to the next question, I just wanted Veronica and the other panel members, working on question number 5 to just think in terms of, some of the responses are probably more suitable for questions I saw number 9, number 11, and to some extent 14 and 15 as well. So try to focus on the ones that refer to the percentile methodology specifically for this one, because otherwise it'll be too broad and overlap with some of the other ones as we move forward.
Yes, and in fact, this is Veronica Berrocal. I wanted to ask you, I've been taking some notes, but I wonder whether the notes I'm taking should be really something I pass on to the people that are in charge of the discussion on the rural and threshold maps and things like that.
Yes, we
Sure.
can share it with everyone on the panel. All right, so that concludes our discussion on charge question number 5. Veronica, you can move on to number 6 now.
Yes. Charge question number 6 asks, EJ Screen uses buffers to consider the population surrounding a given location. Please comment on whether the methodology for considering affected population using buffer analysis is logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. You have suggestion on how the buffer analysis methodology could be improved. So as before, I have received answers from members of the panel that were assigned to this question. And I think in general, as before, I'm just going to provide an overall assessment of what the members of the panel have mentioned. There are more specific comments that I don't know if individual panel members want to bring up, or they can just appear on the in the documents that goes to EPA, since they are very, very specific. But in general, I think that across the panel members, there was an agreement that looking at buffers around locations to account for environmental exposure is logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. The many concerns that were brought up regards to the specific aspects of the methodology. And so there were comments that were made with respect to the proximity indicators, the use of different thresholds, the fact that certain characteristics of environmental hazard were not considered, or they were considered. There was suggestion regarding the addition of other facilities that should be included in the list of facilities that are already considered. There were comments regarding the lack of clarity with respect to how the internal point of a block group is determined. It wasn't clear also why certain thresholds were used versus others. There were some members of the panel that have commented on the fact that distance is not the only factor that matters when we're trying to quantify environmental hazard and environmental exposure. But also, for example, if we're looking at Superfund and hazardous waste sites, the length of time that the facility has been at the same time should be factored in. Directionality should also be taken into consideration. Other people have, as I mentioned, have been questioning why sometimes 5 kilometers was used as a threshold. In other case, it was 1,500 feet. So it wasn't sure where these numbers, where this threshold were coming from. There was a comment about including other facilities, as I mentioned, to the list of facilities, specifically the liquefied fossil natural gas export facilities that a member of the panel suggested should be included as well. And then there was comments regarding to the issue of the calculation of the population size in the block group that were bisected by buffers. And yes, people had questions about how this calculation was coming, how it was motivated, and in particular, there were comments regarding the clarity of the technical documentation with respect to this. I have to be honest that I didn't completely understand the comment I received. So if you are one of the person that wrote this comment regarding the bisecting of the block group by a buffer and want to expand on it, that would be great. There were people that were discussing also that more nuanced representation of the pollution source should be taken into consideration when we're considering this buffer. For example, somebody made the example that if we're looking at a freeways that has a buffer of vegetation around it, that will reduce the impact of air pollution and noise. And so as again, it's not just a matter of distance, but also the particular aspect of an environmental exposure. And I think that's all I have as a high-level summary.
Thanks, Veronica. Let's hear from the panel members who provided some of these comments.
This is Michael Schmeltz. I made one of the comments about the bisecting and the buffer calculation. And to me, there wasn't clarity around when a block group was bisected, how the population was calculated. So, for example, if I'm a community member and sort of we spoke about ground truthing, I know where a certain population lies in a block group. And so I want to have a buffer that includes that population within that block group. But it wasn't clear on how me creating that buffer that includes a certain segment of a block group, whether that population gets diluted because we don't know exactly from the block group, where certain populations are. The community member may know, but I think the census sort of masks that a little bit. So I think that's important to give clarity in the technical documentation about this calculation, because it will potentially dilute what a community member thinks is a certain population that they're trying to signify within including them within this buffer. So that was sort of the main point about the bisecting. So there's at least more clarity around how buffers are used when they're bisected and how the population is then calculated, whether or not that is important to an individual to then use going forward.
This is Adriana Zúñiga. I also contributed to the bisecting and that issue. So my main example, or the way I illustrate this thought, is in redlined communities in cities. The highway system chose the red areas to plan their highway systems through them. So just if we imagine a freeway or a highway bisecting literally a neighborhood, I'm trying to illustrate this is the point where the buffers doesn't really capture the damage. So and these freeways or highways can look differently. So one aspect is qualitatively, some of these freeways might have borders with vegetation and walls and a buffer by itself that kind of buffers, let's be redundant, the community from the noise and the pollution of the freeway and the noise and all that. But there are others that is just a wire fence and there's no buffer, and that is different. Qualitatively, it's different. And there are some efforts nowadays to even reparate or a little alleviate those efforts. And they are covering freeways by platform parks, for example. So it's now really nice to live next to that freeway because the freeway is underneath, and now you have a nice park. So the qualitative aspect it really plays a big role on whether the community is affected or not. And the other aspect beyond quality, it's the isolation. So these communities where basically isolated from the other side. That there might be friends, family that live there, and now they're on the other side of the freeway. So it goes beyond a buffer. It goes to economic vitality, to the vibrancy of the community, and that is related to isolation, in my opinion. So it's not the same to live close to a bridge or an underpass that connects you to the other side than to live miles and miles away, and you have to travel a long way to get to the other side. So that, I think, it's not captured, that qualitative isolating factor by just adding a buffer. So it really is more about ground truthing and looking at case by case. And I know it's really hard, but anyway, those were my contributions. Thanks.
Naomi Yoder, one other thing that I was just thinking of, and when you were mentioning highways, is also railroads. So we have a lot of places where there might even be, highway underpasses or overpasses, but not for the railroads. And that's ends up being just an extraordinary barrier for freedom of movement and also emergency access. So, and I also appreciated the person that talked about, the introduction of highways and how that has changed and completely, kind of destroyed the functioning of the community in it where the highway has been placed. So I think that's also true for railroads, or at least the lasting effect of railroads. And so there's another factor here, which is, and I think we talked about this in terms of chemical facilities too, but the longevity, like how long has that facility, that infrastructure been there and been impacting or, blocking access to the community or to emergency services or to any services.
So Kobe?
Yeah, really great discussion. So I'll chime in on the points that were just made. So if you think about winning a buffer, and I really appreciate the discussion about the highways, and of course we know the history of redlining. The Highway Defense Act was in 1954, and and I like to use the word the fragmentation of community ecosystems by highways. And so how do you capture that qualitatively, as I said before? But then this point about highways and rail, the what we call goods movement, right? So the impact of goods movement infrastructure, whether it's active or inactive, right? So the activity level of the goods movement infrastructure is also important, because you have some places where you have rail that may be in, but it's not used anymore, but it still has a residual effect on the quality of life within that zone. So I think those issues are important. And within the buffer, it's the hazard, the number of hazards, the concentration of the hazards, the distance to the hazards, the emissions from the hazards, right? And you were talking about infrastructure. So you when the buffer, from a cumulative impact perspective, you have sort of negative health restricting infrastructure, and you have positive infrastructure. I want to throw that back in again too, as my point just about resiliency, even though that term is problematic in itself, but positive things in a buffer. And again, environmental justice is not just about framing stuff in a negative context. It's about justice. So what are the positive things? So just want to throw that into the discussion. And also as it relates to, there's this issue of accessibility that was mentioned too. So in the buffer, accessibility of infrastructure or barriers created by infrastructure, how is accessibility being captured? Physical barriers and social barriers within a particular buffer, I think it's important. I think that's more the qualitative, but the physical barriers can be quantitative. In addition, when you think about the buffers, I think about zone, as exposure science, I think about zones of impact as using buffers as a crude measure, very crude measure of exposure, right? And it's really a measure of burden, but we do a little leap to getting that, kind of total exposure, which is problematic, right? But then what are the distance ranges that need to be available? So the user can select their buffers that they want to, so in both, kilometers. So I like to use kilometers sometimes, and also in miles. So in having some scientific grounding and citing the literature, why use a particular buffer is useful, but then what are the limitations of using that buffer so the users know when they're doing because in some ways it's like a weighting system too. So I just want to stop there, but I'll pass the mic back, Jake. Thank you.
Tim Collins.
Yeah, so that I think these points are all really good. The part I was wanted to come back to with how EJ Screen uses buffers and estimates population exposure. If I'm not mistaken, right, the assumption is a homogeneous distribution of the population in a block group, an aerial apportionment to sort of assess exposure. And I think from my perspective in the EJ literature, this is becoming increasingly untenable. I think technology and the availability of these pretty high resolution dasometric grids that show you where people really live in block groups that can be integrated fairly easily within GIS techniques these days. Like Oak Ridge National Labs has a 90-meter dasometric product that's produced annually, has nighttime and daytime population, gridded population estimates. These can be integrated in, so you don't have to assume that homogeneous population distribution. And I think it's becoming increasingly untenable technically to use aerial apportionment the way that EJ Screen is doing it. And so I would urge to move toward integration of these dasometric population grids. And again, this comes back to what Naomi was talking about too. In rural areas, these block groups are absolutely enormous. And you're going to assume a homogeneous population distribution in those areas when we're dealing with point locations of facilities where we know where they actually are. And then we also have these dasometric grids that tell us exactly where, pretty accurately where people are within those block groups. I think EJ Screen can do better with this at this point. That's what I could conclude at this point.
Veronica?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to clarify something, Tim, because initially I thought the same as you, that the population in the block group was distributed equally in the block group, but reading more carefully towards the end of the documentation where there was like an example, I think that they use basically the census, the decennial census, so that they have information at the block within the block level. And then they use the population within the block and weighted divided by the total population in the block group. So it is not assuming that the population is distributed. There is that the difference in a time, because the census is decennial and the ACS is the 5-year scale. So there is that little mismatch, but it's not necessarily equal weighting of each block.
Okay. So it's not an assumption of the homogeneous population distribution. They use the decennial block population distributions, which in urban areas are small. Blocks can actually be pretty large in rural areas. Even blocks can be fairly large in rural areas. And so, yeah, okay. That's better.
So the only comment there would be that I'm not sure how much the decennial census can capture variation in the population when there is a population that is highly mobile. And so that's the only comment that I can think of.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Veronica, because in the earliest versions of EJ Screen, that was the method, the aerial weighting, which assumes equal distribution, but that has been modified, I think, in the more recent version. So thanks for pointing that out. Kobe? And it's
sorry, I didn't lower my hand. Go ahead, Jay. Sorry about that.
No, I think it's an interesting sidebar. Great comments and suggestions. I think it's as an interesting sidebar. Some of these issues were raised in the 2014 review that I think for in terms of this group, Jim Sad and David Koniski and myself were part of. So it's good to see that things have changed, but some of these issues and problems still remain that need to be addressed, and that we can list as specific recommendations for charge question number 6. Okay, now we're having open discussion.
Hey, Quinn Carr. One thing I'm thinking about with the buffers too, because like I work with a lot of like air programs, and I've looked at other states and what they think about with a lot of like air facilities, and have has the EPA considered maybe larger buffer sizes for major air polluting facilities? I think that would be a little more close to the science and not assume that any kind of pollution only sits in like a 1 mile buffer area and impacts 1 mile. And in our group, I mentioned Massachusetts has a good cumulative impacts draft document they recently released that talks about this in detail. So I think maybe thinking about bigger buffers for larger facilities could be a good improvement. Thanks.
Ted Auk. As far as the rail is concerned, yeah, I echo what's already been said. I see that you have a traffic proximity index, so I think maybe just cutting and pasting that methodology to rail would be really helpful. And as far as the buffers are concerned, and I should say about rail, what's concerning to me about rail and what Sokobi said about rail is that if you look at the aftermath of the East Palestine event, you see that the rail industry is kind of increasingly we're trying to make this tool like a predictive tool in some ways, kind of like anticipate what's coming next. You see that the rail industry is increasingly putting the kind of stuff that resulted in East Palestine on rail. It's making up a larger and larger percentage of what they move around the country. And as those trains get longer, and as the labor force involved in monitoring those trains and inspecting those trains gets smaller, I think it's really important for this tool to be out ahead of that. And not to say that if you live near rail, you're going to experience East Palestine or Lac-Megantic or something like that, but you should be aware of that, especially given that, if you meet people in East Palestine, what they said was, this is just another event in addition to all the coal that comes through here and all the coal dust that, we breathe in every day. So I think that's an important thing to mention. And then what's really worrying to me is that we're not addressing pipelines and proximity to pipelines, which is concerning because I know that the federal data on pipelines really is very generalized. And I mentioned that to Matt in the call we had. So I'm really worried about pipelines, but also if we were to include pipelines, if that were to be something we could do, whether they're oil and gas, whether they're carbon capture, whatever the case may be, how good is the data that we're including? And to me, from what I've seen, it's not very good, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be included. And then the final thing about buffers that I was thinking about was, if you're allowed to add data to this tool, you add shape files or a KML file or whatever it is you're adding. Can we make it so that someone absent a state tool or absent the kind of facilities that are available in this tool, if they can add that file, can they create buffers around that data layer? So like if you add a shape file, pipeline as an example, that's proposed and that you somehow got your hands on or something like that, can you create a buffer layer around that? Because I think that's really important. And then my final point about buffers is it would be really nice to see like a drop-down menu of kind of what Sokobi was saying, like the first buffer is like maybe feet, the next one is miles, and maybe like 3 or 4 increments of like multiple buffers would be really helpful when you think about exposure to these kinds of events. And then I had one more thing about buffers that I was going to say, but I forgot. So there you go.
Veronica?
Yeah, something that came to mind as we were having this discussion, I think as a future recommendation. Right now, it seems to me that there is this implicit assumption that the weighting that we're giving to the different point sources of exposure is the inverse of the distance. And so we're basically treating everything equally. But, I think that what we learn from environmental exposure studies, environmental exposure assessment studies, is that different pollutants have different persistence in the surrounding environment. So I know that, for example, traffic-related pollutants, typically they precipitate very fast, far away from the highway. So you don't see that high concentration when you are a certain distance far away from major highway. And I think that's probably true for many of the other environmental hazards that are considered here. So I think a future recommendation in my mind is that we should develop weighting that, yes, depend on the distance, but also take into account what is the hazard that we're considering and what is the fate of the gas or the pollutants or the contaminants in the medium in which this contaminant is spreading. So I think that would be down the line in the future, but something that to me should be considered.
David Kniske, I've been really enjoying this conversation. As many of you know, academics have been thinking and arguing about the buffers for, 3, 4, maybe 5 decades. So this brings back both good and bad memories of participating in those conversations. But I think it's important for us to remember that this is a screening tool, and what it's intended to do is provide sort of a first cut as where there might be areas of environmental justice concern. It's not intended as a tool to sort of diagnose or identify risk or exposure. And EPA has many tools and models that do those things. So I'm sort of sensitive, and I appreciate all these comments about trying to get these buffers right and have them be more reflective of what we know about risk, whether it's air, water, even Superfund sites. It's going to vary by site. I mean, it's just very complicated. And I think it's pragmatically hard to expect EPA to incorporate all of those nuances into this particular tool. And it's probably not a fair ask. So while we should be pushing for the buffers and these other considerations to be scientifically defensible, obviously, I also think it's important just to remember this is a screening tool and not intended to be a tool to get at these exposures in any detailed way, that there are other mechanisms for doing that. Thank you.
Naomi Yoder. So I think that there's an issue with buffers and proximity variables and a point, line, or polygon feature. So right now, EJ Screen looks at point features for proximity. And I think centroids for RMPs and maybe Superfund, I'm not sure. So I think that it would be great to have a different methodology for buffers that's outlined for both polygons and line features, so that we could incorporate things like the campus size or pipelines, because when it comes down to it, proximity to a pipeline is an environmental justice issue, and it stands in. Pipelines can stand in as a proxy for things like wetlands loss that we don't capture in EJ Screen, and that are also environmental justice issues. And so if we're trying to capture, the most number of environmental justice variables, or the highest level of environmental injustice, then it does seem like we need to expand the different types of features that we're including and that we're able to analyze given, a census block group.
So Kobe?
Yeah, I just want to agree with that comment wholeheartedly. I know we're going to talk more about this with Jim's team with the cumulative, but again, this gets to the issue of how not necessarily talking about cumulative impact, but how you're really capturing cumulative burden. And if you're not using the appropriate buffer approach, you're not capturing cumulative burden. And so this also speaks to our earlier conversation about, some of the features that you see in these urban, more remote areas compared to urban areas, and making sure you have appropriate buffers to capture those features, look at the cumulative burden again. And I will say that, yes, EPA has other tools. And as a user EJ Screen, I think it's important for this tool, is fit for purpose again, and go back to the conversation, but it needs to be more, I use the term interoperability, I'm using the term integration. There needs to be more integration, interoperability. I think Matt said, when it came to the federal tools, where there's a one-stop shop, there needs to be ability to have a platform where you can be able to have interoperability across multiple tools, so we can find it in one place. That's an issue in itself. And so then the users, regardless of their impacted residents, frontline, fifth line, grassroots EJ groups, if they're advocates, support organizations, academics, policymakers, agency staff, et cetera, there's a place, and you can see the connections between the tools, and you can be able to dig in. If you want to learn more, if you want to dig in more, now you use this tool. So maybe that's asking too much, but I think there needs to be a little bit more, we gotta, not necessarily sophistication, but integration, interoperability across tools. But getting back to the buffer piece, how do you adequately, effectively capture cumulative burden if you're using techniques that invisibilize, I might use the term invisibilize, that invisibilize the environmental justice experiences of communities? That's a problem. So I just wanted to say we need to have the appropriate methodologies so we make visible what's been made invisible by our policies, by the regulatory schema, by the way, the politics in local areas, by the permitting process. So I'll stop there.
Ari Lewis from Gradient. I guess I'm maybe confused because when I look at EJ Screen, it does seem to have that flexibility. You can drop a pin anywhere. Has really flexibility in the amount of buffer that you put on it. There's a path function where you can also look at a buffer. So I don't know if it's the functionality of EJ Screen. I think what the limitation is that the data is at the block group level, and that's as good as you're going to get it in this tool, which is actually an improvement over other tools that look at the census tract. So I think it's a matter of the data, and then maybe it's sort of maybe going back to what David said. What's important about this tool is to be that first cut. Like, does it pick out the right spot? And then you have to, there's no doubt you have to dig down into those special issues and those special communities to really understand what's going on in terms of cumulative impacts. It's hard to ask the tool to do all those things. They're really complex issues that everyone's been struggling with for a long time. But in my mind, the flexibility that the tool already has in terms of being able to create a path and, do a whole city, I thought it has a great deal of flexibility. It's just not that, I don't know. I haven't done the assessment to see if you put and I've tried to do this, a 500, you can put a 0.1 mile buffer around something versus a 0.2 or a 0.3. It might not be different results because just of the, how big the block group is. But if it is, I think you will see some differences there.
Naomi Yoder, I think that there's two discussions of buffers that it would be good to clarify or separate. So the buffers in charge question 6, I thought were about the indicators that use buffers to analyze their percentile. So buffer from an RMP facility, for example, is built in. We can't adjust that. Then there are also buffers that the user can specify. And so as a user, I can and have imported a pipeline file and, run an analysis using a line file or a polygon file. So that's possible, but it's that, in my view, that's different. Running the buffer analysis on a point that I've specified, that the user specified, is different than internal, the kind of built-in buffers. So, and I think both are important to consider how they're being used or how their methodology works. But I think it's useful to separate those two buffers.
Are you?
No.
Comment? Okay.
Other than that, that was a very useful clarification. It's true. We're kind of talking past each other on something.
Reginald Archer, the question, Naomi, are you also referring to like proximity indicators as a buffer-ish?
Yeah, I think that's what I mean is the proximity indicators as different than the user specified feature, but where that you can run a buffer analysis on, and I can change the buffer, amount. So I think that's really useful to maintain that I can, as a user, have various buffers and run a report and see the differences. And so this is about the proximity indicators, though.
And just for point of clarification, this is Ann Fritz. So in part 7 of the technical details on the proximity, so national priority lists, hazardous waste sites, and RMP facilities are the only ones that use that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we are not talking about those calculations for this charge question. It's about the ability to construct your own buffers. I think Ari was referring to that. Any other comments, recommendations? And I think we have enough, Veronica, and I guess and the team for this charge question to put together in terms of actionable recommendations, especially for the second part of the questions in terms of how it can be improved.
Yes, I hope that I have captured all different aspects of the discussion, but if not, I've written down the names of the people that have spoken, so I'm going to write emails.
And they'll get to see your first draft too, to add more. Okay, so we are now ready to move on to charge question number 7.
Okay, please comment on whether the EJ Screen website and technical documentation are clear, accurate, and transparent. Do you have any specific suggestion on how to improve EJ Screen documentation? So for this, I think one part of the comments that I have for these questions are really, really specific to the point of providing page numbers with changes. So I think I can save the discussion on this part, but I will just give the overall, again, response. So I think that the panel agrees that the EJ Screen website is a comprehensive website that provides a great deal of information and actually maybe way a lot of information to the point that a first-time user can actually be overwhelmed by the amount of information that is available on the website, and also in the technical documentation. However, I think that in some ways, I think I agree and disagree with this comment. Sometimes I found myself the technical documentation to be a little bit unclear, so I'd like to have more details, and some other information maybe is redundant, so it could be lightened in that way. But many panel members have raised the recommendation and the suggestion to develop case studies or scenarios about how communities have used or may use EJ Screen. And I think this also came up yesterday in the discussion that we had. And basically what it was noted is that it is sometimes a large task to understand how to use the tool for a specific purpose. So to have this case study could illustrate user how to use the EJ screen from start to finish and what could be the end product. And also it could help users to understand what is that they can get out of EJ screen. And that would allow also users and communities to get familiar with the tool before starting to play with it. Another comment that was raised and is that there should be a little bit more transparency in regard to the source of data that are contained within EJ screen. Even though the source of data get updated every year, maybe if it's not, if such information, okay, so sorry. The comment was that instead of having this information provided only in a static document, as it could be the PDF file of the technical documentation, it would also maybe be useful to have access to this in a dynamic way in the website, so that there is a redundancy of information as for where the user can be informed of the technical aspects of EJ screen. Members of the panel have highlighted that they would like to know whether the data that is displayed in EJ screen reflects a specific year, maybe 2018 AirTalk screen or 2019 AirTalk screen. And I think this also had been commented previously. It would be good to know which one is actually observed data and what is the result of model, whether it is computer models, statistical models. There was again the suggestion of maybe changing the nomenclature to something that resonates more with communities. And so, for example, to talk about percentile ranks rather than percentiles. And I think this is something that is near and dear to my heart. I think it would be great if, and this is probably a suggestion for the future, if it is there is some discussion about the uncertainty in some of these measure, whether there are social indicators or environmental variables. Then the rest of the comments, as I said, are more specific comments with specific pages that suggest changes to the documentation. One last thing that I saw was that some members of the panel said that it would be helpful to add a table that lists descriptive summary statistics for each indicator, so that there is a little bit of better idea of what is the range of some of these variables. I think that's all. As I said, the rest is like very specific comments.
Would the other panel members like to add something, those who contributed to this question? If not, we can open it up for the full panel discussion.
This is Michael Schmeltz. And I think we mentioned it yesterday about the sort of separation of a sort of policy document and a technical document. And I think that really allows for a lot more clarity to be put into the technical document to sort of discuss sort of how certain calculations are made or why certain decisions are made either in the policy document or the technical document. And I think, you know, again, we mentioned this a lot yesterday, but I think it would be a great improvement for the clarity around some of the issues that are raised in review of the technical document.
And this is Marjorie Elian, just to, I think the lens that often I would use is sort of from the academic perspective and from the user for more research or whatever. But I'm thinking to the community members, and I'm wondering if there was a thought to incorporate some video clips either into a frequently asked questions like, how do I do blah, 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 look at some specific thing and actually have a video clip that would kind of like the presentation that we were provided in the Zoom meeting to just help some people who don't necessarily want or even can necessarily read through all that material and to make it more visual. I know there were suggestions for graphics to put into the documentation, which I think is very helpful, but even going a step beyond that for other more broad-based users.
This is Esther. I think I'm constantly pulled in like two different directions for like Washington State context where like we want more details, more transparency. So, you know, what was included is just as important as justification on what wasn't included or considerations and whatnot. So others can kind of learn from, and our local jurisdictions or county jurisdictions can kind of learn from that process too. So they might do something different. The thing that I think might benefit EJ Screen itself is maybe like a at a glance or like a fact sheet style summary so that it's more easily digestible, at least on initial approach, especially from community, since the tool is supposed to be about them. And so when they're kind of interfacing, even if they aren't the end users for kind of applying the Superfund site and proximity and all this and that, I think that would also help community and folks that work with them and that are in community really kind of understand what it's about to kind of digest this fuller picture of all the different environmental justice indices in the world at the moment.
Kobe? Yeah.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, really good points. Let me see what I can say about this. So we've had for the National Environmental Advisory Council meetings, we got a lot of feedback during NEJAC meetings. I was on NEJAC, for 6 years about just the usability, accessibility of EJ Screen, and as was just mentioned by Esther, I mean the tool is meant to benefit those communities. So from a justice perspective, if a tool is not that accessible, if it's not as user friendly for the population most impacted, I mean, if it's just for more technical folks, I'm not saying community folks are not technical, then it's a problem, right? So at the core, that issue has still been an issue because we get a lot of feedback from folks during our public sessions in NEJAC about just their inability to use this tool in an effective way. So going Dr. Elian's comments about graphics, having videos. I mean, I would say a recommendation should be that more demonstrations are done with the folks who are impacted by EJ issues, that can inform how the utility, accessibility of the tool itself for that population. They should be prioritized when it comes to accessibility, usability, navigability, and all those other terms that we talk about when we talk about web interfaces. So I would uplift that point and make sure that we're getting feedback from that population. That's representative justice. And right now, I think even with the additions added to the tool, we're not getting enough feedback loops from the folks who are impacted by the issues, and that's who this tool should be benefiting in the first place. So having case scenarios, going back to fit for purpose conversation, and having demos that kind of walk people through. If you have this scenario, you can't do every scenario, but just that would be a better, I think, it would provide more opportunity for folks to know how to use a tool if you use a combination of the more text style but video style, particularly with in our technology age and with our telephones, et cetera, how people are learning and how to use their technical literacy, using those kind of best practices and how we upgrade the user interface, I think would be important as well. So I'm not sure if you need to get like a UI team to come in and help the EJ Screen team when it comes to user interfaces, sort of those best practices, but I think that would be helpful too.
This is Anne. Anne Fritz. The comments that I had submitted before, I'll just state here for the record. As a state regulatory agency, it would be helpful to have a full technical documentation. And I know they went back and forth with, was too complicated with the full technical documentation. So we'll make an abridged and we'll put stuff on the website. But even from a perspective of a state regulator, it was still very complicated to try to find sources and clarify how buffers were calculated and things like that. So it almost, I see two different types of documentation, like fact sheets that were mentioned, something like that. So like a how to use document, and then also the full board technical documentation. A list of acronyms would be helpful in the documentation, especially if we want to make this user friendly for the communities. They may not be sure what an RMP and a TRI and a NPL and EPA and XYZ. So it would be helpful to maybe have a list of acronyms. And even for somebody who's worked in the regulatory agency for 25 years, I still need to have a list of acronyms sometimes. Some sort of, and it's on the website, but it's not in the PDF. And I do realize the difficulty with trying to keep PDFs updated. It's easier to update a website than a PDF documentation, but maybe considering if there's a full technical documentation and a EJ Screen Lite technical documentation, that one is on the website and one is fully documented, and then those are updated when the version tool is updated. I have a lot of different comments here, so I'm going to be bouncing all over. A table, or it's on the website, but some sort of table that clarifies the buffers that are used for the certain point indicators, the sources that are used, and links to those sources. So it is sporadically in the PDF. You can find it when you dig around in the website, but it would be nice to have those, some sort of compiled table that says, here's our data sources we used. Here's the URL so you can go get it. And they do have the ability to download the data, and that's in a different spot, but maybe some sort of a compiled table that says, here's this data that we put on this. This is an EJ indicator. Here's, if it has a buffer built into it or a buffer that we can calculate. Here's the year that this data is sourced. It is modeled data, like some of the air indicators, versus point data or taken from a source that's not modeled, like the lead paint. So, and then that sort of the modeled, from my perspective, the modeled versus the pulled data from the census also has an indicator of quality, whether it's been QA, QC'd, and what sort of margin of error is in there. And that margin of error is very important for those large groups that we see in rural areas, because sometimes the margin of error is just as much as what the population is in that block group. So I think that would be very helpful. I already mentioned about there's a bit of a disconnect between what's in the PDF and the website. Case studies, I think, would be very, very helpful. And then also to make it user-friendly for the communities, like Sakobi mentioned, the office hours, and I commend EPA for putting the office hours and the links to the webinars. Those have been very, very helpful. I refer our staff, hey, there's office hours. I advertise for that. We have a couple of people, you know, every time they have an office hours, watch those. It might be helpful to have on those office hours on the website or the different recordings that are already out there about EJ Screen. What are the topics we're going to be covering? So that way it might be easier for the community members to say, oh, I want to learn how to use a supplemental index. This is what's going to be covered on this office hour. So that might be a little bit more helpful to make it user-friendly and accessible for the community members. The distinction between a policy document and a technical document, I hesitate to use the term policy document because I keep going back to what David's comment was. This is a screening tool. And so it's the ability to put things that have a high likelihood of potential harms to communities if something bad happens. And so it's the ability to start a conversation about certain aspects of the built environment, the regulated environment. And then we're adding in some of the demographic factors in there that might start those conversations. And so keeping that in mind, I think case studies are very important and need to be carefully vetted out. That we want to be careful with doing policy decisions on a screening tool, because at its core, the states, a lot of states have primacy over these regulated areas. And so to have things come from the federal level, and I understand, so this is what's helpful, is that it creates kind of a national picture. But at its core, a lot of these things are regulated locally. And so if we use it as a screening tool, then you can have those local conversations. So EPA mentioned that they are trying to move towards there's plans for a EJ Screen Lite. So that might help some of those distinctions about separating the highly technical documentation that would be used for like the people in this room versus the community organizations who want to make their community a healthy place to live. Yeah, and then I just have one more comment about transparency between the model data and the measured data and QA indicators. I guess I already mentioned that. So thank you. I talked a lot.
Sakobi, do you have something to add? I can see a hand up. If not, we can open it up for discussion. Or
Cindy Hu, I really appreciate the discussion so far about increasing the accessibility of the tool. So with regarding to that point, I have a few recommendations. First is to conduct more formal user testing. While it's one thing to give people PDFs or videos to read and learn about things, like there are certain chunk of the population they learn the best by doing it. So it'll be very fruitful to select representative members and engage like Sakobi mentioned, engage the UI UX designers to give the user a task and just observe how they perform that task on EJ Screen. And if it's the first time somebody have ever opened EJ Screen, that even better, you get to observe in real time where your user really stumble and where they really struggle to find the answers. The second suggestion is and maybe it's not necessary for the web-based tool, but at least for EJ Screen Mobile, it is incredibly useful to have like a walkthrough of the tool, just as when you land an app, usually there are a few steps in the beginning where the app just shows you where to find things, what are some of the most common used functions. Many users, if they're familiar with the app, they will skip and just go right into sign in. But if it's someone first time and landing on EJ Screen Mobile, it will be very helpful to have a few tutorials or walkthrough steps before like showing the user a blank map, because it can be pretty confusing to start with a blank map.
Ted Auk, I was just going to add something about the ability to add shape files to this tool. And I think there's a need for there's really a need for a better clarification, not a clarification or explanation of how one would do that. And like, for example, what is the projection system or what is the projection of the data that they're using? Do they have UTM? Do they have state plane? What does it need to be in if it goes in there? Some of the issues around that, the ability to add other files like CSV files or delimited text files, whatever the case may be. I think that needs to be better clarified because it wasn't really clear to me. The other one is the ability, when we're talking about applicability to residents or to frontline communities. I mean, how many times have we all interacted with people who have a spreadsheet of, addresses and, pH readings or electrical conductivity readings or some measure that they're measuring, and they have a spreadsheet and it's just street addresses. And the ability to enter that data and develop a street or a address locator would be really helpful, I think, for people, because they're not, most likely they're not going to have shape files. They're not going to have lat long. They won't have any of the stuff I just mentioned, but they might have street addresses. So the ability for people to do that and walking them through that kind of thing, to the previous comment about a tutorial, I think that would be really helpful. And I can definitely echo that need to ground truth it in these communities, especially given the Wi-Fi or the internet connection concerns that people have around there. And then also about adding data. I've been frustrated with the fact that when you add data, the symbology of the data is not, you can't work with that at all. It's just kind of static. And I think that needs to be worked on, because if you have pipelines or you have different infrastructure that you want to add into that, again, absent a state tool, if you live in a state where they're not doing this, this is what you have. So the ability to fully flesh out or differentiate those data sets that you're adding would be really helpful. And I would even argue that if you could somehow, kind of like what you all did with your EPA regulated sites, have the ability for someone to drop in data, state data, and weight that data. Like I've got tons of examples, but weight a specific site by certain activity that it is involved in, or how much waste that it disposes of, or landfill that it takes in. Being able to weight data that people bring into this, because that nationally consistent hurdle is really high in rural areas, and it's really high when it comes to like energy infrastructure that I look at a lot. So the fact that it is high, and the fact that absent that, and the fact that we probably can't overcome that hurdle in anytime soon, this is what we have. So I think if we're gonna err on the side of nationally consistent data, we have to make sure that if someone's pulling in state data, they can really represent that data well vis-a-vis what you already have on there. So yeah, those are my comments.
Veronica?
Yes, one thing that I wanted to add was about the fact that many times in the documentation there are links to other EPA web pages that, or maybe even not EPA web pages, but where there is a description of what is the data source that is used. And in some cases, we cannot expect that those web pages links will always work. And so, for example, for the cancer risk for diesel, I spent considerable amount of time to try to figure out where the data description was. So I think maybe in developing this technical documentation, it would be good to also think about the fact that links do not exist forever, or web pages do not exist forever, and so have some smaller summary that at least provides a high level description to the community user about what this data represents and how it's been obtained, that is not necessarily reliant on a web page that one day may disappear, and then you are left with not knowing how that data was obtained.
Yeah, David Rojas.
Yeah, thank you. Just two quick comments. One is based on the colors that the gradients are presented. So as a colorblind person, it's challenging to really identify the difference between what is less or a higher or lower percentile. So this is not user-friendly or inclusive in some ways. So I know that probably the developers want to highlight different areas, but the intensity of the colors changes in the gradient, and that is not beneficial to understand the patterns. So follow one single intensity will be more beneficial, and the other comment is related to the information. So to really identify what is the information related to the specific indicator, you really need to go and click in the labeling and the top of the gradient to really see the icon that say information. So this icon should be on the side of each individual index. So you can click very easily to identify what is the definition of that specific index. Thank you.
Any other? Yeah. Go ahead.
Naomi Yoder. A lot of my recommendations are about accessibility and essentially thinking about the least experienced, least adept user. So kind of gearing the information windows and things that you might click on just within the mapping tool. Those things being like extremely redundant and, kind of, they might seem extra, but it's going to be really useful for somebody that has never seen it or isn't used to, going and finding, map tools and examining what that means. So then on the other side of that, we also, for someone that has a lot of experience using mapping tools and trying to dig into the details, we also need to have that available. So, and I think a number of people have spoken to that. So kind of having the ability to drill down, I think is kind of what my view would be, having like that documentation and information that's available, without having to download or, pull up a PDF or go to a different website, and then, also having linked in, like in the table of contents, you can have that, you could have a video, a how-to video linked into the data documentation. And a couple of people have mentioned this, but I second the ability to download the GIS data, both download the GIS data that's from EJ Screen and upload your own GIS data, but have that available in the tool, in the map screen, because that's right now, it does take a more adept user to go and find where to download that data. And so that's, it would be helpful in a number of ways to, have the ability to even download a table or, if there's a table available, indicate that. But, for the mapping folks, just making it a little bit more straightforward.
Any other comments and suggestions and recommendations? And I think we have a lot of interesting recommendations, from the more general ones to very specific that we already have listed in the preliminary comments, including missing page number 31 to broader issues that need to be addressed in terms of the mapping and downloading capabilities. So you have a lot to work with, Veronica, in terms of and I guess your team in terms of the recommendations for question number 7. Okay, if there are no further questions, I suggest we take a break, like a recess time for 15 minutes, which means we can reconvene at 10:35 Eastern time right here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I just wanted to provide a clarification. Today, we are not listening to oral public comments. However, we have received one written comment has been shared with the panel members, and that comment was also just recently posted on the SAB website. For the members of the public that would like to engage with the panel and address the panel tomorrow, there is a public comment period. If interested, please email me at figueroa.zaida@epa.gov. I just wanted to provide that clarification. Thank you.
Thanks, Zaida. And before we begin topic number 3, just wanted to point out that we do have time to cover 2 charge questions. That would be 8 and 9 before we break for lunch, right? So that would be, I guess, our goal. So on that note, I would like to invite Dr. Sukobi Wilson to introduce topic number 3 and the charge questions that comprise this category.
Okay, hello. So with topic number 3, recommendations on the demographic and environmental considerations in the EJ screen equations. I am helping to lead this with other panel members who will provide their feedback. Charge question 8 is in the document, EJ screen averages data on low income and people of color to form the demographic index, which is used to create the EJ indexes. The supplemental indices using the average of data on low income, unemployment, less than high school education, limited English speaking, and low life expectancy to form the supplemental demographic index. The one is the comment on whether the demographic inputs used in the supplemental index calculations reflect the peer-reviewed literature and current understanding of the demographics on environmental justice, vulnerable communities, and if there are any suggestion additions, deletions, other changes to how these 2 demographic indices are calculated. So we don't have a overall summary for our section. So what I'll do first is I'll basically kind of give my perspective on this particular question, and then we'll go around to other panel members who contributed to this section. And then I'll pass the mic back to you, Jay, so you can open up for other of the larger panel members, the other panel members to provide feedback. So to identify step indicators to map demographic index, we reviewed a number of existing environmental justice screening mapping tools. So there's California Environmental Screen is one of the oldest tools. We also have ModTool, Maryland EJ Screen, and there's other tools that are out there as well. I mean, you can look at this issue of socioeconomic indicators. You can look at the Urban Sustainability Disasters Network. It's something we've talked about. It contains a percentage of people under the age of 5 and percentage of people over the age of 64. So you think about those populations, they're more susceptible to environmental pollution hazards due to inhalation rates, due to development stages, due to pre-existing conditions for those who are a little bit older. So there's going to be life stage susceptibilities and vulnerabilities that they're very relevant. And so I think those types of indicators are important to be included in the demographic index. There's other socioeconomic indicators that are also important to include in the supplemental index, like linguistic isolation, as measured by Collin Viral Screen, which is the percentage of households in a census tract in which no individual of at least 14 years of age speaks English very well or speaks English only. And so this is highly correlated with the presence of non-white populations in a census tract. And I made a point, I believe yesterday, saying that this type of indicator is actually a conflated indicator because it actually brings in race, ethnicity into play. When integrated into the supplemental demographic index, you will be adequately able to EJ Screen to bring in things like climate-related stressors. So I think overall, when you look at these issues of low income, unemployment, less than high school education, limited English speaking, and low life expectancy, I think these are important to be included in a supplemental demographic index. We know that SES is a major sort of social vulnerability. Is very important when we think about those populations who are impacted by environmental justice. And then when you think about the issue of context and place, from a life expectancy perspective, life expectancy in many ways shows the negative impacts of negative cumulative impacts, right, of environmental injustice and how it plays out in life expectancy. Your zip code is more important than your genetic code, so place matters. So you've heard those terms. So I think from an EJ context, having life expectancy is really, it's in the EJ literature and science is important, but in the EJ movement, lots of folks are really concerned about the differences in life expectancy that they believe, through their experiences are due to the burdens and hazards and exposures that they're experiencing differentially at the local level. So that's my quick overview from my response for charge question 8. I will go to another panel member, maybe in our list, or Esther, if you want to comment.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think some of the things that were brought up yesterday that I had thought about for this charge question was around kind of the percent low income indicator, especially with the geographical and regional variations that we see for urban and rural communities. With the limited English speaking indicator, I struggled a little bit because when in the supplemental index, in the absence of race as an indicator, especially because the different environmental injustices have happened explicitly through environmental racism, I worried a little bit about language proficiency related to Indigenous people and our Black and African American population when limited English speaking indicator might not be the best fit, or they might kind of get missed if we have to, in a context, not be able to use race as an indicator. And so I struggled a little bit as to what else we can kind of put in there, or whether that indicator alone would be comprehensive enough. And then similarly for like the low life expectancy indicator, I think very important to have in here, perhaps with the justification that it captures the other, not necessarily socioeconomic, but maybe the sociodemographic vulnerabilities that otherwise aren't captured as kind of a proxy measure in there. I think if the justification for that is more so to kind of measure the outcomes of it, which I don't think fits into that definition of the demographic and supplemental index we had, then it might not belong in there. So recommending just kind of, a language shift there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. David?
Yeah, thank you. So my comments are focusing first in probably a little bit more explanation why the demographic index only include 2 indicators. It looks like there's linked to the specific legislation or regulation that provides for the EJ screen to describe this specific demographic index in addition to the other supplemental indexes. So just adding clarification on that portion and make it more clear. The second point is that supplemental demographic index, probably that, again, as we mentioned before, the name is not very helpful. So change the name and put some suggestions in the comprehensive expanded. There are other wordings that are probably more appropriate for this definition, but changing the name will be one of the recommendations from my side. In addition, that and we also mentioned this yesterday, the life expectancy, that is more like a biological susceptibility, not a social vulnerability, and it's not clear that that demographic index is aiming to capture biological susceptibility plus social vulnerabilities. If that is the case, it is okay to keep the life expectancy, but then you should include other biological susceptibilities that you already have in a tool, like other specific diseases. In addition to those diseases, the same source that the EJ screen is using from the CDC provide other organs and system diseases. So capturing only respiratory diseases or cardiovascular disease is not enough. So mental health, cancers, there are many other in the CDC places data that provides a more comprehensive description of organs and systems than the singularity of life expectancy. So my recommendations is to clearly define why they want to capture with the social vulnerability, and if it's also biological susceptibility, that need to be stated. And if that is the case, they need to be expanded beyond life expectancy. And in terms of the social vulnerability concept, they're missing indicators that are available at the federal level, like the housing cost burden, the transportation cost burden that should be included there, and also the disability that there is already a hint to add that in the process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. Anne?
Thank you. This is Ann Fritz. Most of my comments have already been stated by others here, but I agree that with Tim is going to be talking a little bit in his written comments about its lack of access to resources. So the health indicators, low life expectancy due to lack of access to healthcare, visits to primary care physicians, things like that. I do address these comments and then a little bit more detail and further charge questions when it comes to the rural area. So I'll kind of save most of the comments for those questions.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Tim?
Tim, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, the comments that I inserted here, I originally inserted under the rural part, and the focus that I had was on, like Ann mentioned, the concern about lack of access to resources that sort of underpins. I mean, a lot of people who focus on vulnerability generally focus on access to resources being a key thing, but in rural areas in particular, there are in the CDC places, the track level estimates, there are some pretty decent variables that gauge access to healthcare. There are other measures one could implement that focus on access to like food, access to social services, and I have more details about that in the rural charge questions, but that was the one dimension that I think could probably be better represented in the social indicators.
Thank you. And Jay, before we go to other panelists, I think one of the things to think about, just to kind of summarize what's been said, there's some additional indicators out there that'll be useful to include more on the resources infrastructure side. And so that would be important for both in the urban context and in more suburban too, but also the rural context. We're doing that column, this conversation so far. But I think the infrastructure discussion is really important. So from an environmental justice perspective, we talk a lot about hazards, burdens, exposures, differential risks. Another thing which gets to some of the social demographic stuff is the social determinants of health. Psychosocial stressors comes up as well. But I think the really key on this part of the supplemental is the access to health promoting infrastructure. And I believe I said yesterday is the access to and the quality of. Access to could be proximity, but proximity doesn't necessarily be access. So access, proximity, and quality of infrastructure and health promoting infrastructure. You have health restricting and health promoting, and being able to visualize the health restricting and the health promoting infrastructure, but more positive framing, for this supplemental is as Tim said, social services, access to healthcare, as others have said and said, access to food infrastructure, access to housing infrastructure. And again, that brings in the dimensions of the cumulative impacts as well, which I know we'll talk more about that. I just wanted to lift that up, that resources side, the infrastructure side is a space where there more can be done as it relates to these enhanced, I won't use the word supplemental, enhanced or more comprehensive indices. In our Maryland EJ Screen tool, which I didn't note in my section, we also have something in our tool, in an older version of the tool called context layers, which were more informed by the local community's input, but really get at that issue of infrastructure. We brought in supermarkets, for example, as access to grocery stores and supermarkets, access to green space. We have a totally separate tool, our park equity mapping tool, which is access to parks right? So just wanted to kind of dig in that a little bit more, but I'll go ahead and pass the mic to you, Jay. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are open for discussion and comments from the other panel members.
This is Adriana Zúñiga. I have a comment on demographics that may not be well captured in the tool, and I can think of two groups. Migrants is one. It's a very vulnerable population group, very, very low in the power structure. Temporary workers are iconic in environmental justice. The use of pesticides in agriculture in California, it's kind of a iconic case study. So I wonder how to capture, this group can be capturing the non-English speaking, category, because that could be an indicator of migration, and it's not a question in the census, and I understand why. But just to highlight that this is a very vulnerable group, we have seen articles lately about child workers in industry and so forth. The second group that I don't think it's captured is homeless people, and they are probably the most vulnerable population. They settle in the worst areas or wherever they can, and they're obviously not in the census either, but maybe we can capture them by shelters and number of people served by shelters, although they might not be living close to a shelter. But I just want to bring up those two groups. Thanks.
We have Jim Sad, I think.
This is Jim Sad. I'd like to raise the idea that unemployment be removed from the supplemental index, and perhaps even as a demographic indicator as well. It's self-reported in the ACS, and the response to the ACS question from one individual is affected by many factors, many of which are at the individual level and don't really say much about the community at large. And imputing these counts to a larger population, as is done with the ACS in its methodology, is a pretty large stretch. The unemployment rate also moves rapidly within a 5-year period. So averaging it over that period also sort of muddies the accuracy of this metric. And then finally, unemployment rate is less specific and I think less useful than income and poverty and educational attainment. And having unemployment included sort of dilutes the impact of these metrics and contributes to the problem of double counting and in perhaps distorting the supplemental index or any index or other aggregated value.
Yeah, so with the under 5 and over 64 that's included in here, I was thinking that, and I understand why that's included, but when I think about places like the Ohio River Valley, it's the ages 20 to 44, which seems to be hollowing out because of like the opioid crisis. So that's a big deal, and it's not captured in what we're measuring here. And there's some sort of ratio here that we could get out of, like, I mean, if you spend a lot of time down there, you see a lot of grandparents raising 5-year-olds. So it's like, that's increasingly the norm. So I think just doing under 5 and over 64 doesn't capture some of what's going on in those areas where this opioid epidemic has just run roughshod over communities. And also in communities of color, that same demographic has been, you know, overly imprisoned. And so that's a factor that I think that the under age 20 to 44 needs to be captured in some way for those two reasons in different environments, rural and urban. The other thing I wanted to mention was the Bureau of Indian Affairs has their American Indian Population and Labor Force report, which I think would be a more appropriate for measuring some of these questions that we're asking about indigenous communities. I know this because I've heard them tell me this, that the census and all of these things that we're talking about doesn't really capture what it is they're dealing with. And that's a report that's issued, I think, every 5 or 6 years, or maybe it was every 2, I'm not sure. And then the other thing when I'm thinking about these communities is proximity to libraries. Libraries are like a big deal in these communities. And so I think that that's something that needs to be captured. And then I had something else I wanted to mention. Oh, just echoing the point that Dr. Adriana was mentioning about migrant labor force. I know that there's some people in Iowa and Nebraska that are doing some really good work at trying to document this shadow workforce, which is really hard to do, but increasingly seems to be a big deal. And then I guess I had a question about unemployment. So there's U3 and there's U6 unemployment. And I think U3 is the one that we all talk about, but U6 I think is unemployed, underemployed, or like marginally connected to the workforce. So maybe that's a replacement for unemployment. If we're going to just take out unemployment, we could replace it with the U6 measure, which seems to be something that in the times of recessions more reflects what's going on in communities. So those are my things that I wanted to mention. And then one more I wanted to say, which is especially we see this in Cuyahoga County, which is real estate tax as a percentage of household value. So some sort of measure of this flat tax, property tax that people are paying as a percentage of their property value, which is really increasingly a big issue in some of these communities where white flight took place and urban areas are hollowed out, and but yet the flat tax is a big deal. So those are my comments about that.
We'll go to Sakobi.
Yeah, really good comment. So just uplift again, appreciate the comments on migrant workers. I was going to add, I think someone mentioned incarcerated individuals. If we think about some three populations that we really need to bring in more, and at my annual EJ symposium, we've been trying to focus on them more. Migrant workers to a certain extent, but recently homeless populations, and then also incarcerated individuals. There's a lot of new EJ work around folks within the carceral space, and then once they leave the carceral space, right, and going back to their home communities. So I think uplifting that is important. Back on the resources side, so centers of like community or cultural wellness. So libraries, faith institutions, community centers, all that type of salutogenic, was the term like to use, salutogenic infrastructure. Again, more on that justice pathway, the positive side. I think that would really be important. And also it speaks back to my comments I made yesterday, and I referred to today about resiliency, or whatever better term you want to use. If resiliency is not the right term to use. And then I'm not sure if we said it yet. Maybe we have the critical service areas, bringing some of that information in around healthcare access, I think was stated, but also insurance. And this one and I want to, hopefully I'm clear on this. So you have healthcare insurance, but you also have home insurance, like, residential insurance, right? Because of climate change and people who are in areas where they cannot get insured, right? And what does that mean when you have an event and they're not able to recover? So there's the inequities in the recovery, right? And then even with the FEMA formula and in dollars, and who gets those monies. But just wanted to highlight, access to healthcare, health insurance, and access to home insurance and the cost of insurance. And so maybe some of the HRSA data when it comes to Medicaid, Medicare populations, and then those populations who may be underinsured or hard to insure as another measure of vulnerability. I'll stop there, Jay.
Yeah, thanks. And well, before I go to the other panel members, if I can speak as a panel member, not chair, I think these are all great comments and suggestions, but I think if you're thinking in terms of this charge question as well as the next one, in terms of looking beyond the US Census or ACS data, there are a number of different data sources that probably do a better job of capturing people at risk during the daytime, because to me the census is focused on residential data and those who are at risk during the nighttime for the most part. So, but there are other data sets like school enrollment, right? Children at risk, and K through 12 data sets can also be added. I think Sakobi mentioned prison populations now publicly available. So there are, I think, a number of non-census or non-ACS data sets, and including those that focus on workplace, again, the daytime aspect of risks. I think that we can recommend as part of this charge question. Okay, so we have Ari first and then Ashish.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile to just sort of make a distinction because we're talking about the demographic index, the demographic variables here, and that's used to combine with some of the other indicators to make an index. So as we have a lot of good ideas about indicators to add in, but we should probably think about if it's best to add it into this demographic index or the supplemental demographic index rather than maybe creating a separate category and combining it with the demographic index. Because the more stuff you pile in, it kind of dilutes, you kind of lose resolution of what you're actually trying to look at, because that demographic index and the supplemental demographic index, those things get collapsed into sort of one number and then kind of added in with the in this what we have now are the environmental indicators. But I would suggest maybe expanding the environmental indicators to other sets of indicators and combining with the demographic to create a demographic index, just so you can kind of you keep the resolution of the actual issue that you're trying to address.
Yeah, Ashish Sharma here. I've been listening to the all the great points that have been said, and if you look at just the demographic distribution, demographic index, and any other index, I have a fundamental question. We are taking here a very simplistic approach of averaging few things and coming up with with an index. But why are we not taking some robust mathematical consideration like PCA analysis or something to figure out which are the most important drivers from hundreds of indicators that we are talking about that we just discussed right now, which are some of them are region specific like migration or in general as well. And maybe using that kind of a framework to come up with which are the most critical indicators that we need to select. And maybe we could do it and divide the US in different regions and then have, okay, for this region, migration is critical. Maybe that gets somehow through PCA or something, more weights, and it's not uniform. I know that there is complexities with that too, but I think we need to be a little bit more inclusive and maybe think of different novel ways, maybe mathematical ways to account for what is more critical for X region. So maybe taking a different approach rather than a very simplistic approach, I think could be useful here.
And I think that connects to yesterday's discussion on whether simplicity should be prioritized versus comprehensiveness. I think that's how David had expressed that. But I'll go to Sakobi first and then, with his hand.
Yeah, no, great point there. So Jay, I don't want to get myself in trouble because I made a joke quip in a previous meeting about I have a grant proposal that's under review. That I don't want to go into too great a detail with statistical methods. I don't want to pollute the potential pool of reviewers for my proposal here. So, but no, PCA is something, principal component analysis is something that we talked about in the grant proposal used to be more, statistically rigorous. And so I agree with that point. And so, we have EPA regions, right? You could do it based on, you could do it in multiple ways, but it's because of active exercise. You got NCA 5 regions. We actually helped build a mapping tool for National Academy of Medicine and looking at differential climate risks across the country, integrating data from various, EPA, CDC, and also using the CEQ tool data, right? And we broke it down by looking at regional risk by the NCA 5 regions. And so I think the reason why I bring that up is, we didn't use PCA in that. It was more of a simple following some of the other indexing approaches. But I do think PCA and some more rigorous statistical methods could be useful into laying the framework for which indicators we include in environmental indices and also demographic indices. But I also would say in our proposal, again, hopefully this doesn't contaminate the pool. Hopefully some of y'all are reviewing it, but I won't say anything bad. Do what you got to do. But we also have a feedback loop where impacted residents also help select the indicators. So you have the PCA, but you then also have people who actually experience environmental justice also help to look at the indicators too. So I would just go back to my previous point as we go through this process, that could be part of a recommendation of bringing in more rigorous statistical methods like PCA, but also having that representative component with communities, also being to provide their feedback to kind of see how things differ between the two. And then just on a different point, Jay, and going back to the previous point about biological sort of measures, I think we need to have maybe a deeper conversation about life expectancy. Because I see it as more of an outcome measure as relates to the cumulative impacts of living in EJ communities. And yes, you can look at it biologically, but if you look at it from more of a ecosystem level perspective, looking at the life expectancy is more ecological in nature, in my opinion. And so it's an appropriate indicator. And maybe not in this demographic index, but having it somewhere else, I think is useful. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Marjorie Elion. I just wanted to sort of comment on a different kind of level, because I think there's two things. I think Hashish has a really good comment, and other people have made too, including and myself, about sort of the range of impacts, and you're taking an arithmetic average, and so things get diluted. The range of values, one thing can mask something else, and also the range of impacts. So there's a lot of different ways that you could do a PCA to try to figure out what the most important things are. But I also think, like, thinking to the future about this tool and developing it, I think that some of the health related variables are going to be increasing, because that's been really under viewed to this point. And it seems like it might be, not to complicate things too much, but appropriate to have another index, either a public health index, which could include things like the parks. And I also like to use the word public health and not just focus on medical, because I think people's well-being is a broader vision of what health is than how many access times you can go to see emergency room visits or something like that. And I understand that some data could be more difficult, but something like low life expectancy to me would fall more under that kind of category of a health or public health index, and would add a lot. And so when communities are interested in separating out some of the health related variables from air pollution just because of their own regional differences, that could be a way to really clarify, because I think we're mixing up a lot of things. Some other people have mentioned, like, this isn't a demographic kind of variable. And so I think it would help to step back and kind of be careful about how we place things so that they are placed in the right categories, because then it just gets really confusing, or can be. And so I would say that those are two things. And when you have so many of the regional additions that you could add, I think the issue with that, again, is because of the arithmetic and you divide by the number of indicators, then it just gets more and more complicated. And I think, to go back to the point about the tool and screening and simplicity, it's got to be some more localized, going down to the deep dive that will help communities and regions to use the tool most effectively.
Yeah, Veronica, next.
Yes, I think I wanted to comment on PCA. I feel that there is a little bit of a misunderstanding of what PCA is. PCA is a statistical method that is used today to do data dimension reduction. But what PCA does, it identifies a linear combination of the original variable, and in a way that you create components that are orthogonal to each other and represent the major axis of variation. So this is different from understanding what is, so this is if you want to summarize a very large dimensional space of demographic variables, and you want to pick up what are the directions where you see major variability. Is this what the EJ variables that we're trying to identify should do? I think there is a relationship to vulnerability in terms of health. So what we're thinking about is not summarizing these different demographic indicators to identify the major direction of variability across the United States, but it is try to pick up what variables are important to contribute vulnerability or susceptibilities in different communities. So I don't think that PCA is the answer. This is my first point. The second point is actually with a collaborator of mine, we have investigated this issue with respect to vulnerability to heat, because there is a similar question there about trying to identify what variables are developing indices that basically characterize susceptibility and vulnerability to heat. Many times people throw in several indicators that are percentage impervious surface, green cover, and then demographic and also medical characteristic, throw everything into the PCA. And then when they go to validate whether the indices that they have created in this way actually matches what is observed on the ground, that there is not much of a match, meaning that a place where this index has been created with PCA is high, not always corresponds to a place where you see high vulnerability to hit. This is a paper that we have published in Environmental Health Perspective a couple of years ago to actually really alert the community about thinking more carefully about the use of PCA to create these indices. And so I think that a different direction would be take these different demographic indicators, and I think the weighting of these demographic indicators should be different location to location to really characterize what aspect of demographic is important or contribute to susceptibility in one place versus another. But I really want to dispel this myth of PCA as the solution to this type of question, because PCA was born to try to identify major axes of variation in whatever variable you're throwing, set of variables you're throwing into the PCA. And summarizing variability is not the same as identifying what is the combination of factors that contribute to susceptibility in a community.
So Kobe?
Any comments for Veronica? Thankfully, I have other methods in my proposal besides PCA. And we also have a whole weighting approach with the community partners. But again, hopefully none of y'all reviewing that. I'm not polluting your review, that proposal. Just want to go back to the comment from Dr. Alion. It just as an example, but just to give y'all another example. So, you know, my team is a part of the team that received the Region 3 TICTAC. So we're in the process of building out a Region 3 EJ screen tool. And, you know, we're going to be leveraging Maryland EJ screen. So Region 3 includes West Virginia, you know, Delaware, DC, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. And so the plan is we'll have subtools too. So we'll have a regional tool and we'll have subtools for basically for each state. And then, which I didn't say earlier, everyone, but I'll bring this back up when we talk about rural variables. We also are working to expand our you know, more relevant, spatially relevant rural indicators as well for Maryland, and want to do the same work for the rest of Region 3. So I just want to give that as an example of, you know, what we should be doing in this conversation, as we're saying, you know, having regional focus, having state level tools, making sure that we have it informed by the appropriate, you know, entities right in those states. And then when it comes to this demographic question, making sure you have the right demographic data, because yes, there are going to be some, you know, comparable things across these states, but then, you know, within the states, there's going to be some demographic variation, and across the states, there's going to be variation. So this thing it can be complicated, but I just want to give everyone an example of what we're doing right now. And I think, you know, there's some other, I think what's mentioned before about, you know, the issue of migrant workers. That's something we need to take into account in this regional tool. The issue of incarcerated persons, homeless persons, we have to take into account in this tool. So I think when you get back to how do we really create this enhanced index, I think it's going to be important to make sure we have the appropriate, you know, demographic data, right, census data, but also I think it's going to be important to work with state agencies, and as Jay said, other agencies that get different types of demographic data, workplace data, you know, occupational data, school data, and there's other data too, because I think, you know, we may be missing, nationally, we may not be able to do this, but from a regional perspective, we want to make sure we, as I said earlier, we want to make sure we make invisible populations in our areas concerned that are experiencing environmental justice. And I think because of the way the EJ screen works, we're not capturing all those folks in the national data set. So I know it's a long-winded way to say that, but I'll stop talking. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, this is Quinkar. I just wanted to kind of lay out a few data sources that seem accessible and kind of get at these dynamics of homelessness and migrant workers. I talked about HUD's cost burden household data, which I think could be a very good addition. But HUD also does homelessness assessments as of last year. I don't know how easy it is to add it to the tool. And then the American Community Survey also has migrant flow data. So that could also be seriously considered. And I definitely take seriously the having too many indicators and diluting the data because of that. And kind of as a policy person, I would think, well, let's do a multivariate analysis on which demographic indicators are having the most impact on pollution exposures that people are experiencing. So maybe that's been done in some capacity before. But I just think those considerations should be considered. Thanks.
Cindy, who I want to bring us back to one comment Marianne made in her remarks yesterday, which is, the more recent EJ definition. The environmental justice is the fair treatment of and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income. So maybe I think we can talk about whether the current demographics and supplemental demographics index with all these additional ideas correctly capture that idea of people regardless of race, color, national origin, or income.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I think the current definition based on the executive order from, April 21st that came out also adds disability in the broader environmental justice definition. So I think that probably relates to this charge question as well, for Sakobi and his team.
Thank you for that, Jay.
David Kaniski, I guess I want to come back to the charge question with respect to the indicators that are included in the supplemental demographic index. And part of our conversation from yesterday, where we were reminded that the reason for this index and the reason why the index does not include race is for primarily policymaking reasons at the agency. And I raise this because to me, one of the indicators I struggle the most with this supplemental index is the low life expectancy, which, as I mentioned yesterday, seems more like an outcome than it is anything else. But I suspect, and I think this would be borne out if we carefully investigate this empirically, that is what's doing the work of maintaining some closeness with the primary demographic index with respect to race, right? And if we were to remove that, we would probably lose a lot in so doing. But I am sort of torn on this because it is a different kind of an indicator from the rest. I do think maybe. So that's something I just want to raise. I don't have a particular recommendation about that, but I think it's a little bit of a thorny issue that we have to wrestle with as we think through our recommendations. I do think that we should also consider putting into this index sort of the age measures that are already available in EJ Screen, because we know those populations. I'm thinking of children, young children, as well as people over the age of 65 or likewise, or something similar, we know are vulnerable to all sorts of environmental exposures, more vulnerable. So it strikes me that those should be included in this supplemental index. So I offer those as comments, and I would just maybe ask everyone more generally to sort of think about if we were to add other vulnerable populations, let's be concrete as to what we're recommending. Are we saying that they should be included as in a long list of socioeconomic indicators, or are we suggesting they be included in these indices, right? And I think we want to be very clear as to what we're recommending as we make these suggestions. Thanks.
Yeah, those are great points, because we do have a question, which is, charge question number 9, I think, where we have the opportunity to add, I think, number 10, where we get into other environmental data sets. We don't really have a question specifically focusing on other demographic or socioeconomic or both, right? So maybe this could be the question where, those data sets, as David just mentioned, kind of specifying the variables and their sources. Ashish.
Yeah, two things. So there are two issues. First, we need to identify, okay, what all are the variables that we need to include. We have floated few of the ideas right here, which are not included and are critical to some regions. And second is, if we have a long laundry list of all the variables, then how do you account for them to make sure those are well represented in those areas? I said PCA is a method, right? And we don't want to use PCA with demographic and outcomes and sensitivity and exposure variables. If you massage it all together to develop PCA, I understand it will mess it up. So you can have that is one kind of mathematical framework, but something along those lines just for demographic itself, I think then will not dilute the mathematics behind it. So at the same time, like as a climate scientist, we divide the regions based on climate zones. So that could be one of the metrics that could be used to subdivide these regions and then come up with demographic index eventually that is useful for that region. So there are different ways to do it. And I think at the same time, EJ Screen is a screening tool, but I personally think, and speaking on behalf of communities with which we work, we as a review advisory board committee should not recommend something which we know is not well representative of those regions. So if we need to modify it and have a brainstorming discussion to just see, okay, how can we make sure that these things are well represented in the sub-regions, maybe we need to take a completely different approach to even think about how EJ Screen can help communities moving forward. And if it needs a complete revamping, because it's not a project, it will end, it has to go on. We don't have to fit in with whatever is going on, but maybe take a drastic approach to go in a completely new direction using different approaches that we do in academia, working with communities and other aspects. So just an open thought that we don't have to be confined with what is present, but maybe also think outside the scope of boundaries so that maybe next 5 years or 10 years, this toolkit can become a go-to place where communities can build trust.
Any other comments or recommendations for charge question number 8?
Adriana Zúñiga, I have a quick comment regarding income that we've talked about poverty levels and how many times and all that, but maybe we capture single parent households could be a way to, represent struggle in the household, or even free lunches in schools. And there's data that can also kind of show the burden of some households. Thanks.
Cindy Hu. So as I'm sitting here and I hear all the great ideas being thrown around, it just reminds me of, and I have to bring it up, it's a social vulnerability index developed by the CDC. And it includes a lot of indicators we're talking about here, like single parent household, age 65 and older, housing burden, transportation. So yeah, maybe we also as a group want to discuss, like, to what extent do we want to replicate work done by other agencies? And I know one limitation of the CDC SVI is that it's available at the census tract level, which may be too coarse for our purpose. So maybe also as we think about all these potential demographic indicators we can think about the spatial resolution that we have reliable estimates for. A lot of the SCS variables are only available at the tract level.
David Rojas.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate my recommendation if we include life expectancy, that it's an important one, we should also include other biological susceptibilities. And the CDC places already provide those at the national scale. And my recommendation from the list and from the CDC places is to choose those diseases or health outcomes that are more prevalent in the US and capture different organs and systems. So we have the tendency to focus on in respiratory diseases or in cardiovascular diseases, but these need to be included organs and systems and prevalence as a prioritization criteria, in addition to housing cost burden and transportation cost burden.
Yes, I think a couple of or more panel members mentioned CDC places, but I'm not sure if the data is available at the census block group level yet. It's a track level data set. Am I correct? So we have to be mindful of that as well when we make that recommendation.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the CDC data is, and I might be wrong, is not available for rural communities with respect to health outcomes. Am I right or wrong? Sorry.
It is available for all the country, all the US, rural and urban settings.
Okay.
Yeah, this version is available for every track. There was an older version. The 500 city study was only available for the top 500 cities, but since then they've gone on and made it available for every track.
Okay. Yeah.
One comment, this is Michael Schmeltz. One comment related to the CDC places is sort of the description of the data set was that it was sort of funded with a partnership between Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and it just makes me think about how long is that partnership going to last? And if we choose the variable now, is it going to change later? And this is going to become a problem potentially in the future, right? With choosing variables that we think are great now, that may not be represented later on in the future. And if we want sort of consistency over time with this data, sort of selecting variables that I don't want to say future-proof, but will be available in the future for our analysis and will be relevant to sort of EJ in the future as well.
This is Anne. I agree with that comment, and then kind of following up with what Cindy said is want to be careful to not duplicate what's already out there, and then also keep in mind EPA's mandate and what their regulatory authority is and what it was within their jurisdiction to have. And then it kind of goes back to the opening comments too, that we had from Marianne and Matthew Tejada about trying to incorporate other agencies, so we have a holistic approach for this, but then also recognizing the state's role and the county's roles, local public health roles. So there's multiple myriads of levels that can promote and enhance environmental justice. And so recognizing those jurisdictional responsibilities for a nationally consistent tool is going to be difficult. So I would agree, looking at long-term consistency of metrics. And then also looking at duplicate efforts, and then how those, from a purely technical programming standpoint, you have a fully exposed API that EJ Screen can be used for. I haven't dove into the CDC one, but possibly there's some sort of technical way to combine those two different metrics that can then be used at the community level, at the state level, at the county level, the regional level. And then I also, just to follow up on what Ashish said, I think some sort of sensitivity analysis, now that we have a couple of iterations of EJ Screen out and another one coming up, doing some sort of sensitivity analysis to what's the simplest way you can make this and still make it most effective would be very, very valuable, in my opinion.
So I think we have more than adequate number of specific recommendations for Sakobi and his team for charge question number 8, unless anyone wants to add something.
I just have a small point. This is Quinkar. I think too, as we think about all the indicators, like if we don't include things, we can always put it in our limitations section of document. We can always reference other sources of data. I think especially from like a community engagement perspective and kind of making government data more understandable and findable and accessible, technology really allows you to reference information more easily, and they could show up in the tooltips of the tool itself or the technical documentation. Because we don't expect this tool to do everything, but it should recognize these topics, even if they're not directly in the tool, because they might be relevant and important still. So.
And this is why I think it's helpful to make a distinction between short-term recommendations and longer-term ones, as discussed previously. Okay, on that note, we move on to charge question number 9, and we'll break for lunch as soon as we finish our deliberation for that question. So, Kobe, you're up.
Okay, excuse me. Charles, question 9 is please comment on whether the use of an average of the demographic factors and the demographic and supplemental demographic indices is appropriate and scientifically defensible. Details in the calculation can be found in the EJ Screen technical documentation. Do you, panel, have recommendations on how these calculations could be revised to better address the target communities? So again, we don't have an overall summary. I'll just give some quick comments and then I'll go to the next panel member on the list. You said it, you think it's appropriate to use, an average. I mean, maybe there could be others, things that we could be used, but it's the average has been used in other tools, as mentioned in the document, Calamvaro Screen and Washington's tool. And so, I mean, for the demographic index, only using 2 factors may be problematic. And I would say, going back to Marion's discussion about, in the comments were made, I think earlier about the definition of who we want to capture. You want to bring in other factors. And we've had a discussion already about unemployment from Jim, and maybe that's not the best to use, but maybe it's a different type of unemployment indicator that we should use based on the previous charge question discussion. Less than high school education makes sense. Linguistic isolation, I think makes sense, as I said earlier, it's conflated. So you are bringing in race ethnicity, in my opinion, when you use this indicator. Also, disability is mentioned by Marion when you got to bring in disability. So you have different types of disability, and having that data will be really important, as part of this. The lack of insurance and low life expectancy, as we've already discussed. So just overall, I think, I think it is appropriate to use an average, but I think others may have different comments on how you can, maybe we want to use some other type of going beyond the average. So I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Esther. Go ahead, Esther.
Just to add to that, I think average does work, and it kind of goes with the earlier discussion that percentile also works. If we're averaging percentile or somehow normalizing the data and dealing with the different unit issue, the different range issue, I think that makes sense, and I don't have any recommendations for improvement.
Okay. Who's up next? My computer's stuck.
Yeah, here, David Rojas. I agree with the average is a good way to present, especially for the communities to understand what they're looking at and the calculation. So that is the simplicity and transparency and normalization of the measure units is important to do this averaging, but I don't have any additional recommendations.
Thank you. Naomi?
Yeah. So I still think that there needs to be a specific accounting for Indigenous people and separating that from the percent non-white. So, and I'm not sure if you add another average in, or how that would be captured in the demographic index. I guess I also have a concern about when I look at the census block groups for percent low income and percent non-white, there are differences, and in some cases, one of those percentages will pull the other down to a point where it looks like it's less than 50%, let's say, And so that can be a problem, just because from when I do a calculation on my own, I'm looking at either one. So in this case, if we average, it means that both have to be true, right? Like low income and % people of color have to be high enough to essentially to rank higher than others, other block groups. So there's, to me, mathematically, there still is a concern of losing some of the block groups that we might otherwise have in a higher percentile. So, and I'm not sure what the answer is, just that it's a concern.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then Ann?
Actually, I think my comments for this question were put in the wrong spot. So because this talks about demographic, and then I actually, the comment that I have is about modeled versus point data, and that should go in the EJ, the environmental concerns, not the demographic. So I will save my comments for that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Well, back to you, Jay.
Yeah, just before I open it up for discussion, if I can just add something once again as a panel member. I think this is an issue that I've thought about, and maybe Sekobe remembers in a different meeting, in a different document, I talked about, instead of averaging, looking at exploratory spatial analysis and local indicators of spatial association that are statistically designed to identify hotspots where social disadvantage and exposure may coincide spatially. But, which I still support, but based on my recent experiences with communities in Houston and also in the El Paso area, that's just a little harder to comprehend. It goes back to, what communities need and want. And I have struggled with explaining that, as an academic in a language that can easily make sense. So, and that way I agree with most of the comments that have already been provided in terms of the average being the simplest and easiest measure to understand and follow, to implement. So I'm kind of torn, Sekobe, in terms of whether or not that should be included as a recommendation or not. Depends on what's the purpose and the user community or stakeholders who are going to rely on the tool. So I'm going to stop.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Before you go to the rest of the panel, so I mean, just to follow up on that point. I think this speaks to some of our earlier conversations about, maybe we haven't framed this way, but how can we do a better job on the science communication or we talk about this tool as a visualization tool, so the spatial literacy, the mathematical literacy, how can we bake that in so we can have, you can have this approach that may be good for some people, but we bring additional resources in, maybe we can get people to understand. So that's a community engagement. I think it was talked yesterday by Matt and the team. There's a community engagement component. There's a feedback loop component. So we can move on a trajectory, maybe trajectory continuum. So we have the average, right, as a starting place. But there's some more work that we need to do, and EPA needs to do, to be able to bring in other measures too that go beyond the average, because we're doing that feedback loop. We're doing the community engagement. And so I think that's just one of the challenges you're mentioning, Jay, but I would say it should be included as a recommendation with the caveat there's additional work that needs to be done. And we need to do anyway in the EJ sphere as it relates to the engagement part of it. So I just want to say that. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay, we're now open for discussion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
Marjorie Elion, I mean, I think ultimately the ease of use is, of course, very important, but I think the first priority are these calculations giving an accurate evaluation and description of what is going on? Because if that's, yes or no or maybe makes a difference. And if the answer is no, then I think you have to think to the next level of complexity. And then it does become, I mentioned to Tom at the break a little bit, thinking about, how the documentation, and I think about something like TurboTax. That's sort of made for everybody. It's not, academic, and you sort of, I don't know how many people have used TurboTax, but anyway, you can click on and get more information and then more in depth as you want, or even definitions like I don't even know what they're talking about. And it kind of does help lead you through. And so that kind of approach is very helpful to allow people to bypass no broken links on the web. So I think ultimately, I'm not sure that the average or the sum, and that's what I'm struggling with, does that tell you, even when the supplemental index doesn't have people of color. I think I understand why that's happening, but I think, well, if EPA needs another index to use internally that doesn't have that for purposes that are relevant to EPA, can that not be done and then have this tool, which is for the public and the community, in addition, everybody, have people of color in the supplemental index? Because I think, so that sort of gets back to how the calculation done, what variables are included for the purpose. And so I think that it's helpful to think a little bit on that level as well as the ease of use.
I think one of the luxuries here is that this is a screening tool. I think we've all said on that, and that no matter what the answer is, there's going to be some other step that you're going to have to look up and look what's really going on in the community. So in terms of averaging or using this variable or that variable, I think what's okay about being a screening tool is what we want to be is inclusive. So we don't have to be right. We need to just make sure we don't miss anything. So I do think, again, this sort of sensitivity analysis idea to use different combinations, maybe try averaging, maybe just use single ones, see which one is really getting you the, I don't know how you can exactly figure that out, but the ones that's kind of most inclusive and not losing things when you start averaging together. Because the more you include, you do have this tendency to maybe things will drop off that you did want to account for, I think.
Veronica?
Yes, I wanted to comment on the calculation aspect. So as I've been thinking about the form of this index, I've been trying to interpret what all these pieces that are part of this index means and what are they trying to capture through this mathematical representation. And so I think, as I mentioned before, to me, the percentile is trying to gather the probability that an average person in the US is going to experience a level of exposure, either it is pollution or whatever it is, that is as high as it has been observed in that particular block group. Then the multiplication by this demographic index is trying to capture what's the probability that there is a person that it's either of color or of low income in that particular location. And so the product of the two will be, what's the probability that an average person, that it is either a person of color or a person of low income, is going to be this level of environmental hazard as much as it has been observed in this particular location. Of course, to break it down in the product of these two numbers, there needs to be an assumption of independence between environmental exposure and demographic distribution, which I think it is impossible at the moment to include that correlation in the calculation. So again, I'm going to be a little bit technical here, but I really had to go through this exercise myself to understand it. And then I thought about, okay, so now, and the reason why, to me, the demographic index contains the proportion of people of color and the proportion of people that is low income is because of what was stated in Executive Order 128098. And so then we want the proportion of people, assuming that that executive order was stating that we wanted the proportion of people that is either low income or people of color in a given block group, then we will need to use probability to come up with that proportion. And, you know, I did the math and I tried to see whether it is true that we can get that proportion in a block group just as the simple average. And what I basically figured out is that in order for that to be true, we need to make an assumption. And the assumption is that the implicit assumption in using that formula is that we're assuming that given that somebody is low income, at most, there is a most 50% chance the person is of color. So we're saying that of the people that are low income, at most 50% are people of color. And that should be true across the United States. And we're also making the assumption that at most 50% of the people of color are low income. That's what that average is implying when we use that to basically multiply by the percentile to get some sort of index that is trying to reflect exposure to environmental hazard and also different susceptibility in particular segment of the population. So I think that I don't have, I can be knowledgeable in stats, but I don't know the US demographic spatial distribution to know whether it is a safe assumption to say that across the United States, we can say that at most 50% of the people that are of color are low income and vice versa, that at most 50% of the people that are low income are of color in the United States. If we are fine with believing that that is true across the United States, then I think that the average is mathematically and probabilistically justifiable. If we don't believe that that is true, that there is a big discrepancy that may be in certain parts of the United States, the proportion of people that are low income is more, and then it's of color is more than 50%, then this average is not really accurate. And then for the supplemental demographic index, I think is pretty much the same idea. We want to know what is the probability that a person belongs to one of the 5 categories that comprise the 5 demographic variables that are part in this demographic index. I don't believe that I have to do the calculation to figure out what is the implied assumption that corresponds to making just an average of these 5 proportions. But I think there is a little bit less defensible than for the average. So I just wanted to give this more mathematical interpretation of what the average means. And I have the details of the calculation in the comments that will be given to EPA.
Sukobi?
Again, great comments for Veronica. I was thinking as you were talking about those proportions and like, I would say from an EJ perspective, experientially, there are a lot of folks who are not low income, who are folks of color, who are experiencing environmental injustice. And that was part of the critique of the CEQ's tool and not including race. So because race is the biggest predictor, but I think there's some intersectional issues there, but some things that we need to, dig into as it relates to how you can look at it. It's not a one size fits all. And I think the regional discussion we've been having, we need to have, I think someone said earlier, maybe not necessarily I'm not going to say throw it out, but have different approaches to look at those issues. It's going to vary across the country. But I wanted to go back to Dr. Alion's point about the TurboTax example. I think this is a great example. I'm going to co-sign that, Dr. Alion. If you had the tool, and going back to my points about usability, navigability, ease of use, et cetera, where the accessibility, where you have it, you can navigate it, right? You have the additional screens that you can click on to give additional information, and you have a personnel who are on call to answer questions as people use the tool, right? I just want to state that would be really helpful. But kind of getting back to the question of using the average, I think we need to explore other measures, as I said earlier, based on my own thoughts, but also Veronica's great point she just made, because it could be the assumptions could be off, or again, the assumption is not the correct assumption to make for the whole country. And we may need to have a separate set of assumptions. And I think someone said earlier, regional level, state level, et cetera. So just more discussion that's important, but some recommendations I think would be to explore the use of other measures beyond, the average. And that's something for the EPA to speak to. And then I think the point that was made about, not including race in a supplemental and EPA having its own internal, I believe from a Title VI perspective, not including race is problematic in any tool because you get to the whole issue of disparate impacts and environmental discrimination. So I think I would recommend that the EPA, doubles down on making sure that race is included in every appropriate location that's needed to be included. So back to you, Jay.
Just wanted to point out that you should have received an email from Zaida that has those comments from Veronica in reference to charge question number 9. I think something she summarized verbally also. Any other? Yes.
Naomi Yoder, I think that back to the question of averaging, I think that if we want, it's sort of an and or situation. If we want to have, if we're capturing and trying to capture both, people of color and low income, then what we have is appropriate. But as Jacoby said, and as other people have said, it's if we have higher percentage of people of color with a higher income, that still should be identified as an environmental injustice area if that's what's happening there. So, and I think that, historically, the lack of generational wealth, lack of access to services and redlining, and, all contribute to the fact that could be the case, right? So, and then on the other side, I think it's worth thinking about, whiter, low-income populations. So if there's a mostly white but very high low income, is that something that we would consider as environmental justice or just injustice?
Yeah, Veronica.
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick remark that the calculations I have done actually show that the average, the same comment I made for the proportion, for the probability that somebody is low income or people of person of color being equal to the average, it's also hold if you want to represent the probability that somebody is a person of color and low income in a census block. The average is still not correct because it still makes those assumptions, whether you want to capture the or the and. So that remarks applies to both cases.
Other comments and recommendations for question 9? Yeah.
This is Naomi. Just a follow-up question to that, Dr. Veronica. So what would be the correct calculation then instead of the average?
So I think, of course, the problem is that the data doesn't exist, at least from the ACS, that tells you what is the proportion of people in a census block or a census tract that is both person of color and low income, because you only have either the proportion of people that are of color or the people that are low income. So whether you want to calculate that intersection or the union, overlap, you always have to know that intersection, what is the proportion of the people that belong to both categories. So, and then when I did the math, it basically turned out that regardless whether you want to use the average to characterize the intersection or the union, you always are basically making this assumption. And again, as I said, the question is that assumption valid, or can it be considered okay for most of the United States, in which case then we can say, we can use the average because it's representing the majority of the United States, or we want to say, maybe this is not reflective of what happens across the United States, and then maybe the two proportions should be weighted differently depending on which part of the country one is.
Cindy Hu, and I completely agree with Veronica's comment, but I think in absence of completely revamping how we conduct our census, we need to work with what we have. And we need to keep in mind that the end goal of this tool isn't to tell us what is the percentage of people who meet one of the 5 or 2 categories, is to rank communities, right? So as long as we can convince ourselves that communities who scored higher on those indices also have higher those raw values in the ideal world, when we do have the perfect census doing whatever we want them to do, then that this calculation is justified. Like, I don't think we need to worry too much about the raw percentages.
Any other final comments or on charge question number 9 or recommendations? Okay, so we do have really good responses and recommendations for this charge question. We will continue with charge question 10 after the break. And the good news is that we are doing great in terms of time. So we can take a 1 hour, 15-minute lunch break and resume our discussion at 1:15 p.m. Eastern time. See you all back at 1:15 then. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch and ready to resume our discussion of the charge questions under topic number 3. And I would like to invite again Dr. Sakobi Wilson to introduce charge question number 10.
Okay, thank you. For this charge question, please identify other currently available, nationally consistent environmental data sets that are germane to the issues impacting EJ communities, but not yet included in the EJ screen. Please provide input on the efficacy of the current indicators in terms of highlighting issues relevant to EJ communities, as well as feedback on criteria to ensure future indicators meet this goal and are not duplicative of other existing data sets. So again, we don't have a overview, but I'm going to go to my comments first, and it's brief. So I just basically say EJ screen contains limited climate and health factors to add more data from FEMA and CDC may improve, highlight these issues in disadvantaged communities. For example, percent people living in coastal areas and flooding risk, calculating composite EJ index will improve its utility. Ozone PM 2.5 data for Alaska, Hawaii, U.S. territories, apart from contiguous U.S. I know there's some stuff about that, but so just more data for territories. I know Todd talked about this, but more data, relevant data. I know this is not nationally consistent, but I mean, it's important to make sure we have relevant data for other parts of the country. And also bringing in greenhouse gas data will be useful too, as was mentioned in previous comments today. There's occupational data, work-related data. There's also data that we can pull from on the HRSA, as I mentioned before, that may be useful data to get at vulnerable populations more from the health side. And again, just to reemphasize the point that there's health data available through the CDC. And then there's other federal agency data that may be relevant on the, and this is not in my comments, but on the energy side, getting more data on energy infrastructure, and there's probably other panelists who will talk about that, will be useful to include. Then interior data as well from the Department of Interior. And I believe another agency that others will speak to that has relevant data will be USDA as well. But I think it's important if we're going to be able to get to apples and oranges, particularly as it relates to rural communities. As was said earlier, USDA data, some of the Indian Health Service, and those type of data sets, tribal related data sets will be useful to include in EJ screen. So I'm going to now go to Dr. Min.
Thank you, Sakobi. This is Esther. I think the only things to add, we're kind of thinking about, again, the things we've already talked about, and like the rural indicators such as pesticide, and have a recommendation for a USDA data, addressing legacy pollution through potentially abandoned mine lands, and I think DOD sites potentially, as well as noise pollution, which is not just a rural issue, and then more additional water quality data that might capture some of the water-related vulnerability and exposure. With the criteria, I would appreciate a little bit more clarity and definition on thinking about what's nationally consistent or near complete coverage, because even with the data set, I think through the listening session or through our mini trainings, heard some caveats on needing some consistency between states or between regions and whatnot too. And so needing some more of that clarification for the criteria. The rest of the criteria seem to make a whole lot of sense.
Okay, next, I think it's David.
Yeah, here, David Rojas. So in the existing tool they have in the health disparities, 2 layers of health data from the CDC places that includes heart disease and asthma. So as I mentioned before, it would be nice to have other diseases, not only these 2, including diabetes, low birth weight, mental health, cancer. So there are many other, for the user, it could be confusing that the EJ screen only present 2 layers of asthma and heart disease and do not take into account other diseases, organs, or systems that should be included. Not for creating the indexes, but only creating just the layers in the interface. So this is one of my comments. My second comment is also related to what Dr. Min mentioned before in terms of the noise type of map. So DOT have a transportation noise map, but the National Park Service have a noise map that includes other sources of noise besides the transportation. So I think that will be an important source of exposure, environmental risk factor to be included here. And the last one that I suggested is the impervious surfaces that also capture probably something more easy perception of lack of vegetation and the population exposure to those. Thank you.
Naomi?
Yeah, my main suggestion is about hurricanes again. There is a nationally consistent data set available from NOAA. In addition to the Hurricane Center, it's called International Best Track Archive for Climate Stewardship. That's a long title for what they have, which is all they have tropical storms and level of storms. So in the Saffir-Simpson scale, they list there's sort of a time series for each storm. It lists the year, the name if it was named, and the basin that it made landfall in. So that can be helpful as well, because there are data associated with each of those tracks. It's a line file, but there's data associated with each of those tracks about the diameter at landfall and again the intensity of the hurricane. So both of those, either or both of those pieces as well could be built in. So it's not just the number of storms, but the number of large storms. And so I would recommend, if we have to choose one, using the diameter at landfall as the proxy for intensity. But so I do think that that's available, and it would be really useful to have that, especially for the coastal areas. Another piece that I would love to see is wetlands. As incomplete as the National Wetlands Inventory is, it's still a national data set that could be used. And there's also a coastal resilience analysis from the Natural Capital Project, which is nationwide. So, and I think that using the wetlands inventory could be another proximity indicator, and perhaps again taking area into account or something. It's not just proximity, but how much of those ecosystem services are the wetlands providing, and there's maybe a few different ways to think about getting a metric for that, but either way, having some kind of measure of wetlands, especially again coastal, would be really useful.
Yeah. So Jay, I'm gonna jump back in because I think I just have to teach class at 1:30, so I apologize. So after I go, I'm gonna pass the mic to Esther. So there's a few more I wanted to mention that I didn't mention before. Just in general, I think there's a lot of climate-related indicators just talked about that I think we need to pull into the tool. And in other tools, in our Maryland EJ screen, we actually created a separate climate domain. So we have we have a demographic domain. It's like Calaveras screen. So we have a demographic domain. We have a health domain using CDC data. We have a exposure domain. We have a burden domain, and we have a climate domain. So I would say that we need to bring in more climate indicators into the tool. When I come back on the call later, I think we're going to be talking, maybe get down to the the rural piece. There are a lot of agriculture related indicators that we really need to bring in the tool. And that gets back to our conversation earlier about the apples, oranges, having more rural indicators. And so pesticides, as was stated, CAFOs, different types of CAFOs, the size of the CAFOs, the type of animals on the CAFOs, it's the life stage of the animals in the CAFOs. Well, I just said the type of animals, life stage, same thing. Meat packing facilities, if you can get access to sludge fields, which are very relevant for rural areas as well. Truck routes. I think that's important too. Evacuation routes. When you think about climate events and other kinds of events are important as well, because you see this, inequities and types of, evacuation routes. And then getting back to animals, total size of animals, total weight, total amount of waste produced on the operations, and the clustering of operations will be important as well. So I think the CAFOs piece, there's a lot there. And then getting back to climate, I know the team said yesterday they're going to bring in heat-related indicators, but there's a number of heat-related, number of days above 100 degrees. The temperature extremes needs to be brought in as well. And then also surface temperature data, also the air temperature data will be important to bring in. Extreme cold data. I think imperfect searches were already stated. And then on the air pollution side, I think we got to bring in more remotely sensed air pollution data. I believe the air pollution data is really not as good as it can be in EJ Screen. So looking at the Tiger team from NASA and their work with bringing air quality data, we worked with the Tiger team with bringing air quality data, particularly NO2 data, into our Maryland EJ Screen tool. So I think satellite data, remotely sensed data, could be really useful. So I just want to say that real quick because I didn't say that earlier, and then I'll go to Ann, and then Esther, you can pick up from me. Thank you. Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you. This is Ann Fritz. So some possible data sets that could be included, and looking at the positive side, like Sakobi had mentioned, is infrastructure improvements. So areas that have improvements, such as municipal drinking water systems that have a better treatment plant, or wastewater treatment plants. So looking at it more from a justice perspective that way is how have we improved for certain populations, or just improved in general. Also, too, you could look at that with some of the water data sets. Has there been improvement in water quality, surface water quality measurements? TMDLs was mentioned previously, or the 303D impaired water bodies. Has the status changed? So those are some things that you can look at it from a positive perspective. So again, if looking at it from the lens of community engagement, can the community see the How's My Watershed tool is a really good example of looking at that, is what are the impairments of things. Again, I keep going back to, we don't want to throw the kitchen sink at this thing and make it one tool to rule them all. And again, thinking of the purpose is, what is the fit for purpose? So permit compliance violations. So if there is I mentioned this yesterday, if there is persistent compliance violations, that's different than just failure to submit a paper report. So distinguishing between those different violations, I think, is important. Again, pesticide use violations. So not just straight up pesticide permits, but are they using it correctly? I do have harmful algae blooms in there, but that's a difficult one. There's not a consistent nationwide data set. States track them differently. They monitor them differently. So that's somewhat problematic. But when you look at it from an environmental justice perspective, is the community able to use their recreational resources to the full extent? And so that could be considered an environmental justice aspect. That would be further down the road. One question I have that's kind of related to this, identify the available national consistent environmental data sets. I agree with Esther's statement about what is the criteria for nationally consistent? At what point, what is our measurement unit? And the technical documentation does go over what are the geographies that are being used, but it also would be helpful to look at, what is the quality of the environmental data that we're going to be using as well. And that kind of ties into another question, and I'm sorry that I'm going off the charge question, but it's not an actual charge question, but I do wonder, what is the roadmap for EJ Screen, and what is the long range plans, or can they even say long range plans at these sort of things? So that is kind of a question that I have.
Yeah, I think we are likely to have some time at the end of the day,
Okay.
like yesterday, for these kinds of clarifying questions, with
Okay,
the Office of EJ staff.
thank you. That's all.
All right, Tim, do you want to go next?
Sure. Let me bring up the notes I had. Yeah, so again, I wrote down information here in response to the charge question 16 for the rural group. It's very similar to this question, except it focuses on national consistent environmental data sets applicable to rural EJ issues. So I'm not going to say as much here, I guess. I like the inclusion from the First Street Foundation of the flood risk, wildfire risks data, and also the discussion of including heat. I know a lot of people use from Oregon State University the PRISM data set to sort of capture at a fairly fine spatial resolution, 800 meters, other sort of meteorological climate related variables like heat, cold, those sorts of things. If you wanted to do sort of daily measures based on daily exceedances of certain temperatures, for example, that data set's good for that. The one question stood out to me, again, this maybe relates to what Jay just said. It's like, how in the future will these sort of climate indicators be integrated within, are there plans for EJ index sort of integration? So that's a not for now, I guess, question, but and the other one I wanted to highlight, it's not just a rural thing, I guess, was the inclusion of parks data. I do think we need to include that. And I have a colleague here at the University of Utah who does a lot of work on park equity issues, Alessandro Rigolone, and he keeps saying that ParkServe from the Trust for Public Land is really probably the best data set for that in terms of trying to achieve some national consistency. With that, I'll stop.
Thanks, Tim. And as I share it back, pass it back to Jay, I wanted to ask the panel members or encourage them to share their, that later half of that charge question, feedback on criteria to ensure future indicators meet this goal and are not duplicative of other existing data sets. All right, Jay.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think we had discussed, or maybe I had proposed yesterday for this particular question to have a table, right, that summarizes the different layers that are needed and their sources and links, etc. And maybe because a lot of things I heard can be added fairly easily, others we don't know whether it's available nationally, whether they're nationally consistent, right? And Anne's point about quality as well. So maybe mark whether they're available at the blog group level as one of the columns of the table, something like that. And that, which means they can be, they're readily available and can be incorporated more easily, short term versus long term also in some ways. And others may not be at that resolution yet. Maybe it's only at the census tract level, so that could be more of a long-term recommendation, something along those lines, just to organize, all the information, all the different kinds of information that will be collected for this particular question, just to keep it, manageable. And now we are open for discussion from the other panel members.
Jay. Ari Lewis from Gradient. Just one follow-up comment on what you said. We also in that list, we might indicate if we're interested in just being a layer or part of the an index or an actual thing in the map that you can pick, or just a layer.
Some of the points that I think Sokovia had mentioned before were also about sort of energy infrastructure, and it makes me think of data from the Energy Information Administration about energy infrastructure, which may be relevant to EJ concerns, particularly resources and distance from resources. But they also have most recently put out their residential energy consumption survey about energy needs of certain populations. But that gets back to the question of how much speaking between EPA and other governmental offices there is to get access to this information, right? Like the survey information is publicly available, but it's by census region, which is huge. But if it's a survey that the EPA can get access to at the household level, maybe they can use that data. So I think certain considerations getting to the point of, yes, it's duplicative because it's another agency using the data, but it's for different purposes. So wondering how that discussion may go and whether a recommendation to further, ask EPA to sort of consult and develop MOUs for data sharing of these surveys or other data systems that would be beneficial for the EJ screen.
I think in the point, this is Anne, about whether or not a data source should be included in one of the EJ indicators or supplemental indicators, and then the source. And then we also have to remember the current format of EJ Screen allows for easy inclusion of, if it's on an open data site already, you can add it from the geo platform, you can add a shapefile, you can add those sorts of things. And so balancing that, there already is the ability to add a lot of information, which is really amazing. And so balance that with, okay, what is the fit for purpose for EJ Screen? So I don't have any answers for that right now, but just something to keep thinking about. And also maybe an encouragement of those partner agencies like the CDC and USDA and things like that to make their data, if it's not already, but out there on the open data platform, on the opendata.gov. It's a wonderful resource, but sometimes it's hard to find things. So I'm wondering if there's MOUs or partnerships and then somehow or another listing where how you can put those data sets in, that might be helpful.
To Anne's point, yeah, there's a lot of good data out there. I mean, Esri has their Living Atlas, and there's Google Earth Engine. There's a lot of really good data sets out there. And yes, you could pull it in, but I think that there's a barrier to frontline or keep residents doing that, not just necessarily in the tool or there's just a barrier built into the whole process that they're not going to impulsively go to the geo platform thing or these other widgets that you have on there and pull this data in. It's just not going to be what they're going to do. So I think absent that, we have to think about, whether these things are included in matrices or they're actually standalone data. But I was going to mention a couple of data sets that I think would be helpful, which is one is the Trust for Public Land already came up, and they have an urban heat island data set that's really, really nice. USDA ag census data is really good, and it's not, I know it's not at the block level, but as a proxy for some of the input issues that we know are happening, whether it's algal blooms or pesticides or whatever the case may be, it's as close as I've seen at this point. So that's one thing to focus on. The other is we talked a lot about water and air, and as a recovering soil scientist, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that some sort of proxy for soil quality, soil fragility, I don't know what the word might be, but it needs to be included in this, or needs to be addressed in some way. And I know that the NRCS has a really good soil survey data set, that the Surgo data set that they have, that has really good characteristics for all of the soils that they've mapped out. So that's another really good one. I'm thinking also about the point about the EIA, and that's been kind of a sticking point for me with this whole process, is the need for nationally consistent data, and the fact that it just seems to me that the hurdle in rural areas the hurdle is much higher in rural areas to get over that versus urban areas, specifically as it relates to energy infrastructure. And I kind of referenced, if you look at APIs, it was kind of amazing to me that API was one of the only groups that submitted a comment. And if you look in their opening statement, they talk about, we have 600 members, including exploration, production, refining, marketing, transportation of petroleum and petroleum products in the United States. And when you think about that statement, it means it's this huge ecosystem all over. And it's not, I don't know, for whatever reason, it's not being captured in any EJ screen tool. It's not even being addressed. And I think what the API has managed to do, yes, they make a lot of good points here, but what they managed to do in states is make it so that the data is so different across multiple states. And in so doing, that hurdle is there. So the data inconsistencies and the gaps and the interstate differences are so high when it comes to what they do. It strikes me that it's a real problem. And the EIA does a good job, I think, of handling it. They have some pretty good data sets, including natural gas processing plants and some other stuff. But I just think it's that there's a core issue, the elephant in the room to me, when we go forward to the rural stuff, is the role that legacy and existing oil and gas infrastructure and future oil and gas infrastructure plays in a rural landscape. So that's a big concern of mine. And I'm feeling kind of unsatisfied with how it's being discussed. But and then the other one I wanted to mention was source water protection areas as a potential data source. And then finally, if you look in some of these urban areas, I've heard a lot about this in Houston and Detroit and other places, is intermodal transportation data sets. I think the intermodal sites are hubs for all that ails many communities, especially in urban areas. So those are my comments.
This is David Kaniski. I wanted to underscore a recommendation that Ann Fritz had offered a few minutes ago about compliance data in general. And I was pleased to hear from EPA yesterday that there's plans to incorporate some information from ECHO. I think there are two pieces here that are important. One is the efforts of federal and state agencies, so EPA and state EPAs, to enforce federal pollution control laws, be it the Clean Air Act or Clean Water Act or others. Most of that action is happening at the state level rather than by EPA. I sort of see these as amenities, right? Whether or not government is sort of following through with compliance monitoring obligations that they have through inspection. So I think that's one component, and ECHO has those data. They're nationally consistent. EPA already publishes them, so they stand behind them most of the time, at least. And then there's the compliance side, right, which is some indicators of violations. And there are also nationally consistent data from ECHO available on the compliance side for major laws. So I think those should both be incorporated. It's actually a little bit tricky how to do it, right? Because I don't think you'd want to aggregate to the census block group or the census tract or anything like that. So it's probably not easily incorporated into the indexes, but it could be added on as a separate layer showing where there are facilities that are in violation of a particular statute, perhaps the last year. And it's similarly where there have been compliance monitoring inspections taking place. So I think those would be really great additions. They're within EPA wheelhouse. These are data that they compile from states in most cases. So I think that'd be a really welcome addition to the tool. Thanks.
Just to follow up on that compliance data, I do agree there would need to be some careful thought and consideration on how exactly that data is incorporated. Just because there are some nuances, and then the way it's portrayed in ECHO versus the way the states might have it in their database, there's always a lag. There's a 3-month lag. And so how to incorporate that to reflect the universe of compliance. And so that's when it's helpful to know. So what is the roadmap? Is it going to be an annual update? Well, then we know this is maybe average non-compliance over the last year or significant non-compliance, which again, I would stress that that is probably a more useful metric. And so how to capture those things, knowing that there's a lag between how that data is reported out is a important piece, but could be a very, very useful metric.
In that same vein, the compliance data would be useful, especially, about public water systems that comply or public water systems that have violation. But there's also just actual, and there's not a lot of it, but environmental data in general. Like the USGS has groundwater monitoring data across the whole country. And there's also public water, reports for all public water systems. And there's a few other, I think, national data sets that, get away from the modeling and are actually, you're not going to be able to, again, be an indicator, but just a layer on the map to it provides some ground truthing of some of the other information that we have.
Since we're Cindy Hu, since we're talking about drinking water here, I also want to throw in another potential data source from the Environmental Working Group. So they have compiled data submitted by state on like the regulated drinking water contaminants. And so in addition to, violations, maybe bringing in some of the chemical concentrations in drinking water will be useful. And I'm particularly curious about the partnership between the First Street Foundation and EPA in developing the current EJ screen tool. And I think it can be a pretty useful model for, developing MOUs and establish data sharing, not only across agencies, but also, between the civil rights, other nonprofit organizations and the agency itself. I have another point as Ari was talking about the USGS groundwater data. While I agree they have awesome data, the temporal aspect of the data is a little challenging, right? It's hard to frequently collect those data. So when we think about, the second part of this question in terms of criteria to ensure the future indicators meet the goal, I wonder if the group wants to talk about whether we put some criteria amount, like how frequent they're going to be updated. If EJ Screen is going to go through an annual update, does it make sense to include data sources that are, 10 years old?
Just from the climate, Ashish Sharma here, just from the climate lens, I think it would be great to include the US climate assessment data set that is created for the whole US, and it's peer reviewed and publicly accepted, especially the future projections and using some uncertainty metrics. And that will be done. That is robust, and yeah.
This is Michael Schmeltz. To Dr. Hughes' point about, the consistency of the data and thinking about our discussion of compliance data, I'm thinking of events like East Palestine, other events where there are discrete releases, and those communities are impacted for over time due to one or multiple incidents in a short period of time. Would that be considered an EJ issue? And even though it happened just one time, there are temporal effects afterwards that will impact the community. So I think that's, again, another question that we should address is, non-compliance issues, it's remediated, but those individuals were potentially exposed at some point. And does that add to their burden of disease? And this may be something that we talk about when we're talking about cumulative impacts as well.
And I'm just thinking, for that particular incident, EPA had no regulatory authority over what those rail cars were carrying. So it was the post thing. So that's a very good point.
Any other comments, questions? And again, some of this, some of the responses we got can be revisited when we get to clarifying questions at the end of the day. And I know a couple of you, or at least probably more, mentioned what specific heat indicators will be included in the next version. We can save that. I know it also involves, what Cindy mentioned, collaboration with the First Street Foundation. I think they have also heat-related indicators that will be added to the next version, but we can find out more on that later. Yes.
So just to add, Ashish here again on my previous point, I'm looking up the 5th climate assessment, which is under progress, and they have this year, beginning this 5th climate assessment, they'll have a separate section to talk about indicators. So if you want to learn the best practices that the climate community is taking to develop indicators, maybe that is something we can borrow, which is consistently will be used across. So these are new chapters that are being included in this assessment report.
Naomi Yoder, I would add to the discussion about, how would we get at a pollution burden or an East Palestine kind of longevity of pollution or something like that. I don't know that we'll have those data in particular, although, I'd love to see something about pollution burden and historical pollution, but in place of that, we could look at risk. So looking at, train trips per day and chemicals being carried, like that information is available of, train cars and number of chemical facilities in the area, or chemical waste disposal facilities, and truck trips, and also vessel waterborne ships traffic as well. Those things are all a risk vector for chemical explosions and other types of exposure to pollution. So I think that if we're looking at risk, then we have if you have train tracks in your neighborhood that carry toxins on a daily basis, you're much more at risk than if that doesn't happen near where you live, or it only happens occasionally. So I wonder if there's a way to kind of get at some of that without actually having the pollution data, since we don't have that.
Any other comments or recommendations for charge question number 10? Okay, so we do have a comprehensive list of, suggestions, data sources, and as I mentioned, links to share with the authors of topic category number 3, that will go into our final report. Okay, so we are now moving on to topic number 4. And I'd like to invite Dr. James Saad to introduce topic 4 and the charge questions that comprise this category.
Thank you. Looking for my unmute button. So these questions relate to the incorporation of cumulative impact and scoring into EJ Screen. And what I'll do is I'll read the questions and I'll provide my personal response, although I did blend comments from other panel members in my draft response. But rather than repeat that, I'll just offer my comments and my recommendations, and then welcome other panel members and others to speak for themselves. So question number 11 is EPA has introduced threshold maps to EJ Screen in 2022 for the first time. These allow EJ Screen users to look across all 12 indices at once and provide a cumulative outlook on vulnerable populations facing higher pollution burdens. Please comment on the suitability of the threshold maps for examining cumulative environmental and social burdens on a community. So my own response is as follows. Threshold maps, I think, are a very significant improvement to EJ Screen. They provide a meaningful insight into cumulative impacts, and I believe even more so than a summary score would. They also provide flexibility for users to evaluate targeted concerns, and they're useful means for comparing different locations. Some suggestions I have for next steps with threshold maps would be as follows. First of all, percentiles are calculated using either national or state aggregation at the choice of the user. But policy remedies for different EJ issues vary a lot. And so it would be valuable, I think, to non-technical stakeholders and communities to allow for calculation using other policy relevant geographies. I could provide examples, city, county, different administrative district levels by EPA region, or air quality management districts, political districts like city council and that sort of thing. But I know that's a very long list. I don't think EPA can incorporate all of those, but if EPA could perhaps thoughtfully think about ways to expand the option of the way in which those metrics are aggregated, I think that would be an improvement. Secondly, once you have a threshold map up on the screen, when you click on a polygon on a block group to bring up its percentile indices, it would be useful, instead of just displaying them as a simple table, to display them perhaps as a bar graph that compares each value in that block group to average values for all the selected block groups. So you'd know how that particular block group ranks compared to the others that you're comparing it to. That I think would be more intuitively useful to a lot of users than simply listing the values. Third, you can export data from the threshold maps, which is great, but only as a flat file. And it would be useful to allow threshold map output in, say, a GEO database or at least a shapefile format, and also in KML or KMZ for Google Earth users, those that don't use a GIS package. And then finally, I think it would improve the utility of the maps to compare the selected block groups to one another. If you think about the symbology of the selected polygons, so you might use a color ramp or pie chart symbology or something like that as a way to visualize the highest and lowest attainment of the thresholds. I think that would provide a fair way to think about the relative degree for different locations when considering more than one indicator. It obviously would be difficult when there's a large number of metrics that are selected with thresholds, but it's a suggestion that I ask EPA to think about. So those are my comments on this charge question 11, and I'd be happy to invite my colleagues who also submitted comments, Ari Lewis, Quentin Carr, Esther Min, and also others. So I'll let you guys go when you're ready.
I echo all of those, Jim. We were, I think, in pretty well alignment, a lot of the group on this issue. As the only other improvement, I guess I was thinking of in the real vein of being cumulative, if I thought it would be nice if the way it works now is if you click on any of the indicators, it's sort of the same color no matter how many exceedances there are. So if there could be like a built-in sort of making it darker and more of a heat map sort of situation. If you don't have to do one for every 12 because that's a lot of colors, but maybe 0 to 2 exceedances, 2 to 5, something like that.
This is Quinn Carr. Yeah, I definitely think these threshold maps are a great start, and it is really important to layer these data sets together in one spot to think about cumulative impacts. Yeah, I think for me, I'm struggling because there is such a strong public health component to cumulative impacts, and thinking about how communities are, affected by pollution, and when you think about asthma rates, cardiovascular rates, et cetera. And we do have a health burden section, so that's good. It would be nice though to have that data with the threshold map. And the technical documentation doesn't even say the word cumulative impacts or defines it. There's no guidance. So maybe some of that'll be longer term for the EPA to think about as you try to incorporate cumulative impacts into this work. And let's see. Yeah, so it's tough. I think it's a great start, but there's more that could be done. I mentioned the CDC's Justice 40 initiative has a lot of great information, and I would say it's probably closer to what cumulative impacts is than this tool. So maybe at the very least we could reference that a little bit more, or make sure people understand that that there's this public health component to cumulative impacts. But it is a great start, and I don't want to discredit that at all. So thank you.
And just a quick follow-up comment to what Quinn mentioned. I think for the Justice 40 track, there is the option, if you go to tools and search Geo Platform, you can add the whole layer from Justice 40 that shows disadvantaged communities and the other variables that comprise that indicator. So I think that option is now available. So I think just wanted to clarify. Other group members want to add something that has not been discussed before? Yeah.
Cindy Hu. So this is maybe tangentially related to cumulative impacts, but more of a comment on the fact that this feature allows user to select a threshold and identify block groups that exceed that threshold. And I think for this feature to work really well, we're really building an implicit assumption in there, which means that 80 percentile for different EJ index mean the same, or they're same level of concern. While in reality, we've talked about this at length, I think yesterday, with the conversion from raw values to percentiles, they don't mean the same. Maybe for some certain indicators, people should be quite concerned even at 60 percentile, and for other indicators is the 95th percentile that have some kind of health related significance. So just want to put it out there. Thanks.
This is Jim Sad. I just want to mention, I think that the tool provides for that because you can choose your own threshold limits for every indicator. So I think that that functionality exists. Perhaps it's not guided by EPA in their instructions on how to use it, but I believe it's there.
Cindy Hu again. Thanks, Jim, for your response. I think I probably didn't say it very clearly. My point is more about from a user's perspective. I won't know what threshold is really concerning the different environmental indexes. Like maybe I should set 60 for traffic or 80 for air pollution or vice versa. So we're like, while the tool gives the user a lot of flexibility in specifying the threshold, without proper guidance, I worry if the targeted users may find it challenging to use.
You're now open for other panel members to comment. Any other recommendations? Yeah, Naomi.
So this gets back to, I had said something about the threshold widget before, And I think so it wasn't clear to me when it comes up. This is just sort of a picky thing, but there's a option to select a slider or to select each indicator or I'm sorry, index. That's not the slider, like doesn't become available until I hit the reset button. And so then it resets everything, I guess. I don't know. It's a little not user friendly, that part to me. It's also for that, if I use the slider, is it just a random sampling of, which indexes is that capturing? If I choose 3, 4, 5, like how many, it doesn't tell me which of the indicators, I'm sorry, which of the indexes is selected or is being shown. In another situation, I would like to have the option to if I say select all, so there's only one percentile range selector, upper bound and lower bound selector. So that's for every single index that's checkmarked, right? So it would be nice to have different sliders for, different upper and lower bounds for each one. And some, as Cindy said, some indication of why I would use a different bound for a different indicator or index. And, but also, if I would like to have the option to select 5 different indexes and have them all show up on the map. So have it be basically additive instead of they all have to meet that criteria. So, I would like to be able to select, more than one at a time to be able to identify, which ones. And so I think that's kind of captured by the slider, but it's also unclear which indexes the slider is targeting. And then, so I'd like to be able to see both the and question and the or question for each block group. And then I'm also, I need to look into the ozone layer, the ozone index. And maybe this is a question for later, but Houston, Galveston, Brazoria is a severe non-attainment zone for ozone. And there's like 1 or 2 block groups that show up as being, above the 80 percentile range for ozone, for the EJ indexes, for the supplemental indexes, for all of Houston. So, maybe there's something about the way that specific index is calculated. I can look into that, but that just seems like there was another comment in the written comments about attainment and non-attainment areas. And, while that is a very crude method of looking at air pollution, and it's, it is still a tool that we have available that should be utilized. And so, even if there isn't some, I don't know, it doesn't show up in the index, it should still be sort of flagged that those counties are in non-attainment or severe non-attainment. So that should somehow show up.
Any other comments or recommendations for question 11? All right, so that concludes the discussion for question. Oh, yeah. And go ahead.
Sorry, I'm a slow thinker sometimes. I think to help, if we're looking at it as this is a tool to help communities and have community engagement. And one of the things we had talked about before is having case studies or somehow or another examples or walkthroughs. This might be a perfect example on which a community can, say the folks in Houston could apply different thresholds and say, okay, this is how we can use this. This is how we can use this for action. That's it.
Anyone else? Okay, so we are done with our discussion of question 11. We will cover question 12, and after that, we'll take a short break. So over to you, Jim.
Okay. So question 12 reads, the agency is interested in creating a cumulative score within EJ Screen. Please comment on potential appropriate uses of a cumulative score in the tool. Again, I'll provide my own comments and then ask others to do so. So the term cumulative impacts is widely used by different stakeholders, but its utility is complicated and potentially confounding because there's no accepted definition that everyone uses. And instead, there's a tendency for different stakeholders to adopt different definitions or even to conflate it with, say, measures of risk. And this only obfuscates progress in understanding EJ problems and solutions. EPA, I think, has wisely avoided using the term cumulative impacts within EJ Screen, the technical documentation, the FAQ document, and within the mapping tool interface itself. But the agency does need to address this definition question if it wishes to go forward with any sort of cumulative impacts effort, particularly given the variation in the way people understand this concept and the corresponding variation in expectations. So EPA should be measured and clear with any cumulative score and on its uses. In addition, there are a number of pollution exposure indicators that also relate to the same hazard and result in double counting. Demographic indicators are also not only correlated, but they are a mixture of individual level vulnerability, community vulnerability, and biological vulnerability. And all this makes it extraordinarily difficult to develop an acceptable cumulative impact score, and that any single score that would be developed is probably likely to obscure significant concerns in places where targeted interventions are required. Ari Lewis has, I thought, some very thoughtful and useful perspectives on this issue, and I'm sure that she'll share them. So in thinking about this, I'm reminding of a comment earlier today. This is a screening tool. It does not actually determine exposure or risk. And for all these reasons, my personal recommendation would be for APA to continue to avoid creating a cumulative score and instead find ways to improve threshold maps to reflect multiple indicators in appropriate ways as a mean to inform users about cumulative effects. So those are my comments. If anyone would like to go next, please do.
Okay, so let's hear from the panel members who contributed to the responses for question 12.
Thanks, Jim. Again, I think there was a lot of agreement on that, like a lot of the big picture issues. So that was kind of nice to see. So reiterating some of it, yeah, I would struggle. I'd have to be really convinced that a single score would be able to accomplish what EJ Screen is to do, especially since it's going to be so many things to so many different people. Like there's no way that one score will really end up, I think, providing a meaningful characterization of the situation. I guess my first choice would be to leave things how they are, where there's just one indicator, is in isolation, and then you can attach an EJ index to it. So I think that could be expanded. I think we've stopped at these, the EJ indexes are just for these like, we have water and air and some proximity things, and those have an index attached to them, but I don't see any reason why you couldn't attach indexes to the other, and there might be some technical reason, but other indexes to like the climate. So you have the climate indicator and then the climate index, and then you have, and I have some other categories that we can think about that's more in relation to the next question. But I guess overall, for many of the reasons Jim said, it just makes sense to I think keep things separate or in smaller groups so that there isn't this issue with weighting. It makes the tool more flexible just from the perspective of using it for different situations, as well as adding in new data when you get it.
Esterman here. I think there is an advantage to looking at a cumulative score, mainly because that is what the true experience for the community groups are on the ground in frontline communities, where across media, across different pathways, it's compounding and it's cumulative. And so while there are methodological challenges in trying to figure out what the best, quote unquote, best way is to kind of bring about a single score, I think it does provide an opportunity to educate not the community members who are experiencing it because they live it, but for others that are working on some of the programmatic or policy or regulatory arenas that are trying to address the burdens on these communities and try to reduce it. And so I provided a list of the different uses that for within Washington State, folks are applying or at least integrating this cumulative impacts approach to their different programmatic areas. And so these are kind of agency uses, which include educating themselves on cumulative impacts on communities using both that vulnerability and the burden framework, and also serving as an initial screening list for NEPA reviews for environmental impact assessments, et cetera. And so there are lots of use cases out there that I think we can continue to learn from.
Yeah, this is Quinn Carr. I think I've been really impressed by states trying to take this on and create scoring tools. And I think like the score isn't going to give us final answers to full cumulative impacts, but it is a starting point. And Minnesota is very seriously considering cumulative impacts, and we're kind of finding through our state agencies that it actually helps us to like better organize and consolidate our data sources. And if we didn't have like a scoring tool, it would be extremely difficult for people on the ground to like put together cumulative risk in a meaningful way when they make decisions, permits and regulations. So I think it's worthy to explore. I do understand it's hard to put like really strong scientific evidence around like the weighting, especially, and it is it's newer to try to like put this cumulative impact science into data scoring tools, but yeah, I think it's worth doing and following good work that states like California, Washington, Denver, Colorado, and other states have done in this work. So thanks.
This is Ann Fritz. I would agree with what Jim had said, is that because of the variation of how one defines cumulative impacts, mobility of people, because the cumulative impacts, yes, it is based on the community, but the people within that community are potentially mobile. Again, I'm thinking of migrant workforce, just university students, things like that is difficult to capture on a nation. And again, I'm going back to the nationwide consistent data set. And so it's wonderful for the states to develop that. And then that is something that they can then incorporate into their policy guidances. But from a national perspective, I think it's can be potentially very problematic to have a nationally consistent cumulative impact. And I see a lot of difficulty in that. And I think with the states developing things and learning from each other, I think there's more potential for at that level than for EJ Screen. Also too, I made comments too, is that sometimes because that's the public health burden or the health burden, those are attempted to be captured in other tools and other mapping tools from other agencies. And so again, looking at what is the mission and the authority of EPA, and yes, they were the leader in developing these sort of mapping tools, but I struggle with having all of this in this one mapping tool.
Other group members who haven't spoken yet? All right, so it's interesting to see for this charge question, there are some group members who are in favor of a cumulative score, others who are not, but hopefully when we open up the discussion, we will be able to come closer to a consensus, right?
This is Anne. I have another, I think potentially improving on the threshold mapping and the slider would be a way to bridge that gap until, if there is a national consensus on what cumulative impacts is. But I have a feeling that might be a very long time in coming, but in the meantime, maybe there can be some improvements like what Naomi had suggested with the threshold slider, that could be a potential way to fill that gap.
And do you feel that would be better addressed in our response to question number 11? The previous one? I mean, we talked about the
Possibly,
threshold.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
possibly.
wanted to. Jim, yeah.
Responding to Jay's comment, I think we all would like to see some measure of cumulative impacts. It's just that for a variety of technical reasons and others, just don't think it's doable. And there is a significant hazard of misuse and misinterpretation and unrealistic expectations. So it's not that I don't want one, it's just that I don't think it can be done effectively. And the other thing is, I think maybe Ari is being isn't really offering all of the excellent comments that she made to me as I was producing the draft, but she has some really good ideas about developing categories of indicators that are focused on particular types of problems that maybe provide more, it removes some of the complication and double counting and that sort of thing, and maybe provides some opportunity for some kind of different cumulative vision or cumulative analysis of targeted problems. I learned a lot from reading what she said. I thought it was just great.
Thanks, Dennis.
Okay, so let's hear from the rest of the panel.
Adriana Zuniga, just a quick question from the lay user perspective, and I'm thinking about my students, for example, if they want to produce maps, layering all these impacts is helpful, but there are some that have different directionality, like parks. For example, if you add it there, it seems like it's worse and worse, but it actually is a good thing. So it could be maybe absence of lack of access to green space, but something that the directionality goes the same way, like negative, 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 produces this very dark area. That's my comment.
Veronica?
Yeah, I wanted to, I guess, show support of like the position of Jim, in the sense that I think that we need to think about the expectation when something like this is generated by us academics and goes in papers versus when it is generated by EPA. There is like a different way that it's attached to a a tool that is, on an EPA website versus something that we publish on a paper. And I, having had the experience of working and reading on these heat vulnerability scores, where it was very difficult to come up with what are the important factors, and listening to the discussion that we've been having for this past day and a half, where, it seems that more and more factors get mentioned and different people have different factors that they mention, that I think it's really a big load to put on the agency to identify all the different data sources, understand how to weight them, when I think the weighting is really very user-driven specific, besides being also something that changes depending on the communities that are, the local communities that are experiencing the environmental burden. So I think this, it's on a wish list, that this cumulative score would be developed, but I am pretty skeptical that we will arrive there in a foreseeable future.
I guess with Jim's intro there, I was going to introduce in the next topic, but I guess it sort of fits in. I guess what I was sort of thinking of is kind of a hybrid approach, which isn't like a one score. And though I think individual scores is okay, but really to separate out in terms of categories, and a lot of things we've talked about, especially since we keep wanting to add things in. So the things I had talked about, and this is actually even separating out the existing EJ environmental indicators, I actually think are to group together. So I was thinking, we could have like an air risk, air impact category, water impact category, climate, health, then like a housing infrastructure sort of things, and then like a green space, ecological services. And obviously those don't have to be the categories, but that's sort of how I thought about it. And that way you could sort of do more targeted cumulative, assessments for like targeted questions you want to answer. But then then there's kind of you can also easily look under each thing, add in things as they come available. I mean, I'm mindful of this averaging effect too, that we've talked about it with the demographic indicators. That could also happen when you start grouping things like that as well, but maybe there's an option to look at individual indicators and then as a group in a category. But I think altogether it's just too much. You get one score and then you're like, well, what does this mean? And the next step is always to go back and figure out, well, why is the score high? Why is the score low? Anyway.
Hi, this is Quinn from Minnesota. So yeah, I think I like the 6 buckets, and I could see like scores for those categories. I wonder if the threshold map could have those buckets in it. I'm just kind of worried like the threshold map will lead to like cherry picking of the data, where it's like I'm a state and I don't want people to see this problem that we have, so I'm just going to focus on these couple of indicators versus a more comprehensive set of indicators. I think the state tools, they do think thoughtfully about how to weigh each item. I do get at a national level, it's really challenging to like say it applies to the whole nation and it'll just work great for everyone. But yeah, I think it's worth doing, and maybe it will be more long term, but yeah, that's my thoughts. Thanks.
This is Michael Schmeltz. I think the question that comes to mind for me is if there will be no sort of cumulative score in any which way, but sort of I feel like the knowledge is out there now that people are interested in a cumulative score. So are they going to now create their own sort of cumulative score? And does that do more good, more harm? Should the tool give some guidance on it in some way? But I think that's also a question that was brought up as that we keep coming back to, that this is a screening tool. But, I think for us on the panel, it's important for us to know where this will potentially be addressed in sort of the EJ sphere if it's not addressed here. That way we can at least help guide individuals who will use this tool on, what to expect in terms of cumulative impacts in that nature.
I think I keep coming back to kind of the question of asking for guidance on the appropriate uses of the tool when I think we're also talking about kind of the framework tool. And I keep thinking depending on how we define the approach and framework, you end up with very different uses, and therefore it makes it more complicated for this section. Because I think the question of, are we looking to identify communities that have cumulative air burden is a different one and a tool that will end up with than a community that has the overall cumulative risk across all the different media. And then are we then looking to lower the air burden for just those with cumulative air burden, because then people would kind of cherry pick just that? Or are we thinking about the overall burden on all communities across media and then going to try to lower the burden of air, try to unstack some of that, and then try to unstack some of that water burden, et cetera. So I think it might depend on the framework and the approach, and that will determine kind of the use of it too.
So it's a question for EPA. I'm based on 1.5 days discussion, I'm a little bit getting confused. What's the purpose of the tool? Community engagement, regulation, or what do you exactly mean by screening? Maybe if we can get some thoughts on that to remind us of.
Yeah, I think, obviously I cannot speak on behalf of the Office of EJ, and I'm not allowed to either. But I think the thinking was, as I think even David Kuniski mentioned earlier in response to one of our previous questions, it is a screening tool, right? And also what Matthew Tejada mentioned, it's a question generating tool, not an answer generating tool. So some of the other tools, that's mentioned in terms of the responses, the preliminary comments, focus on some of the other tools that have done that, like the CDC, DJI, and of course the CGS tool, because their purpose is a little bit different, to generate answers in terms of which communities receive or should receive funds, and etc. So those goals are a little bit different. They're not, I think, set up as screening tools, unlike EJ Screen, which is, to generate newer questions more than finding specific answers. But that's why I think that's why there were no attempt to accumulate or combine different factors to have a single score and make a final decision. But
so then why are we talking about cumulative scores now? And also
because it's one of our charge questions.
Okay. So, and also it would be helpful for the users if they go on the website, if exactly what you said is written there, so that the expectations and the inferences that they make out of is clear to them, that this is an exploratory lens or just to generate questions, not to use it for decision-making purposes, as a disclaimer or something. Because that's the tendency, as everyone would have to use that for
Right.
discussing outcomes or.
That could be a good, actionable recommendation.
So for example, when we develop something at the bottom of, or we have a Twitter feed or something, we say views are on my own, like this thing, or the whatever the outcomes that we are saying is based on research outcomes. So if you're using it in practice or you use it with your discretion, some sort of language that explicitly mentions it's a screening platform.
Jim, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Jim Sad. I think that that recommendation is a good one. I think EPA has already done a pretty good job of that. Maybe they could be more explicit or more expansive. The other thing is, I just wanted to mention, and this is something that Ari brought up in her comments, but not in the comments today. EPA has a definition for cumulative impacts that they use, and it very much is not compatible with EJ Screen. So that's part of the being clear with definitions and knowing what you can do and can't do. So I just remind them of that, as if they needed reminding.
Some people.
Any other comments, recommendations? Yes.
So I think one of the easiest ways could be to give some users some ability to develop their own cumulative assessment, because it's a screening tool, right? So like simplistic addition, subtraction, whatever they want to do, then the ability to give you select 4 variables and you can play with them however you see fit for your region. And it works nationally, but then they can look at within their local region, okay, if whatever they're envisioning these 4 things to do, if they want to add, if they want to take an average, whatever they want to take, maybe simplistic arithmetic that they can operate.
Good question. So do you think Ari's suggestion and also what Jim said, mentioned kind of thinking in terms of 5 or 6 categories, will that be a good step in terms of addressing that issue? Or
yeah, I think that, yeah.
And Naomi, you had a question.
I think I like the idea of the categories. I think that would help a lot of things, but especially the threshold maps and widget, and just making it a little bit clearer what you might be looking at when you're looking at a cumulative map. But I also, just looking at the CDC tool and thinking about, I know the EDF Environmental Defense Fund is coming out soon with its Climate Vulnerability Index, which is really comprehensive and it's on a census tract level. But those tools that other organizations have made could be linked in EJ Screen so that it takes the user to another website, right? But there's some direction of like, if you want, a more answer-based interface, then you could go there. So, there's a lot of overlap, of course, of that information, but it's just presented in a different way. And it also then speaks to the priority use case of EJ Screen, which is, a research questions, tool and a conversation tool.
And definitely the new Search Geo platform allows the option of linking it to, currently it does to Justice 40 tracks, but there are definitely possibilities for doing that even in the short term.
I'm just going to say, just so I didn't think of this on myself. The CGES tool as it exists is sort of like this. It's got like big broad categories and then things underneath. They don't really integrate them. And I don't know if how this would work, we could or not, but that's sort of the model that they have. And I do find their tool pretty useful in terms of, kind of honing in on, you can see everything together but it's also really easy to peel things apart and see what the specific issue is in a specific area.
David Kniske here. I guess what's potentially intuitive appealing about a score is that it allows you to ultimately get to a binary distinction. Is a community, however we're going to define a community geographically, an EJ community or not, right? Because you could take the score and you could come up with some threshold, you're above or below it. And that's essentially what the CGES tool does. It's what Cal EnviroScreen does. It's what I think the New Jersey tool now does. And those are all linked to particular decisions being made for policy, right? Whether part of Justice 40 with the CGES tool or for Cal EnviroScreen is used to allocate resources from the cap and trade program. And then New Jersey has this new statute that, as many of you probably sure know, requires the DEP there to adjust potentially permitting decisions based on whether a community is designated this way or not. EJ Screen is not tied to that kind of decision making yet, as far as I know, at the EPA, right? So I think unless the EPA is going to use the tool for that reason, that maybe the threshold map or the threshold approach is sufficient. now make the opposite argument, right? But now I'm thinking about communities who are trying to pitch themselves as being EJ communities. And you think about all the money that's now available through the IRA and other funding mechanisms where equity is built into those funding opportunities, and communities need to make the case that they are sort of deserving, if you will. And here, what we're asking them to do is utilize the current tool to sort of make that case, which is harder the way it's currently set up. So I think that's the challenge here is that there are multiple users, right? And I think there are different ways to sort of think about this. It's not that you couldn't utilize the current tool. I think if you were a member of a community or a community organization to sort of make that case, but it's not as easy as would be if there was sort of a binary distinction that we are or not an EJ community. I don't know where that leaves us. I guess I'm personally comfortable with the way it's set up now. So I think it is distinctive that it's not a decision tool, but I think we should recognize that some people in the user community are kind of looking to get those kind of answers out of it. And we should be sure that the threshold approach, so that's what we're going to go with, is sort of sufficient for help them to do that. Thanks.
Marjorie Elaine, I guess I would just add to that a little bit differently on that, sort of bringing it down to one number. So, I'm just going to say arbitrary, I'm an 11 and you're a 12 or a 13, that, for a community, I guess it might be easier for the community, but I think to some of the other points is really understanding what it means and whether it's relevant or not is an important distinction. And the information and data that are in the EJ screen currently can be used, and I think aren't so difficult for community people to use to make some of those arguments. So given where EJ screen is today and the data available today, it seems like I would be more, in support of not going that way to boil everything down to one number. We tend to be reductionists, I think, just as a general scientific principle. It's easier to understand, but I think in this case, these are complicated situations, and it's okay not to have one number. It's okay to have four numbers, or or a little bit more, and have a more thoughtful approach, and even forcing people, communities, all of us, to think a little bit more through what the information in the situation is for the people who are living in these communities. And also the fact is, a lot of these data are they're not exposure assessments. They're really giving you information about, in this block group, this is the air quality and other. So, you kind of start to use things in a way that's not exactly, and with language that's not exactly accurate. And I think in some ways this is similar. There are different definitions, other things that people have brought up just in this conversation, which would lead me to kind of also not be so supportive of the one number policy.
Many states have, when they do corrective action plans, or they have a risk-based corrective action plan methodology for site. So there's methodologies that states might use to look at that sort of risk assessment. And so I keep going back to, this is a screening tool, and the threshold maps do a good proxy for cumulative impacts without calling it a cumulative impact. But there are other tools that the states use then that look at that risk evaluation for specific site cleanup. So that's outside the scope of this particular charge question, but just sort of a reminder of how the states work, or some states might work better than others with their corrective action plans and doing their Rebecca process, the risk-based corrective action plans. And some states might be more developed on that. But so that's just something to keep in mind, how this is addressed.
And I can't remember if I brought this up or not, but the issue of one score is also problematic if you really have to pay so much more close attention to sort of double counting and intercorrelation, because as you start adding in things and you really start to you can start adding more and more things in, it really can start tipping the score in inadvertent ways away from one community that needs resources for one thing and another community that needs resources for another thing. And actually, that was something I noticed in the New Jersey tool. I had looked at that. They had so many things that like overlap that they were really weighting it towards certain communities that I think they had a lot of things related to green space and park space and like tree canopy. All these things were like half the variables, and they were kind of weighting communities that were having, that lacked those issues, and it was, at the expense of communities that had other issues, basically.
Reginald Archer, maybe I'm just thinking of it in a very simplistic way, but the way I think about it is, even as a screening tool, and it does say on the website that the EPA does not use this tool to identify or label EJ communities. But even as a screening tool, if I want to know if my community is being impacted by some burden, then I can use the tool to do that. I can see what the percentile is and compare it to the state or the country. And if I could do the same with several indicators or several burdens, as we can think of that as cumulative impact, and maybe the threshold tool does allow me to do that in a sense. But if I can see that, I am, impacted by 12 environmental indicators, and I'm at the 95th percentile versus some other places where, maybe only 4 indicators or 2 indicators or 1 indicator, then that might allow me to think about how I want to, move differently in my community, or, assess, how to fix whatever issues that are going on, or address those. And so just in that sense, I think it's valuable. I think it's a little bit different. And maybe, like I said, I'm simplifying it, but I think in a simple way, if 12 is bigger than 4, and now I can dig deeper to figure out, all right, what are these 4, or what are these 12, and how do I address those? So that's the way I think about the cumulative impacts. And if I can see it that way, then I think it would be helpful.
I think one other potential use, if EPA was to come up with a cumulative score, is for the states that do not have the resources to compile their own or come up with their own methodology or apply their own data to it. It could be a useful proxy until they do, or if they don't want to, they don't need to.
Naomi Yoder, I second that wholeheartedly. I think there's a real use for communities that don't have the information they need to have, essentially, and that EJ Screen could fill a role there if possible. So I think that would be something like, what we would love to have is something like cumulative pollution, because right now we have, for air pollution, we have point source emissions that are seemingly arbitrary, from which point are they emitted. It seems the permitting system and the way those data are reported does not reflect what's happening on the ground, and there's no indication of cumulative impact or of how this facility, if it was permitted this way, would add to the cumulative pollution burden in the area. So just from that perspective of communities needing a tool to be able to show that there is a larger amount of air pollution in their block group than there is, in a different block group somewhere else. I think that would be critical. So, and I agree that having one number is, it still requires, it asks the user to, learn something about how the tool is working and what are the assumptions behind that. But I think that's fine as long as we make that clear what those expectations are of what you're going to be assuming. I think it's more likely that someone would look into as well what's behind that number if it's just one number instead of a even a percentile, because, you would have to be able to interpret just 12 versus 4, right? You'd have to say something about what that means and then learn something about what's behind those numbers. So I think a cumulative score would be really useful for, communities that aren't going to have in the foreseeable future any kind of localized tools.
And I'll let Jim Sad have the last word.
As Jim said, I just wanted to respond to that comment a little bit. EJ Screen doesn't say anything about how much pollution there is, air pollution, or what the pollutants are. So it really doesn't shed any light on that sort of a concern. In California, there's a regulatory apparatus that does require that if a new facility is going to be sited, then there has to be some understanding of, in a cumulative way, how much it increases or decreases, say, cancer risk or something like that. I realize that's not the same for everywhere, but we have to recognize the data in EJ Screen for what it is, and it does not shed any light really in a quantitative way on risk or any of those very important concerns that we all share, but it just doesn't do it. It's the wrong tool.
Any other comments or recommendations before we close discussion on question 12?
This is Naomi. Yeah, thanks for saying that. And I think that there are some of the indicators and some of the indices that do include, pollution. So, looking at the air tox screen, for example, that data set is pulled in to EJ Screen, and that relates to risk assessments for air toxics. So I do think that there's, we're not trying to be, gather all of the data that have been reported on air monitoring ever, but there are sophisticated tools that are saying, here's our best guess at the moment. So anyway, I guess I'm just trying to make that case that with what we have, there is some pollution data that is pulled in to EJ Screen and I think should continue to be, but that's part of how we could look at cumulative.
Veronica?
Yes, I also wanted to maybe emphasize a different aspect of the issue of the data that Jim has mentioned. And again, I think I want to highlight that many of the spatially resolved data that is in EJ Screen is results of model, statistical model, numerical model, dispersion model, assumption on the position of these point sources and whether they are exactly where they are reported that they are. So there is a lot of assumptions that gets in there. And then these percentiles, really maybe a location turns out to be in the 90th percentile, but there is uncertainty because the 90th percentile is derived based on an estimate that has some error, right? So maybe if you account for that error, maybe that location is not anymore in the 90th percentile. It could be in the 85th percentile. It could be in the 95th percentile. So I think when we count, I think maybe there is 12 indicators that a location are above the 90th percentile, but maybe if we account for the uncertainty that there is in that data, there are not 12, there are 8. And so I am really uncomfortable. I feel really uncomfortable in trying to pick and say this location is worse off than this other location because it's an 8 versus a 12 when those numbers are surrounded by uncertainty. And so I I think I'm fine with the threshold map. I'm fine with putting all the disclaimers. And I think until we arrive to a position where this data that is now in the EG screen are not anymore estimates obtained from models, but they're actually measurements for which we can reduce the uncertainty as much as it's possible, then I think we are in a better position to create this score. But right now, I think there is so much uncertainty that is surrounding any of these estimates. And this is not only for environmental, but also I think we keep on forgetting that what the ACS gives is not, again, a measurement. Somebody earlier on said the lead paint is a measure. It's not. It's an estimated on an ACS estimate, and the ACS estimates have margin of error. So everything in here is surrounded by uncertainty, and so we have to be very aware of this.
Anyone else? Okay, so it looks like we have some consensus, not complete consensus yet, but we will revisit at the end of the meeting tomorrow when we discuss, kind of summarize the major findings and recommendations. So we'll continue with this after a 15-minute break, and it's about 2:55, so approximately 10 after 3 p.m. Eastern is when we'll discuss question number 30. Thank you.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
How do we avoid that?
Check. Yeah. So let me turn the room off. Yeah, the room's off. Here comes the you. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Doesn't make it any you. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 2. I see it on the board. Check 1, 2. Got to be a cable. I'm going to trace the cable. What do you think? Check 1, 2, 2. 2. Yes, nothing. Check. Check 1, 2, 2. Yes, I got the ring good. Check. Check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 2. So weird, man. I'm gonna try a different outfit. Yeah. Check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, man. I think you think that chair on the table is good? Hopefully it's fine. Mess with that. We could run another XLR. I think it's that chair. Check. Yeah, that's the room. Ready? Check, check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. So weird. 2. 2. You're there, man. Check. Yeah. Check. Check 1, 2, 2. Up. 2, 2, 2. Check 2, 2.
Check, check, check.
Check 1, 2, 2, 2. And check, check. Back to mute. I mean. Oh, you did? Okay. This is all. Okay. Check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. 2. Check. Check 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check. Up. Check 1, 2. Did you sure you hooked it back up? Might not have heard it. Check 1, 2, 2. Check 2, 2. Check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2, 2. We're on. We're getting there. It was just muted. I never muted. Okay, welcome back, everyone, in person and virtually. We are now ready to move on to our discussion of charge question 13. Jim? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. This is Jim Sad. So I'll read charge question 13. One technical difficulty in creating a cumulative score is the weighting of environmental indicators. Please advise on specific approaches for combining the environmental indicators together into a single score, including how to appropriately weight the various indicators to represent the risk burdens more accurately. Please comment on methods to incorporate other factors into the score, such as climate, health, and other social factors. So I'll start with my comments. And at this juncture, I'm reminded of our discussion of charge question 9 with averaging demographic metrics. Aggregate scores are usually either simple sums or their averages, and this inherently assumes equal weights. Rarely is this assumption examined carefully or quantitatively. There's little evidence-based quantitative analysis that provides guidance on relative weights for EJ screen metrics. such as there is for, say, risk assessment. And there are a few examples of this type of weighting in the methodologies of other screening tools that can be examined for guidance. And for those that exist, the weighting decisions are largely subjective. This problem is complicated as more indicators are added, and allowing users to define their own weights carries tremendous risk of misinterpretation. Another key challenge is that many indicators are subject to double counting, as has been mentioned earlier, ultimately allowing some indicators to exert a disproportionate impact on any overall score. If EPA decides to weight indicators, you should carefully use sensitivity analysis to understand the contribution of any one indicator at its relative weight on an overall score to avoid biasing the score by overweighting. Cal and ViraScreen researchers have used sensitivity analysis extensively in this way to determine the impact of weighting choices on their final scores, and that could be used as guidance. And finally, Ari's ideas on separating indicators into categories could allow for incorporation of indicators in one category, if they exist, to be considered without overwhelming the importance of other categories. So similarly, a categorical approach has potential to help address the problems that we've mentioned with cumulative impact scores and also with weighting, at least in terms of addressing the problem of the bias of screening metrics, say in favor of urban versus non-urban areas. So those are my comments, and I'm happy to hear from, in fact, anxious to hear from others.
Now let's hear from the group members first.
I think most of my comments that I've been saying kind of bled over into this one, so I don't know that I have any more to add, but I do think that categorical approach, I still think the averaging can be a problem, but if they're more alike and they're more all pointing towards the same issue, then I think it wouldn't be too bad of it. It could still give sort of a meaningful result, but that probably should be worked out in a sensitivity analysis too before you make big steps like that.
So Kobe,
Yeah, I'm
back.
sorry. I just joined coming from my class, so I apologize if what I'm about to say doesn't make any sense, or is, I've already kind of passed it, but I missed questions 11, 12, and I know you just heard Jim with this his part of 13. I think, as I said earlier, and I'll just make a general comment. I think there's been some, movement for, as you probably already said, when you look at CDC EJ indexes tool as it relates to looking at cumulative impacts. We know the CEQ tool doesn't really look at cumulative impacts, and that's part of the problem besides not including race. The state level tools, we model our scoring approach after Cal and ViraScreen. So there's some pros and cons to that approach. Of course, S has probably already talked about the approach that they've used with the Washington tool. And then you have a paper on the New York EJ screen. They have a scoring approach as well that is comparable. I think leverages Cal and ViraScreen. As I said previously, that I think is important to bring in, have a separate health domain and have a separate climate domain. And we've done some of that, as I mentioned earlier, what I work with the National Academy of Medicine, helping them with their grand challenges on climate change and health equity. Additionally, I think, when you think about the issue of a cumulative score, what we have to think about, what do you mean by cumulative? You're talking about burden? Are you talking about exposure? Are you talking about risk and health, issues? And just on the health front, and this is a comment I didn't say earlier. When we're talking about health outcomes and we talk about CDC Places data, you can have prevalence data, right? And also access to healthcare infrastructure data and medical care use data, right? And also quality of life indicators. But when you think about health data and you look at healthy people 2010, 2020, 2030, I think you're looking at health disparities. You're looking at this disparities in health between different racial ethnic groups, but how are they looking at that in a cumulative fashion? I think when you bring health data into play, I think there's ways to look at bringing health as an outcome indicator, but it will be important. And I think it's again where life expectancy comes in. When you think about scoring, is life expectancy capturing that cumulative impact? And also from cumulative score perspective, you have your negative score, but then what about your positive score? And it's getting back to the whole thing about resiliency too. So I think there's some things that we have to think about bringing in other factors, and then also creating a cumulative score that's appropriate, that's scientifically grounded for both the rural areas and also the urban areas. I think that this is something we have to think about as well. And then in our tool, we're also bringing in, I think, other tools as well. We're bringing in segregation data. I know there's some problems with redlining data that we're putting in the CEQ tool, but I think that will be important. And then your unit of analysis, as I mentioned before, we are trying to bring in, for our tool, having track level, block group level, legislative district level, and also school district level. And so creating the scores at those unit of analysis that are relevant for different user populations. So, and then in our, I think the weighting issue, there are statistical methods that are important, but also, as I said earlier, when it comes to the iterative process and getting feedback loops with those stakeholder groups who are most impacted by environmental justice, making sure that there's a process for them to review and provide feedback on weights. And I believe if given the appropriate tools, impacted residents can also contribute in that way as well. So giving feedback on the weight. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Jay.
Other panel members who contributed to this question? If not, I'll open it up for the full panel discussion.
I think Esther here, when considering weighting, I was thinking back to what Michael had said earlier about kind of zeros and how zeros are handled in the calculation. And it's especially important to consider what zeros mean, whether it means there's no exposure because we have the data, or if it means no data, which therefore is zero appropriate. Since when we're weighting, that obviously will matter, because if there's a 0 versus like 50 and you're averaging those two, in what way that will obviously kind of change the outcome of when you're bringing these indicators together.
Oh, yeah, hi, this is Quinn Carr. Yeah, I think with the weighting, it is, there aren't a lot of precedents for this, and it's difficult to point to a wealth of literature that will give us an easy answer. I think the way we're kind of starting to think about it in Minnesota is what environmental issues are the worst, in our own jurisdiction, and then we might weight those a little more heavily. Or if certain issues are less severe, like, for example, hazardous waste is not as big of an issue in Minnesota as it is in maybe bigger states. So we would add in more of like enforcement and violation issues if facilities aren't complying with regulations. So with weighting, we could look at a national level to see what environmental issues are the most severe versus less severe, and what environmental issues have the biggest impact on human health. And that could help us start to answer those weight questions. But I just don't think at a national scale we've done a lot of that yet. So it's hard to give you a really exact, clear answer. So thanks.
David Rojas.
Thank you. So for the weighting, and everyone knows that certainly each environmental risk or exposure has different level of risk, and the development of different diseases have different severity and impact overall in the life expectancy, quality of life, of the health as a whole. So in the real life, there should be weightings, but it is very hard to do those in this kind of tools. There we don't have ways to classify weightings for each individual risk or health outcome. So based on that lack of, we have ways to do it for a few of those, depends on the parameters of definitions that we decide, but not for everything. So due to the lack of capacity to add weightings to the whole set of exposures or indicators, I don't think I do not recommend to add specific weightings to each individual indicator. Something that we have done in Colorado is to, due to the absence of appropriate weightings for all the indicators that we have included in our tool, we just try to identify more of the exposure type of certainty. If we are more certain that the community will be exposed to that specific risk, we maintain the full weight. If we are less certain that the community will be exposed because it's a facility that have probabilities to be produced an exposure, but have a facility is not 100% that people will be exposed to certain pollutants, we weighted less. So this is an approach more in terms of the exposure probability than the severity of the disease. So for facilities, we reduce the weight, and for things like air pollution, we maintain the full weight of that specific indicator. Thank you.
I'm just going to say, aside from the complications of deciding, which exposure source, is the most important, weighting it that way, there's a real issue with sort of the underlying data quality of the different indicators. Some are going to be a lot, some, especially in EJ screen, not a criticism, just what it is. Like they're very, very crude indicators of exposure, like proximity to something is a lot different and then there's modeling issues. So there's all sorts of data quality things that it would be really hard to put a weight on them just by how they vary and how closely they even approximate exposure.
I realized that the comment that I have in the handout maybe was pertinent to the previous charge question, but so continuing on the rift of confusing questions, but I have found very little work on cumulative impact in rural areas. And so, but then looking at the question at hand of weighting factors is an area in attainment or non-attainment, could that be used as a weight, as a measure of potential exposure or risk? And if it's been in attainment for, say, more than 5 years, then it maybe has a more positive weight. And so there should be presumably less cumulative impacts for a respiratory illness, potentially. I'm not quite sure. I'm not well versed in that. But just wondering if leading to that aspect of data quality, attainment and non-attainment is a yes or no. And so that might be a potential thing to use as a weighting factor.
I guess I would call that an indicator, another indicator, not necessarily a weighting factor.
So Kobe?
Yeah, I apologize when I'm being adjoined. I missed I was looking back at my response to question 12, and I'm not sure if y'all found it useful or not, but I mean, I think there's some different approaches. I said that at the federal level, but then there are multiple states that are trying to get at cumulative impacts in different ways. I just mentioned in question 12, the work in Delaware that are trying to do. I think they're trying to pass a cumulative impacts bill. We tried to pass a cumulative impacts bill in Maryland this past session, where we defined overburdened, underserved in a bill called the Climate Solutions Now Act that was passed in 2022. And we try to use that same, so we use Maryland EJ screen to help inform the sort of delineation of who's overburdened, underserved. But the bill didn't pass this go around. This is actually the 5th bill we tried to pass, I think, in Maryland on cumulative impacts since 2014. And so I would say that on the cumulative impact side, on the cumulative score side, as I said, there's some states that are trying to do a few things, but one of the things about the weights or where the right language is the indicator, I think there's a way that we can on the data quality side, can we, and I think one of the other panelists talked about, there's model data, and as I said before, and I agree, there's a lot of things that are actually proxies, crude proxies for exposure. And some, even before we get exposure, crude proxies for burden, right? So I think even how we separate burden, really understand burden well, which really will help us inform exposure. And I think we have to have some weights to get to the data quality part of it too. So, or some classifications of the data quality, low quality, high, medium quality, high quality, and then how we use that data, those particular parameters, and maybe some parameterization that needs to be done to inform the cumulative impact, not cumulative impact, but some of the cumulative scoring we want to do. So I'll stop there, Jay.
Thank you, Sakobi. Any other comments, recommendations for question 13?
Naomi Yoder, I think that we were talking at the break, and if you have one number, I think I said this before, and I'm going to retract what I said, or at least clarify. But so I was saying one number would encourage people to dig in more and look at what's behind that number. But we were talking about that isn't realistic. If there's one number, people will take that number and that's it. The average, brand new user to the tool will just say that's what I need, and so but that all said, as I said before, communities want that. Community members need a way to say, to express the comparative, impact that they're experiencing as compared to other places, and a way to kind of demonstrate that. So, having a number is, and us thinking through all of the reasons why it leads to that specific number, I think is really useful, and worth doing. I guess I would appreciate as well, instead of kind of working towards one number, I would think of working towards those domains that Ari and Dr. Jacoby mentioned. So, and everyone else. So having a score where the weighting happens maybe in those indicators that lead up to a climate domain score or a health domain score. And then, they would, each of those domains should have an equal weight to go into a final score. So that was, if there's weighting, it should be at a more granular level than in the kind of final combination. And I'm thinking also of kind of like the CDC Social Vulnerability Index, where there's one score, but then you can also find out which of the domains contributed most to the score. So, being able to pull it apart and say, which domain kind of rose to the top in this block group as, kind of driving this answer or the cumulative impact score.
So Kobe?
Oh yeah, Naomi, you were like, I was like ESPNing you. You started talking about domaining. So I was gonna go to the domain part. So thanks for getting me set up. Yeah, exactly as I'm not going to Kobe explain what you already said, but the domains I think are a really important place to make this happen. And I was gonna add, I said energy before. For the tools have to be innovate some. So we haven't started it yet. I had a STAR grant for my EPA folks, ORD. I had a STAR grant to get funded. We're going to build a whole new energy domain into the tool as well. So I didn't say that before, but it's fine. It didn't get funded. I'll still figure it out. So the idea would be you have a climate domain, you have an energy domain, you have the social demographic domain, you have the health domain, right? And you have the exposure domain and the burden domain. You say, oh, there's some overlap between those things. So so statistically, we're going to try to figure some of those things out statistically, and also using community input for what goes where and what's the most important things to keep, right? And so that's part of that waiting. But I do think, as Naima said, I don't want to restate what was already stated. That's a really good way. And I think that to be able to, from a fit for purpose perspective, if you can see what domain is driving it, then that helps with the intervention side as well. Like, maybe it's something socioeconomic, then that local community can work with local people, town council, boards, et cetera. Maybe it's environmental burden. So then maybe there's something around zoning, et cetera. Maybe it's exposure. So maybe we're not getting enough of the right data, right? The hyper local data that's needed or something else. So I think, or if there's a health issue, so maybe it's engaging the health department more, if that's driving the score and seeing what's happened with hard to reach populations who are experiencing health disparities. So I think that's important. And then just in the health domain, real quickly, I want to say this in relation to the cumulative score. And I have so many thoughts, y'all. I didn't finish my thought from before, but because I don't want to tell my grant proposal, but whatever. As long as y'all are, keep it between us. No. So on the health side, right, you got the health status data, everybody. You have the health status data, but then you actually have another set of data, the health disparities data, right? So how you bring in health status, which one you pick, health disparities, okay? And then how do you define health disparities, okay? In that unit of analysis, are you going to do it, as Naima said, the comparative approach? So it's an intra-unit analysis, it's an inter-unit analysis, it's an inter-race, inter-SES. There's a lot of opportunity to build a strong health domain. And these are discussions that we're actually having as part of the cumulative impacts work group with NEJAC, because those discussions are going to also, I think, feed into the evolution of EJ Screen. So I just want to say that on the scoring side, that we have multiple opportunities to use health data in different ways. And so there's even from a vulnerability perspective, using the health status, health disparities data to inform vulnerability too. So I just want to share that as a place where we can dig in more, but 100% of what Naomi said, and I'll pass the mic back to you, Jay.
Yeah, and just to very briefly and quickly update you in terms of our responses to charge question 12. I don't think we reached complete consensus on whether an overall single cumulative score is required, but we did agree or come to some sort of agreement that we do need the categories or domains that you mentioned in terms of
domains.
We
like to call them, Jay, call them buckets. The buckets of indicators. Yes, the various buckets. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Terminology to be decided, but air, water, climate, health, housing, and I think Ari mentioned ecological one, the one that has green space as kind of the preliminary categories or domains or buckets, for which scores may be needed.
Okay. Right. So you did media related, air, water. You had a health domain. Ecological gets to like the salutogenic, natural sort of ecosystem services.
Kind of like green space, ecological services. Sorry, Lewis. My computer just, so I don't have my list, but I think it was like ecological services and green space in kind of a bucket. And then there was like the housing infrastructure sort of situation in like an infrastructure bucket.
And there'll be some natural overlap between the housing bucket and the climate bucket because of the climate resilient infrastructure piece, right? So that's where we have to figure those, which ones go into which bucket, which ones stay in the climate bucket. Yep, I got you. Thank you for that.
Okay, David Rojas.
Yeah, going back to the question number 13 that have a mention about the climate health and all the indicators and the weightings. So so how we do manage the weightings in the climate indicators in the domains or the bucket of climate indicators in Colorado Virus Screen, because we do not, fortunately, we do not see climate events like the wildfires each year or extreme heat days or floods. So those are weighted less. Again, our perspective in terms of the kind of mapping tools are what you are covering there is exposures and outcomes. So and climate are exposures. And if you don't have those exposures happening often, that's the reason we are weighting there less in terms of the overall score in the domains and the final score. In terms of the health, how we consider health, and this is something that I have find it missing in the whole documentation from the EPA, is that what is the definition of environment? What is the definition of health that they're working on? And based on that, we can mention what kind of indicators should be there. But just thinking in the concept of health, one of the portion of the concept of health that includes the absence or presence of disease, health should include, again, multiple organs and systems. So try to capture multiple pathways of the health outcomes. Again, how we define the tool is exposure and outcomes. And another way to help the user to understand weightings that we include in our tool is to graphically present it which kind of domains and indicators are the ones that are driving the results. So this is another way that make it easier to community members or users to identify what will be the main issue that we should be asking the questions in our community. And graphical identification of those are very helpful. And that will probably help to also manage the weighting processes. Thank you.
Just to be clear, also, I like, obviously, I had the idea of the categories, but I'm not suggesting that we also are not able to really see inside the individual indicators too. So I'm sort of picturing, like you have your category and whatever percentile that's at, I guess, averaging or some weighting. I'm not sure I'm sold on weighting because I don't know how we would actually do that for, in a way that would be meaningful across the whole country. But then you could, kind of drop down and see your individual indicators in that category and see what percentile they would fall into. I don't want to, I know having one score is convenient and I like it, but I think it is important also not to lose the individual information that went into that.
Veronica?
Yes, actually, it was more of a question to David Rojas. In terms of like the weighting that he was describing. So am I right to understand that your weighting is some sort of like reflection of the uncertainty that you have on the exposure, given that, for example, you were saying that some of the exposures that in your experience, you were more sure were receiving higher weights. And similarly, when you were talking about wildfires, you were saying because we don't experience wildfire that often, to me, then you can think about, I'm not sure about whether that is really a relevant exposure to take into consideration just because we have so few events. So how would you think about the weighting scheme that you were suggesting? Would you be comfortable in talking about them as some sort of inverse weighting to the uncertainty that you have in the exposures?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Veronica. And yeah, that is the path that we are managing the weighting, more in the frequency of exposure and the certainty that exposure will happen more than the severity of the risk or the burden associated with the specific exposure or health outcome. So that is a way that we, and another example will be waste management facilities that could spill or produce some kind of exposure. But that doesn't mean that there will be certainty that this facility will actually release any pollutant or chemical that will harm the community living there. But just having that is not enough to weight it as the same as any other real exposure. So that's the reason we reduce the weight of that specific indicator in the overall score.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other comments and recommendations for question number 13?
Cindy, who I think this is more of a long-term suggestion, which is that the EJ screen currently allows comparison to the state and comparison to the country. So if we're talking about weighting here, I want the group to also think a little bit about whether we want to use the same set of weights for the entire country, or if we can allow the states to have their own weights, given that different environmental justice concerns also vary across states.
Other comments? Yeah, Veronica?
Yes, I think I wanted to thank Cindy for that comment. As I mentioned in answer to the previous question, I am a little bit afraid of trying to combine everything in one cumulative score, even though I understand that that's what communities want. I just don't want to sell something until we're sure that what we're providing communities is something that can be defensible and based on the strongest science and stats and probability and whatever. I do really appreciate the comments made by David and Cindy, and I think that I do like the idea of like weighting exposure based on the amount of certainty and that we have on those exposure. And I also think that, as I reiterated also in my answer to question 12, that I think that the weighting is something that should really be informed more locally rather than on a national level. I think individual communities have different issues that they're dealing with. And so I really like the idea of having individual states or individual users be able to weigh things according to what makes more sense to that particular reality they're living in. I still don't believe we're ready for a unique score, but maybe long-term, that's what I think. It would be great to have a score, a weighting scheme that reflects these aspects.
Other comments, suggestions? Jim said.
This is Jim Sad. So is the consensus that a score at the national level and weighting at the national level is not viable, but there is some potential for more localized or state-based scoring and weighting? I just want to make sure I understand what people are thinking.
Anyone who disagrees? That was my thinking too, but Naomi, go ahead.
Yeah, I still think that there is a utility for a score, a single score but that those scores should also be based in the domains, and that should be made really accessible and clear. So yeah, I still think that's a useful thing to pursue. But then any weighting for indicators that would go into those scores should be done at a more fine-grained scale.
David Kaniski, I guess I'm seeking clarification. I'm not sure I quite follow where we're headed here. So on the first issue is what a state score would look like, and how that would differ from, is that we're talking about having state-specific data in some way, doing state-specific weighting? I guess I'm not clear on what people are thinking. So if someone could offer some clarification on that matter, that would be very helpful to me. And then second, if we're moving toward, rather than a single cumulative score, a score based on these categories, I'm, I guess, unclear as to what's going to be included in these categories, right? In the current EJ screen, there are like 5 or 6 different air measures. There's, I think, 1 explicit water measure. And then there's things like, hazardous waste sites, which could be water, they could be soil, they could be air, right? So how are we planning on doing this? I think we're kind of getting really far ahead towards saying, let's do categories, but I'm not quite sure what that actually means. And that would be a real, at least as I understand it, a really different approach to what's currently in here. And I'm not sure we've done sort of the necessary work to decide exactly how that would get done to make a recommendation in that sense. So maybe this is like a long-term kind of recommendation and that a lot has to be sorted out, but I guess I'm looking for clarification on what this would look like concretely. Thanks.
Go ahead, Jim.
The way I understand it is we'd be making a recommendation for EPA to look at categories and see if they can come up with a way to develop categories that seem sensible and that then would be reviewed at a later date. I don't think we would be creating the categories, although it's perfectly okay for us to give some ideas or some examples or some possible categories, but a lot of work would have to go into that. And I'm a little concerned if the consensus is no overall score at the national level, but maybe categories. And if weighting is done, it should only be at the state level. It seems that we're going past the mandate of EJ Screen, which is a nationally consistent screening method. We can't ask EJ Screen and the EJ Screen team to be everything for everyone. So if things are done differently at the state level, it doesn't seem to me that is EPA and EJ Screen's job, but I'd be happy to hear other ideas on that.
So Kobe?
Yeah, so there have been multiple iterations of EJ Screen. I think y'all know the history from Matt Tejada. So this tool has been going to multiple versions of, was it, Jim, is it 10 to 15 years now? Going back to EJ View and EJ Seat. And so I would say that,
I think EJ Seat is like 20 years, but anyway.
Thank you, Jim. 20 years. Okay, 20 years, right? So there's been a lot of work from a lot of EJ folks that have gone into building EJ Screen prior to this conversation we're having right now. And a lot of those folks have also done a lot of work at the state level. And so I would say, to hack the process, I would be really against doing another 20 years of work to make decisions on categories. Because again, Calavaro Screens, the oldest state level tool, has categories. Remember EJ Screen, we have categories. There's other state tools that have categories. There's been a lot of work that's been done already to build out those categories. They have working reports from Calavaro Screen, other tools. So I don't think, there's North Carolina has a website with all the state level tools. We're using similar approaches. People are innovating within those tools. So this group would not have to do that work. That work has been done. So selecting categories, I don't think is an issue. But I do agree with Jim about this, our mandate providing a score. I like, to have a domain score. I like to have an overall score. So you can do intra and inter comparisons, whatever way you want to use that term, because you can do interstate, intrastate, across regions, etc. But I think there needs to be some standardization, uniformity to allow for us to have comparisons within the cross regions. And again, I would be, like even on NEJAC, we've had conversations about EJ screen. So there's been a lot of work. So the work is not only on this group. There's work that's already been done. There's work that's currently being done. There's even another conversation that's been had with CEQ, with EJ experts and scientists about the CGIS tool. So I just wanted to share that ecosystem, right? There's a large ecosystem out there already of folks building, innovating, iterating these tools. And the EPA, in some ways, has to catch up with that other work. And I'll pass the mic back.
I just want to clarify one thing. We keep talking about scores, and I don't know if we've really defined what we mean by scoring, even these categories. And I guess my thinking is that I'm not suggesting a score like, a 34 or 46, and then add these up. I kind of think the percentile approach that's been used would work fine there. I don't know if we're averaging or weighting the different things inside it, but you have a climate score of 80 percentile, which is some, it's in relation to everything else. But I think that is more meaningful than start doing this is a 15, this is a 20, that really doesn't make sense. I think it's really hard to conceptualize for everyone.
I think just one point of clarification that I might need is, I think a lot of the scores that I'm familiar with are percentile scores, so they kind of mean the same thing. And so I think I keep going back to are we talking about the framework? I'm one of those, when I got homework, I really read the prompt and really only answer the prompt. And charge question number 12 asked about uses, potential uses, and here asking about just what types of method and incorporating things into a score. And so I think I'm kind of getting lost in the mix between, are we talking about how we're setting up the framework for this, or are we giving recommendations if EPA were to decide what might be the methods and the weighting or the different types of things we might recommend if they went that route?
Yeah, and Marjorie, just to sort of follow up on that, you obviously have all the indicators, and then you have the indices, and sort of where all of those getting numerically again to a percentile or cumulative percentiles, and where that fits into the concept of this sort of a cumulative score, cumulative percentile. I think the other issue is just, this is, I see it as more long-term, thinking about what are I'm going to use the word indexes or indices, because I think that is very helpful to try to go ahead and combine entities. And there are a lot of different kinds of indexes that could be suggested, and even with health and well-being, whereas I see as different, there's just lots of different ways to do it. So I think setting the framework can be very helpful as a suggestion, and also the charge questions really are more focused more specifically on a cumulative score, and so that. But some of this discussion that we've had around that does relate to cumulative score and other of the charge questions. And so I would charge EPA. And I also think that leaving things to the states, I see this more as a national opportunity for states, and some states can take more advantage because they have more resources to go ahead and do that, or more data. But I see that the national framework is so important because not all states have the same capabilities. So I would really think that it's important to go ahead and sort of develop it more into these indices more. And I really don't like the whole concept of the term supplemental index. I just think that doesn't mean anything to me. But and as a community, I'm not sure I would even understand why that title was there, but sort of more titles and more indices that community members would be important to them. And a lot of different suggestions have been made by lots of people in the room as to what might be important, even for their own regions or their own state government, or, a geographic region in the country. And I think it's important to think about that in developing some of these indices and if that's the way EPA were to decide, or this group might suggest that.
Jim?
I just keep reminding myself in my head that what EJ Screen does is not identify environmental justice communities. It identifies areas that deserve and require deeper, further, different study in order to really understand. So when we're talking about these indices and scores, these are not numbers that measure anything. They're just expressions of ranks. I mean, the percentiles are just an expression of ranks. And so I think there's a lot of potential for particularly the non-technical users or non-technical public to misunderstand what some of these values might be. And we need to be, and EPA needs to be very clear about what an index or a score or any of this really is and what it's not, in order to not mislead people and actually make negative progress.
Jacoby?
Yeah, Jim made a great point. I was going to go back to one of Dr. Alion's points about at the state level. And I'm a very big proponent, as y'all probably can hear, of state level tools, but there are some states that don't have tools and they will never have tools, right? They're not going to support the development of those tools. So, so having a national representative tool is very important. So I want to go back to having domain scores for the whole country, having an overall score, percent ranking, ranking for the whole country is important, because some states, they may never have a tool that'll be useful for those constituents in that state. So I think it does make sense for us to be able to innovate, but as I said before, there should be some interoperability or some collaboration across the tools. But EJ Screen needs to be EJ Screen, and it needs to be something that people in all states, regardless of politics, can benefit from. So I just wanted to clarify one of my previous points to make sure I emphasize that point of the access issue to this type of tool, where some states, they may never have this kind of tool, or it may be rudimentary. And so we have to look to those entities, those communities, and making sure that we, from a distributional justice perspective, when we talk about the benefits of EJ Screen, that we're thinking about the benefits of EJ Screen as a tool to populations who may not have the infrastructure at the state level or the academic institutions to support their ability to access environmental justice screening and mapping tools. So I just wanted to say that. Back to you, Jay.
Jim?
Jacoby brings up a really good point about different states either having or not having these kind of resources. And that's where I think the threshold maps can really be a huge benefit, because as I mentioned earlier, if the aggregation could be done at different geographies, then it would provide some utility to these more localized or state-based or county-based or whatever interests and problems, and perhaps be of some service to those communities that don't have what other states and entities have.
David Rojas?
Yeah, just to agree with what James said and Jacoby Wilson mentioned about we need something at national scale, and the states can move on from there. For those states that already have tools, we can add more complexity or more layers locally available to provide more specificity and do more specific community engagement to prioritize what it should be there. For those states that don't have that opportunity, something should be there. And also, as James mentioned, what these maps presents, it's a percentile, it's a comparison between places to say where you are in the rank, better or worse from the rest of the average of the other locations. The tool do not say what is healthier or not healthier. this is something that we always want to remember the users in Colorado, that the tool do not highlight what is a healthy environment. So and this is important because this is just if you are comparing with a very clean, pristine, healthy place, and probably you are too, but just the rank you show a different position, or the other way around. The best location that is ranked the worst in this kind of percentile doesn't mean that it's a healthier or unhealthier place. So this is something that probably need to be also clarified in the interface. So the tool is not highlighting healthy communities, and even the regulation from EPA not always are aligned with what healthy regulations or thresholds of exposure are. So adding or linking to the thresholds from regulatory purposes doesn't mean that is a healthy recommendation either. So air quality guidelines are a good example of what is regulatory for societal purposes, not for healthy purposes. So this is important to clarify. Thank you.
Any other? Go ahead.
Hi, this is Quinn Carr. Yeah, I think people are bringing up a lot of great points. Just a couple other things I'm thinking about with this. You know, when we think about cumulative impacts, maybe we could consider, you know, now that this tool's been around for a while now, there have been several iterations. Maybe the EPA regions can work in communities that are consistently getting really like a lot of these indexes with really high percentiles, like version after version. And the methodology does change. The things we look at do change, but there's some power in that. Seeing consistent long-term trends of environmental pollution in certain areas should be taken seriously. And EPA regions can work with programs that, you know, within the EPA itself, our states, our local jurisdictions to think about what cumulative impact analyses would look like in those local contexts, because it is really complicated science, and you know, a score isn't going to just like make cumulative impacts, you know, just tell us everything we need to know. But I think a scoring system in the long run could be a good place to start and help those conversations get going like we want this tool to do. Thanks.
Any other comments, suggestions, or recommendations for charge question 13 before we close discussion on it? Okay, so thank you all for your thoughtful and insightful responses for this question. You know, there's enough material, I think, for Jim Sad and other group members to consolidate, incorporate beyond the ones that have been shared with us already. And before we move on to the last item of today's agenda, or before I invite Matt and Ty, just looking ahead to tomorrow's agenda, a couple of things I thought I should mention. We are going to have our discussion of the 3 remaining charge questions, 14, 15, 16, that fall under category number 5. But we also have ones that concludes. We will be discussing our summarizing our major findings and recommendations, which is the last item on tomorrow's agenda. So just I would encourage, as I was going to say homework for tonight, but for the lead discussants and other group members to think in terms of the most important recommendations for each topic category, both short-term and long-term, on which we reach consensus, you know, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and things that will go into at least the first draft of our next report, and eventually in the executive summary, I think, of the longer version of the report. So it's useful to come to some sort of agreement or consensus on that as well, in terms of the rest of the panel members while we are here. So that would be on the agenda. Like I said, it's already on the agenda as the last item for tomorrow, but never too early to start thinking in terms of, you know, what will be those highlights or the most key findings, that will go into that. Okay, any questions? Okay. If not, I would like to invite again Tai Lung and Matthew Lee for clarifying questions related to EJ Screen.
Jay, can I actually ask a question, a procedural question, since I am not sure I understood your comment? So given that is you're asking that for tomorrow's discussion, we have gone over the notes that we have taken in these 2 days and come up with a summary of recommendation that we're going to list?
No, the most
tomorrow,
important ones.
like homework?
Yeah.
Or this is like a homework that we have time to do once we have digested everything. You want us to do the digestion tonight or tomorrow for
Well,
us?
before 11:15 tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
We have to come to some sort of agreement or consensus about those ones as well, in terms of what is the most important finding for, in your case, category number 2 or something like that. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Here.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed our discussion and deliberations today. Okay, time for clarifying questions. Again, we cannot have any discussion or deliberation in there with them, but anything you need to know.
So just a comment. And I was talking to a few of the colleagues before that, Ashish Sharma here. Back in 1930s, we somehow, because of the housing loans, we established redlining, right? So we talked yesterday as well with a few of the colleagues and today as well. The way environmental justice is getting framed these days, implicitly, we are creating some sort of redlining as well. Because if you look at in the real estate market, we already account for flooding zones, right? Sooner or later, these environmental justice framework that we create here or CDC or anything else, somehow these private enterprises might start accounting for those. And we as residents of communities, we make our choices based on those decisions at times, implicitly or explicitly. So I think the way we frame is, the way EPA frames environmental justice topics would also define how we move forward. And I'm worried maybe implicitly we are creating new era of the way we defined redlining in the past. So it's just a thought for all of us to think about, how do we say the same thing, but in a positive tone. We talked about concepts of resiliency yesterday. It can be said in the same way with the same scientific knowledge. So just a comment how we are portraying the communities, and it will impact decision making for even all of us too.
Sakobi, you have a question?
Oh, I just want to co-sign on that. The salutogenesis framework from Antonovsky. I mean, and that's what we hear a lot about from community groups. Like, they don't want to be called the EJ community. In minute, you hear that a lot. So how do you? The framing is very important. The language is very important, and that's why I was using the term resiliency, even though I'm not sure that term is the best term, because we talk about toxic resiliency. So we got to figure out a better term. But when it comes to Justice 40, for example, like, investing in communities, right? How can you, communities with not investing, because investing in redline is another bad, I gotta find the right words for y'all, but the point about strength-based, asset-based, positive community building, growing is the framing, the right words that people can sign up, kind of focus on. I got to find a better word of resiliency, but I think that shift is also important. And even when we talk about not necessarily cumulative scoring, but cumulative impacts, for example, analysis, positive impacts, right, is something. So just how do you visualize that? And even if you're not able to visualize it well, I mean, mathematically or what we want to do it, but how we present it out to the larger public and the fit for purpose, the use of the tool, I think that piece is important. Because if you have a tool, it's doom and gloom, right? And then it can be exploited, and then those folks get exploited even more. I think it's something to think about as the implications of how we build it out and frame it out and market it, promote it. So I just want to co-sign on that.
Yeah, Marjorie Leon. Your questions, and I don't mean you necessarily, but whoever sent us these questions, they're a little bit leading question 12 and 13. I mean, it's leading me to think that when you actually even start to say EPA is considering this, and which means maybe that's a euphemism for saying that's where we're going, and this cumulative score. And then the second 13, the next question about the risk burdens, that question actually says, I want to represent the risk burdens more accurately. So that sort of, I know you were listening obviously to the discussion and people sort of thinking about the data and what the data can do and uncertainties of the data and what it's really intended for, being a comparative tool and providing percentile scores, and as opposed to a risk assessment or risk burden. How do you see EJ Screen in its future? And more specifically to those two questions, the cumulative score and the risk burden that were part of those two questions.
Well, you want to hop in first?
After you.
Was with EJ Screen, we have steered clear of trying to do anything around cumulative impacts for a long time, because of all the reasons you all have talked about today. But at this point, I feel like we're starting to get a lot of external pressure to start creating like these cumulative scores. And I don't think it's foregone conclusion that we're going to do it in the tool. But one of the things that we have kind of talked about is building different tools for different uses and making EJ Screen more of a platform. So maybe it is that we have different bins of information and, in a permitting context, we can combine this data together in a certain way and come up with a certain score that could help in a permitting context. And maybe it is that we combine some of that different data together in different ways in separate tools. I don't think that EJ Screen, that one tool is ever going to be everything to everybody. In the same way, we've talked about like EJ Screen as a platform for some of those states that don't have the capacity to build their own mapping tools, using EJ Screen as the backbone, adding in their state-specific data sets, and now they have a state tool that we could put together really quickly using that backbone. So that's kind of where one of the things we've talked about. There's a lot of things we talk about though, so who knows where it really ends up. But with some of this cumulative work, I think that's one of the directions that we've talked about for sure.
And even in the new executive order, it specifically mentions, a push towards addressing cumulative impacts. Whether or not that is developing a single specific score at the national level, that is not a foregone conclusion. That is not something that we are actively doing right now. That's why we are seeking guidance from y'all. Is that appropriate? And if it is, with 13, how would we start to do that in considering different weights? But as Ty said, it is truly intended to serve as that foundation, then upon which, if there is different fit for purpose or use cases, that it becomes appropriate to develop a score for that specific purpose, someone can come in and utilize EJ Screen as that foundation, or the data within EJ Screen as that foundation.
And it's just, if we do come to that point, we don't want to be caught with our pants down saying, oh, wait, now we've got to scramble around and figure this out. Having that backbone of some input before we get to that point would be really helpful for us. So.
Oh, Jim said.
Thanks, Jim Sad. Matt and Ty, I just wanted to ask the question that, recognizing that you have a directive to address cumulative impacts or do something in that direction. Can we start with a definition of what cumulative impacts is from the standpoint of EPA or EJ Screen? Because that to me seems fundamental and is extremely important in deciding whatever to do going forward. And I'm not asking you for that today, but if we had it, our recommendations probably could be much more targeted and useful. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just saying I sort of see things in a very linear fashion, and that's a first step.
I think we'd like to see that definition too.
And just for your all's information, we do have an agency-wide working group that's also addressing this question concurrently. Charles Lee and Paul Mohai, who a lot of you may know, are leading a lot of that work. So, as we start to finalize some of the answers from that working group, I think we're going to have a little bit more clarity as we start figuring out how we're going to incorporate anything into EJ Screen, and if we incorporate anything into EJ Screen.
I guess it is on. How does this, so there is actually my computer's locked up here, but there is actually a web page, Cumulative Impact Research, EPA ORD Cumulative Impact Research, and a report September of 2022. I haven't read that yet, but is that part of the thing that's informing this, or is that,
yeah,
I mean, okay.
Excuse me, that has a definition in it of cumulative impact.
I was just going to say that's kind of what I thought.
And that's all stuff that the working group is considering.
I'll jump in real quick again, this is Jacoby again. Just as I said today and yesterday, NEJAC has a cumulative impacts work group. So I would say as it relates to because stakeholders are going to probably push a lot on what this new definition will be that group. So, and I'm an ad hoc member, since I'm no longer officially a member of NEJAC, whatever the right term is, but I'm a member of the work group. So we are having those discussions. Yeah, ad hoc that's what is ad hoc. So I'm a member.
Yeah, a member of the SAB and participating as a liaison.
I'm a liaison. Thank you. I'm a liaison with that work group. So I think we are having those discussions, and we're talking about also fit for purpose too, because there's multiple definitions of cumulative impacts, and some of them are very much risk based, which I think personally is problematic. We think about cumulative impacts as you're going to a biological susceptibility level, and cumulative impacts is not just at the micro level, at the meso level, macro level. So those are other discussions, but those discussions are happening. But it won't happen literally, Jim. Unfortunately, they're happening simultaneously. So we'll see how we have some cross-pollination across this group and also that group.
Reginald Archer, there's also, I found what are cumulative impacts on the EPA website and the knowledge base. It's from over 1,000 days ago and only has 3 views, but it does reference EJ Screen and the mapping tools in there, but it talks about cumulative impacts in the terms of pollution. So it might be something that can be updated or built on.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is a clarifying question, but I'll try to keep it focused. One of the things that came out in discussions here today, and maybe also yesterday, is, and I was thinking in terms of how the new EJ executive order of April 21st, which has a more expanded definition of, the communities that are linked to EJ and, other related factors. Well, when, of course, the charge questions were prepared and shared with us before that happened. So I was wondering how much our responses should refer to those inclusion of disability, I guess, is the one thing that comes to mind that's very clearly specified as the new federal definition of environmental justice. So those kinds of things. So I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on that as we put together, the written report.
With that, I would say that we haven't fully internally wrapped our heads around exactly how we're going to incorporate all of that executive order into our work. But, we will be making some changes based on some of those definitions. And, we're already building in disabilities into EJ Screen. So, when we put out that new version of EJ Screen in June, we're going to have that data in there as well.
And I think one of the recommendations y'all can certainly make, or, go whatever direction you want, is that we should, be matching the information in EJ Screen to what is in the executive order. So if the executive order includes a definition that includes disability, right, that should be incorporated into EJ Screen in some sort of fashion.
Like you've done with the previous one from 1994, kind of along the same lines.
Exactly.
And it's also reminded me, I think we briefly discussed, since many of the panel members mentioned incorporation of heat or heat-related indicators, that's also will be in the new version, right?
Yes, it will.
I wasn't sure. I mean, I did say in the discussion First Street Foundation, but I wanted to also verify or check with you.
That is correct.
Yep, it's that new extreme heat data coming from First Street, and they have specifically created that data set for us at the block group level. I think they have a different version on their website of extreme
that you can
heat.
download. That's census tract level. Yeah.
Okay, and they've created a specific version for the use in EJ Screen. And likewise, I know there was another question about not bringing the non-compliance facilities and non-compliance into EJ Screen. That is another update that we're going to be incorporating into the June update. I think Echo has a map services layer that you can actually just take as a map service and bring it in, and it's going to show you the facilities in non-compliance, including insignificant non-compliance. And if there's even recommendations you have based on that map service of better ways we can display that, right, in EJ Screen, we would love to hear that as well. I know that's not one of the specific charge questions, but since, non-compliance was brought up, if you all want to expand on that as well, we will be bringing in that map service.
It might be helpful for us this is David Kadisky, if there is such a document that summarizes the changes that are already planned for June, because I think that would help us be more responsive in our comments. So we're not suggesting things that are already in place, like the 3 things we just mentioned, but if there are others as well. So I don't want to put more work on you guys, but I think that'd be useful for the committee to have in advance of us writing our final report. So assuming that's appropriate.
Yeah, I was just checking whether we should stick to the version that existed when the questions were given to us, or some of the new things will be added, that we already proposed, or should be part of the report.
We're happy to share a list of all the changes that we're going to be making. And, it's fine if you just want to make your comments based on the current version, but because
the list or something.
Yeah, but you're going to know what's coming, that RISI data. I'll share a list though. I'll share a list because that'll make it easier for y'all.
Yes, this is Saya Figueroa. I do believe, if EPA is, believe it's appropriate to share that as a background information to inform recommendations. Again, the panel is reviewing the October 2022 version that was released, and yet you're also thinking about short-term recommendations and long-term recommendations. If in that context, the new list inform the panel's final recommendations, I think that will be appropriate.
And then, one of the clarifying questions I had before is if there's any information on there kind of relating to short-term and long-term, like what's the roadmap, and knowing that might change, but at least having an idea might help, like even a 3-year, 5-year And I understand it's problematic when you go out beyond a, let's say, 4-year cycle.
I wish we could say we had a very structured roadmap for the 3 to 5 years, but it really, it's changing all the time based on like administrative priorities, on new data. It's changing constantly. And if you ask me 2 years ago where we would be with EJ Screen, there's a lot of stuff that's going on with it now that I wouldn't have thought would be there. So.
Oh, you asked my question. But building up on that, so what's the definition for short-term and long-term? Like,
well, I guess I think there's a lot of things with EJ Screen that we're not going to be able to. If you give us a data set, if you say this is a great data set on CAFOs, well, if we found a great data set on CAFOs, we would slap that into EJ Screen tomorrow, or at least this next update that's coming up. There are other things that would take a lot more time for us to build into the tool. Things like a cumulative impact score or cumulative impacts analysis, something like that. It's going to take us a lot of time to build into the tool. There's a lot of other things that, if you feel like it's an important addition to the tool, we might work on it for the next 5 years before we actually get it built into the tool. But that would actually really help us in terms of guiding some of the big things that we're working towards in the tool. So,
yeah, no, I mean, we do have these kind of like micro changes that can happen, like as soon as CGIS made their map service available, or as soon as Esri made CGIS map service available, we incorporated that into EJ Screen without having an update, right? That was a layer that people wanted to have in EJ Screen, and that we could easily integrate that into EJ Screen. And we did that, right? Other kind of short term is the next update. Right. Well, the next update is in a month, right? So maybe then the next version of short term is the following update. And then there is like the 5-year, this is the wish list type stuff. So yeah, unfortunately, there isn't like set dates or time periods with the terms.
You have Adriana and then Veronica.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking like bigger picture and very concerned with what we've discussed, that Ashish mentioned about provoking another redlining map, but in another context, and counter not serving the communities that the way we intend, so unintended consequence. So the bigger picture, I guess, of this whole effort is addressing justice, like improving community. So I wonder if there's a capability of the tool to track progress, like to go back to previous assessments and compare it to current assessments and say, oh, this community, it's on a positive way, pathway towards less justice. I wonder if that's too much to handle, or because that way I would feel better that we are actually serving those communities and not targeting towards more injustice.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we've ever done it community by community, but we have had programs like our Brownfields program has gone back and looked at all of the grants they've given over time and said, okay, how many of those places were in areas where we would consider having EJ concerns, and making sure to make that they use that data to help focus their programs on actually addressing the need for underserved communities. So, there is a lot of positive ways that people can use that, but I don't think we've ever just gone through and looked at community by community.
I didn't mean community indicator by indicator, just like, if particular matters were reduced or whatever they click, to have like a slide bar, like before, after, something like it's not really a burden on you, but just compiling your data sets over time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And again, those are some of the things that we can consider, tomorrow, as if it's one of our recommendations or not. Veronica?
Yes, sorry, apologies if I am not turning on the camera. It's starting to be 10:30 here in Europe. So I'm extremely tired, but I guess I am a little bit confused about the conversation that there has been, like, I think 5 minutes ago, about the changes to EJ screen that are going to be brought in June, and whether we should comment on that in the final report. It was my impression that we should only summarize the conversation, the discussion that we've had here during this panel, and not discuss things that in the report that haven't been brought up during this panel discussion, or am I wrong?
Veronica, this is Jay Chakraborty. Yes, we want to follow the latest version, which is October 2022. That was our charge, and the charge questions are directly related to that version. So whatever is happening now, it cannot be used in our written report and recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and to follow up, this is Aida Figueroa. To follow up, Dr. Chakraborty's clarification. So when the Office of Environmental Justice share with the panel, or with us to share with the panel, that list, that will serve as background information. We have, as a panel, another public meeting scheduled in June to discuss further, the charge questions here, leading by Carolyn Kueller, and that will be like an opportunity to, again, not discuss those changes, because again, that version is not the one we are reviewing as a panel, rather use that list as background information in that context.
I had a question about, this is Michael Schmeltz. I had a question about the data from First Street. And I think this sort of gets to the question about sort of where the data is coming from and the owner of the data. So I assume obviously EPA will own the data once it gets into EJ Screen. Just thinking about future updates to whatever indicators that we're using, that EJ Screen can access that data or update that data. I don't know what sort of the nature of the relationship between First Street and EPA is now, but in the future, can we expect that to sort of continue? The data, I mean, not the relationship with First Street in that way, yeah.
I don't know the specifics of the MOU that we have with First Street and how long, like if there's a time period associated with that. But I am with you in that, like, we need to consider the longevity of the data sets that we are gathering. And when we start incorporating data sets from private entities, right, that opens things up. Sorry, I thought I had it on. So point well taken.
Any other clarifying questions from those attending online or in person? Okay, I think that's it for today. And any other questions from any panel members? So I'm going to turn it over to Zaida for her closing comments, and see you all 8:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you so much. And amazing, the conversation and the very thorough peer review of the EJ Screen tool, or the October 22 version. So thank you for that. I just wanted to provide a few thoughts before we close. As Dr. Chakraborty mentioned, the panel is going to have another good, meaningful discussion tomorrow about recommendations, right? And this is almost like a step that is very important as part of the draft report, as part of your, I would say, consensus responses that you're building for the next step of this activity. I also wanted to mention that as part of the this actually activity, peer review activity, the goal of this panel is to provide recommendations to the EPA administrator through the Shutter SAB about the EJ Screen tool. In that context, they are, of course, short-term recommendations, long-term recommendations to build a tool, but we have also here larger issues about tools that are important. So I just wanted to provide that context in terms of what is your role as a panel, what is the goal for you as a panel is really to provide feedback to the EPA administrator. And I don't know if Tommy, you want to add anything about that.
Yeah, it's been a great discussion, and Zaida and Jay, thank you both. But yeah, I mean, I think, there's a sort of practicality conversations you have, but I also want you to be thinking big. And I think both Ty and Matthew have kind of invited you to think big. So I would say that don't just think about what Ty and Matthew could do next week and next year, but also think like, where is this going 5 years, 10 years? And that Zaida and Jay will help you organize those thoughts as it comes together as a report. But to not be constrained by what's possible now. I mean, we're here to talk about where we're going. And so I'll just leave it at that. And I'm very excited about the energy of the conversation so far.
And with that, we are going to recess for the day. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.